Before we drift away, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more calming sleep stories. Sweet dreams await. The air in the forest was thick with dampness, heavy with the scent of wet pine and earth. The road leading deeper into the woods seemed endless, winding through a labyrinth of trees that had stood for centuries. The van's headlights cut through the gloom, casting long, eerie shadows that danced like specters. Up ahead, the silhouette of the lodge slowly emerged from the darkness, tall and brooding, its windows dark as if it were watching them. Rachel had always been the adventurous one. She was the one who'd suggested the weekend getaway in the first place. Just a couple of days away from everything, she had said, her voice full of excitement as she had read the ad online for a secluded lodge deep in the forest. A peaceful retreat, or so it seemed. The others had been hesitant at first, but the promise of a quiet escape from their hectic lives had won them over. There was Mark, Rachel's boyfriend, always the skeptic. He'd made jokes about the place being haunted, about how strange it was that there were no reviews or recommendations online. He'd said it was probably just too remote for most people to find. Lara, on the other hand, had been uneasy from the beginning. She hadn't liked the idea of being so far from civilization. There were stories she had heard, whispers about people disappearing in forests like this, about strange happenings in isolated places like the lodge they were headed to. But her concerns were dismissed as nothing more than an overactive imagination. The van rolled to a stop at the entrance of the lodge, the tires crunching over gravel as they turned into the overgrown driveway. The tall iron gates creaked on their hinges as they pushed open, revealing the lodge in its entirety, an old, weathered building with peeling paint and ivy climbing up its sides. It looked like something out of a forgotten fairy tale, the kind where people didn't live happily ever after. Rachel was the first to step out of the van. Her boots made a soft thud against the earth as she approached the front door. The others followed, though with less enthusiasm. Mark pulled out his phone, trying to get a signal, but the screen blinked at him with a no-service warning. "Figures," he muttered under his breath, tucking the device back into his pocket. "Guess we're really off the grid now." The door of the lodge creaked open on its own as Rachel reached out to knock. She didn't think much of it. Old buildings had a tendency to settle, after all. But as they stepped inside, the air grew colder, thicker. The scent of old wood and mildew filled their nostrils. A tall man stood at the entrance. His clothes were dark, almost blending into the shadows of the lodge. His face was pale, gaunt even, and his eyes, well, they were too dark, too knowing. "Welcome," he said in a voice that sent an odd shiver down Rachel's spine. "You must be the guest. I've been expecting you." His words seemed rehearsed, like he had said them 1,000 times before. He didn't smile. His gaze, though steady, felt too intense, almost predatory. "We are glad to be here," Rachel said, trying to sound confident. She gave a nervous laugh, though it felt out of place. Mark, ever the skeptic, was already looking around, his eyes narrowed. "We were expecting someone else to check us in," he said, his voice casual but with a hint of suspicion. The man didn't answer right away. Instead, he stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. "The forest has its own ways," he said cryptically, as if the answer was not meant to be understood. They hesitated, but Rachel led the way, the others trailing behind her. As they crossed the threshold, the door shut with a heavy thud, and the sound echoed throughout the building. It was as though the lodge had swallowed them whole. Inside, the lodge was dimly lit, with only the soft glow of candles casting flickering shadows on the walls. The floors creaked with every step, and the air was thick with dust, though it seemed to have been maintained just enough to make it habitable. A large fireplace at the far end of the room crackled softly, the flames casting strange shapes on the wooden beams above. The man led them deeper into the lodge, his steps soundless despite his size. He moved with an unsettling grace. "I'll show you to your rooms," he said without looking back. The echo of his footsteps seemed to follow them even after he had stopped moving. As Rachel glanced at the others, she saw a shared unease in their eyes. The lodge, while beautiful in its decay, felt wrong. There was something about the way it seemed to loom, as if watching their every move. A thick silence hung in the air, broken only by the occasional crackle of the fire. Mark, trying to break the tension, grinned. "It's like a scene out of a horror movie, huh? I half expect someone to jump out and say, 'Gotcha.'" But no one laughed. The man did not smile either. He simply turned and led them up the stairs, the wood groaning under his weight as if protesting the intrusion. At the top of the stairs, the man stopped before a set of doors, turning to them with a look that seemed almost apologetic. "I hope you enjoy your stay," he said, and his voice seemed to carry a weight of finality, as though it were an invitation they couldn't refuse. Rachel reached for the door handle, but before she could turn it, the man's voice stopped her. "Be wary of the forest at night," he said, his tone suddenly colder, more serious. "The lodge is safe, but the woods are not." The words hung in the air long after the man had disappeared behind the door, leaving them standing in a dimly lit hallway. "Be wary of the forest at night." The phrase echoed in Rachel's mind, sending an uneasy chill down her spine. But she brushed it off, telling herself it was just the man's odd way of welcoming them. Nothing more than a warning to add to the atmosphere, right? They each retreated to their rooms, the heavy doors creaking as they opened, revealing simple but old-fashioned furnishings. The beds were large, covered with thick blankets that seemed to have been lovingly made but were now worn with age. Dust danced in the narrow beams of light from the small windows, and the silence inside each room was thick, almost suffocating. Rachel sat on the edge of her bed, running her fingers through her hair as she stared out the window. The night was so dark it was almost impossible to tell where the forest ended and the sky began. The trees outside swayed slightly in the wind, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands. A low, mournful howl drifted through the open window, barely audible but chilling enough to make Rachel's skin crawl. It didn't sound like any animal she recognized, not the usual howls of coyotes or wolves. No, this was different, strange, almost human. She shook her head, trying to push the thought away. "It's just the wind," she muttered, but it didn't help. The sounds outside seemed to grow more intense, the wind picking up and carrying strange, distant whispers along with it. She leaned forward, pressing her face to the cold glass of the window, trying to see through the darkness. Nothing. After a few moments of strained silence, Rachel reluctantly turned away, feeling a growing unease. She wasn't sure what it was, but something about the lodge, something about the air around them, didn't feel right. Down the hall, Mark was pacing. He'd been quiet ever since they had arrived, his earlier bravado fading in the face of the oppressive silence that filled the building. He hadn't even turned on the lights in his room, preferring instead to sit in the near darkness, his mind clearly racing. He had tried once again to get a signal on his phone, but the screen remained stubbornly blank, mocking him. Laura, however, was not pacing. She hadn't left her room, the door closed behind her like a barrier. From Rachel's room, she could hear Lara's muffled voice, speaking in whispers as if to herself. "Why is it so quiet here?" she muttered over and over again. Rachel wondered if Lara was just as unsettled as she was. She felt an impulse to knock on her door, but before she could, there was a loud thud from downstairs, so sudden and sharp that it made Rachel jump. It echoed through the hall, followed by what sounded like footsteps. Someone was moving downstairs. The same man who had greeted them? Rachel's heart rate quickened. She stood up, her mind racing. Should she go down and investigate? Or was it just another creak of the old house settling? She decided to wait a bit longer, her curiosity gnawing at her but her caution holding her back. But then came the sound of something scratching. The noise wasn't loud at first, just faint, as if something, or someone, was dragging its fingers along the wooden floors downstairs. It was too deliberate to be the wind or the house settling. Something was moving down there, something that wasn't supposed to be. Rachel stood frozen for a moment. The air felt thick now, suffocating. The silence that followed the scratching noise was even worse, pressing in on her, making it feel as though the house itself was holding its breath. Without thinking, Rachel moved towards the door. She cracked it open just a little, barely enough to see down the hallway. But there was nothing. Only darkness, stretching on in every direction. Then a soft whisper. "Rachel?" She froze. The voice was faint but clear. It was coming from behind her, but when she turned around, the room was empty. Her heart pounded in her chest. She opened the door all the way now, stepping out into the hallway. Her eyes flicked from one shadow to the next, but she couldn't see anyone. The house groaned. Another thud, this time louder, followed by a slow, dragging sound. Her skin prickled and her breath hitched. Whatever was downstairs, it wasn't human. She was sure of it. "Mark?" she whispered, calling down the hall. But there was no response. The house swallowed her words. She moved cautiously down the stairs, the old wood creaking underfoot with every step. The air grew colder as she descended, the shadows deepening as if the darkness were thickening around her. At the bottom of the stairs, the hall stretched ahead into the blackness, the only light coming from the dim, flickering candles along the walls. The fireplace was no longer crackling. It was eerily silent. And then she saw it. The back door of the lodge was wide open. The wind howled through the opening, sending the curtains flapping violently in the draft. But the worst part was what was on the floor just inside the door. Footprints. Large, wet, and muddy, leading out into the woods. The same footprints that had been outside her window. She knew it without a doubt. Rachel's breath hitched and her pulse raced. The night was alive with something that was waiting for them, watching them. And she wasn't sure how much longer they could ignore it. She had to find Mark and Laura. No. But as she turned to go back upstairs, a low growl rumbled from somewhere deep within the shadows of the hallway. A soft, gurgling laugh followed, and the door slammed shut behind her. Rachel spun around, her heart slamming against her ribs. The door behind her had slammed shut with a force that rattled the entire building, the sound echoing like a thunderclap in the silence of the lodge. She could feel the air shift, thick with something she couldn't name, something cold, almost alive. The growl had stopped, but the lingering feeling of being watched only grew stronger. It was as if the very walls of the lodge had become aware of her presence, closing in around her like the jaws of a trap. She took a shaky breath, then forced herself to move. The last thing she needed right now was to panic. She turned back towards the stairs, but her feet felt heavy, her movements slow as though the house itself was trying to hold her back. Her fingers brushed the railing, the wood cold under her touch. Mark. Her mind screamed for him, but when she called his name again, her voice came out in a hoarse whisper, swallowed by the dark expanse of the hallway. She couldn't even hear her own footsteps as she moved further into the lodge. Everything felt muffled, as if the house were absorbing the sounds. Her mind raced. Was this some kind of twisted prank? It didn't feel like it. There was no laughter, no footsteps following her, no sense of something playful. No, this felt far more sinister. The temperature in the air dropped, and Rachel found herself shivering involuntarily. She needed to find Mark. She needed to find Laura. They couldn't be far. She knew the layout of the lodge well enough from the brief tour the strange man had given them. The guest rooms were on the second floor, the sitting room in the front, and the kitchen just beyond that. That was where they had left their bags. She turned and bolted down the hallway, her shoes tapping against the wooden floor with a rapid rhythm. Her breath was short, but she forced herself to keep it steady. She would not let fear control her. Not here. Not now. As she reached the stairs, she hesitated. Her mind screamed at her to go up, to find her friends, but something darker, urged her toward the back of the house. Towards the kitchen, where the door to the cellar lay beneath the old wooden floorboards. The growl echoed again, low and guttural, but this time it came from below her. She shuddered, feeling the vibrations in the floor. It was deeper now, more ominous. "Mark?" she called, her voice trembling slightly. No response. She forced her legs to move, her eyes scanning the hallway as she rushed to the kitchen door. The wooden planks of the floor groaned beneath her weight, each step feeling heavier than the last. As she reached the door, she grabbed the handle and twisted. It didn't budge. Her eyes flicked to the old rusted lock on the side, now pulled half open. The cellar. Something in her gut twisted with unease. The cellar was not just a place for storage, it was part of the reason she had found the lodge so unsettling in the first place. There was a rumor about the cellar. A dark history that wasn't spoken aloud. Her stomach churned with the thought of it, but she didn't have time to dwell on it. Not now. Rachel pulled harder on the door, her hands slipping on the old, slick metal of the handle. A creak, a snap, and the door finally gave way. She took a deep breath and stepped inside. The darkness below was overwhelming. The scent of mold and something far worse filled her nostrils. A damp, cold draft blew up from the depths, sending a shiver across her skin. "Mark? Laura?" she called out again, louder this time, her voice echoing in the vast, empty space below. There was no response. The air seemed to thicken, pulling at her like invisible hands, urging her forward. She slowly descended, each step echoing loudly in the darkness. As her foot hit the bottom of the stairs, her foot slipped on something soft and wet. Her heart skipped a beat, and she almost lost her balance, but caught herself on the damp stone wall. A scraping noise came from the far corner of the cellar. A slow, agonizing drag of nails on stone. Rachel froze, her breath catching in her throat. From the corner of the room, the shape of something moved. Just a shadow at first, but it grew more distinct, more solid as it drew closer. Rachel's mind raced, her instincts screaming at her to turn and run. But her legs wouldn't move. She was frozen in place, watching in horror as the figure emerged from the darkness. It was tall, impossibly thin, with long, spindly limbs and a face, if you could call it that, shrouded in shadow. Its eyes gleamed, reflecting the faint light that came from the creaky, overhead bulbs. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The thing reached out, its fingers like cold claws, and the air seemed to shift around her. It was almost as if time had slowed, each second stretching longer than the last. The whisper came again, low and raspy. "Leave, now, while you still can." Rachel's breath came out in ragged gasps, but she finally found the strength to move. She turned on her heel and ran up the stairs, but the door slammed shut before she could reach it. Her body collided with the wooden panels, but it wouldn't budge. The creature was close now, just inches from her back. She could feel its cold presence, like an icy wind, pressing against her. Panic flooded her chest. She needed to get out. She needed to get out now. The whispers grew louder, surrounding her. "Leave the lodge, leave the forest, before it takes you." Rachel's heart thundered in her ears as she slammed her fists against the door. Her mind screamed in terror, but her body couldn't move fast enough. It felt like an eternity, struggling against the weight of the door. And then, just as she thought she couldn't take it anymore, the door gave way with a sharp crack. She stumbled out into the hallway, gasping for breath, and looked around frantically. The house was quiet now, unnervingly so. The weight in the air had lifted slightly, but it still hung there, a thick presence that clung to every corner of the lodge. Her thoughts were a whirlwind. Mark, where were they? And then a voice, soft, barely a whisper but unmistakable, came from behind her. "Rachel." Rachel froze. The voice, her name, was barely audible, but it was unmistakable. Her heart hammered in her chest, and she felt the cold sweat of fear creeping up her spine. She didn't want to turn around. She couldn't turn around. The darkness seemed to press against her, as if the walls of the lodge had closed in, leaving only the soft, echoing whisper of her name hanging in the air like a dark invitation. "Rachel." It came again, closer this time, the sound wrapping around her, almost like it was coming from every direction at once. Her body stiffened. Her eyes darted nervously from one corner of the hallway to the next, her feet too heavy to move. Her breath came in shallow bursts. This was real. This wasn't some trick of the mind or a prank. The whispers, the growl, the scraping, it was all too real. In the distance, beyond the shadows, she saw it. The faintest flicker of movement. Something, or someone, was standing at the far end of the hall. Rachel's pulse spiked. Her instincts screamed at her to run, to get out of the lodge, but her legs refused to obey. The figure was tall, like the one in the cellar, but this one wasn't moving. It stood there like a statue, its form just barely visible in the low light. Her eyes strained in the darkness, trying to make out its features. But there was nothing there, nothing except for the outline of a shape, almost too blurry to recognize, surrounded by an unnatural stillness. It wasn't right. It didn't belong in the world she knew. "Mark?" she whispered hoarsely, her voice trembling. "Laura?" She swallowed hard, forcing herself to step forward. The air seemed to grow heavier, pressing down on her chest as she moved toward the shape. The whisper came again, but now it sounded like a warning, more urgent, more desperate. The voice was clearer now, sharp with an edge of fear that chilled Rachel's bones. She couldn't tell if it was her own voice echoing back at her or something else, something far darker. She took a step closer. The figure didn't move, but its outline began to change. It shifted, becoming more defined, more solid, as though it were pulling itself out of the shadows. And then, just as quickly, it vanished, disappeared into thin air, like a mist blown away by the wind. Rachel's breath caught in her throat. Her body went rigid. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong with this place. "Where are you, Mark?" The thought flickered through her mind, but she couldn't shake the feeling that they were no longer in control of their surroundings. The lodge, the forest outside, it was all closing in on them. It was like the air itself was alive, watching, waiting for them to make a mistake. Another sound broke through the oppressive silence. A soft tapping. It came from somewhere above her, faint at first, then louder. Steady. It was the sound of something, or someone, walking across the floorboards. But it wasn't Mark. It wasn't Laura. This was something else entirely. Rachel's mind raced. Her hand reached for the railing as she moved to the stairs, the floorboards creaking with each cautious step. She didn't know what she expected to find, but the more she climbed, the more the house seemed to groan under her weight, like it was protesting her intrusion. As she reached the top, the tapping stopped. It was eerily quiet again. Rachel's breath came fast, her chest tight as if the very air was thick with dread. Her eyes swept the hallway, darting to each of the doors, each dark and silent. But then, just as she turned to move toward Mark's room, she saw it. The door at the end of the hallway. The one that shouldn't have been there. It was different from the others. For one thing, it was ajar, a sliver of darkness beyond it. And for another, the faintest reddish glow seemed to emanate from the crack between the door and the frame. Rachel's pulse quickened. She felt a cold, gnawing sensation in the pit of her stomach. Something was drawing her toward that room, and she didn't want to go. But her body moved of its own accord, her hand reaching for the handle, turning it slowly. The door creaked open. Inside, the room was unlike any of the others. It was far colder, the air heavy with something that made Rachel's skin crawl. The floor was covered in dust, but the air was thick with the scent of decay. It looked like no one had been in this room for years. And in the center of the room, beneath a dim light, something stood. At first, Rachel thought it was a figure, a person perhaps, but then she saw the truth. It was a statue, or at least it used to be. Now it was a grotesque, twisted thing. The figure was humanoid, but misshapen, its limbs stretched too long, its face a cruel parody of a human expression. The eyes, those eyes, were wide and empty, staring at her with an intensity that seemed to pierce right through her. The statue seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, an energy that made the hairs on the back of Rachel's neck stand on end. As she stepped into the room, the air grew even colder, the chill seeping into her bones. And then, as if on cue, the statue moved. A low, guttural sound filled the room, like grinding stone. The thing twisted, its limbs jerking into unnatural positions, and its head, no, its face, shifted. The empty eyes seemed to narrow, focusing on Rachel with a malicious intent. She backed up instinctively, but her feet tangled in the dust-covered floor, and she fell backward, landing hard on the wooden planks. Her heart thudded in her chest, every instinct screaming for her to run. But it was too late. The creature's mouth opened, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. It hissed, a sound like nails dragging across glass, and began to step forward, its massive, twisted form looming over Rachel. Her pulse raced, her breath coming in short, frantic bursts. The air was thick with a sense of finality. Something was coming for her. She could feel it now, like a weight pressing on her chest, holding her down. "Leave now," a voice whispered again, but this time it wasn't from the shadows. It was from inside her head. Rachel's breath caught in her throat as the twisted figure loomed above her, its grotesque form blotting out the dim light from the hallway. The air around her felt dense, as if the room itself was alive, breathing in time with her panicked heartbeats. The creature's eyes, dark and hollow, gleamed with an unnatural malevolence, the kind of gaze that seemed to see everything, and in that moment Rachel was sure it could see her deepest fears. It tilted its head, the sickening creak of its neck filling the silence, and Rachel felt the floor tremble beneath her. The thing was too alive, too much of a presence to be a mere inanimate statue. She scrambled backward, her hand grabbing at the wooden planks beneath her, trying to push herself away, but her legs felt like they were frozen in place. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the thing. It moved. It followed her, its body shifting with jerky, unnatural motions, its limbs creaking like rotting wood. Its mouth opened wider, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too long. A deep, guttural hiss came from the creature, filling the room with a sense of pure, unrelenting hunger. Its tongue flicked from between its teeth, and for a moment Rachel thought she saw something more, a shadow of something lurking in its mouth, something that was alive and waiting. Her heart pounded in her chest as she fought against the feeling of being trapped, cornered. The coldness in the room had deepened, as if the walls themselves were closing in. The temperature dropped so sharply, her breath became visible in the air. She felt like she was suffocating under the weight of it, the oppressive, consuming darkness filling every corner. "Run," her mind screamed, but her body refused to obey. The thing took a slow step forward, its limbs creaking like branches in a windless storm, and in that moment something broke inside Rachel. A surge of fear, of instinct. Her body reacted before her mind could even process it. She shot to her feet, her legs unsteady but moving as quickly as she could. She stumbled backward, her hand desperately groping for the door frame, and slammed her palm into the door, slamming it shut with a deafening crash. The creature's shriek, high-pitched, piercing, like 1,000 nails dragged across metal, split the air, but it was cut off as the door slammed fully into place. Rachel leaned against it, her breath ragged, her heart hammering so violently it felt like her chest was about to burst. For a long moment there was silence. Just the sound of her breathing, the cold sweat slicking down her back, and the echo of the thing's shriek in her ears. She didn't dare turn around. She didn't know what to do. She had no idea where to go or what to make of what she'd just seen. But one thing was certain, she wasn't alone anymore. Not in this place. Not in this lodge. The air in the hallway felt denser now. It pressed in on her from all sides and she could hear it, the faintest sound of footsteps. Not her own. Not Mark's or Lara's. The footsteps were too slow, too deliberate. Like something, or someone, was waiting. The whispers, barely audible but growing louder with each passing second, slipped into her consciousness, cold and sharp. Get out now. She couldn't just stand there. Her head swam with a frantic energy, but there was no escaping the sense of inevitability that was creeping closer. She turned toward the staircase, her feet moving on their own accord, like they were being pulled by something she couldn't see. Her eyes flicked to the door of the forbidden room behind her one last time. The creature wasn't there anymore. It had to be waiting for her to make a mistake. Her fingers brushed the cold railing as she started up the stairs, each step creaking like the bones of the house itself, but she forced herself to continue. The pressure in her chest was suffocating, and every muscle screamed for her to run, to escape. But there was nowhere to run. Mark, Lara, where were they? She reached the top of the stairs, her mind racing. Should she check the rooms? The house was so vast, so empty, and yet it felt full of something unseen, something watching her from every shadow. The whispers grew louder, and she could swear she heard movement. Soft footsteps in the hallway. She spun around, half expecting to see Mark or Lara, but it was just the darkness, heavy and silent. But then, through the haze of fear and confusion, she saw it. A faint glow from beneath one of the doors. Her stomach lurched. It was coming from Mark's room. She had to go to him. Maybe he had answers. Maybe he'd figured something out. He was the rational one after all. She moved quickly now, her feet barely touching the floor as she rushed down the hallway. The whispers were more frantic now, almost pleading. Go, leave. But she couldn't. She couldn't leave without Mark or Lara. She had to know what was going on. She had to know who, or what, was behind all of this. Her hand reached for the door to Mark's room, but as she touched the handle, a sharp, cold shock ran through her. She flinched, jerking her hand back. The door creaked open on its own. Rachel stepped inside, her pulse pounding in her ears. The room was dim, lit only by the faint glow of something that wasn't quite right, emanating from the far corner. It wasn't coming from a lamp or a window. It was different. It was coming from the mirror. Rachel's eyes were drawn to it, her feet moving against her will toward the reflective surface. She tried to look away, to turn and leave the room, but her gaze was locked. Her body refused to obey her, her mind screaming as her steps carried her closer. The reflection in the mirror wasn't just her own. Behind her, reflected in the glass, was something else. A shadow, a shape that had no business being there. It was tall, impossibly tall, with elongated limbs, and it moved with a slow, deliberate grace. But it wasn't a person. It wasn't even human. The thing in the mirror didn't have a face. It was just a blur of shadows, a dark, shifting mass of something far older than this place. Rachel gasped, stepping back, her mind reeling, but the thing in the reflection took a step forward. Now she thought, this isn't real. This can't be real. But the shadow didn't stop. It moved closer, slowly, deliberately, and then it reached out. With a sudden, bone-chilling motion, the shadow's hand stretched through the mirror. Rachel screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the lodge as the thing's fingers closed around her wrist, its grip cold and unrelenting. Rachel gasped, her breath trapped in her chest as the cold fingers of the shadowy figure wrapped around her wrist. The sensation was like ice cutting through her skin, numbing her veins. She tried to pull away, but the grip was too strong, too solid. It wasn't just the reflection in the mirror anymore. It was real. Her heart thundered in her chest, and her mind screamed at her to run, to do something. But her body felt frozen, like the grip was dragging her deeper into the mirror itself, pulling her into the blackness behind the glass. "No, no," she whispered, her voice cracking as she pulled with every ounce of her strength. But the shadow didn't budge. It didn't even flinch. It just stood there, looming in the reflection, its grip tightening, its hand slowly sliding up her arm. The mirror began to distort. The edges warped, swirling like the surface of a pond disturbed by a stone. For a split second, Rachel's reflection didn't match her movements. Her own face twisted in the glass, stretching into something grotesque, its mouth stretched wide in a silent scream. A low growl rumbled from the depths of the reflection. The shadow behind her loomed closer, its fingers twisting and lengthening like thick, dark vines, wrapping around her arm as if it were a part of her. Rachel's mind reeled. This wasn't real. This couldn't be real. She tried to scream again, but her throat constricted, the air in the room growing thicker with each passing second. The walls of the lodge seemed to pulse as though they were alive, responding to the terror that flooded the room. The thing in the mirror dragged her closer, the edge of the glass pressing against her skin like a cold blade. Her pulse quickened, her breath ragged as she fought the icy fingers, her nails scratching against the smooth surface of the mirror. It felt like the world itself was slipping away, her vision blurring, and the room around her began to fade into a black fog. But then, with a force that shocked her, the grip on her wrist loosened just enough for her to break free. She stumbled backward, gasping for air, her knees giving way as she collapsed to the floor. The mirror in front of her cracked, the spiderweb of fractures spreading across its surface like a web of broken glass. For a moment, everything was silent. The glow had dimmed and the shadow was gone. But Rachel couldn't bring herself to get up. She couldn't take her eyes off the shattered mirror in front of her, the cracks running through the reflection of the room like veins, pulsing with something dark. She could still feel the cold burn on her wrist where the shadow had touched her. And the voice, low whispering, came again. "You're too late. It's already begun." Rachel's hands trembled as she pressed them against the floor, trying to push herself upright. She had to get out of this room. She had to find Mark and Laura. They had to be somewhere. She couldn't do this alone. But before she could get to her feet, the air around her shifted once more. The temperature dropped sharply and the whispering voices grew louder. The house groaned like it was waking up. Something was moving. With a sharp intake of breath, Rachel looked around, her eyes darting to the doorway. The hallway outside was dark, but now there was movement in the shadows. Figures, shapes, flitted in and out of the edges of her vision, just out of reach. She wasn't alone. There was something else in the house, something that had been there before her, and something that wouldn't let her leave. She staggered toward the door, her mind reeling. She didn't care if it was Mark or something else. She needed answers. She needed to get out, or she would end up just like all the others. She rushed into the hallway, but when she reached the top of the stairs, she froze. The air was thick with a strange, unnatural fog. It curled around her legs, creeping up her body like it was alive, choking her breath. From the bottom of the stairs came a sound, a scraping. Slow, steady. She squinted, trying to see through the mist. There, at the foot of the stairs, stood the figure of a man, tall and broad, his face hidden beneath the shadows of the lodge. It was the same man who had greeted them when they arrived, the caretaker. His eyes were hidden, but there was something strange in the way he stood, his body unnaturally still. But then, with a sharp snap of his head, his eyes flashed open. They were black, entirely black like two pools of ink. His gaze locked onto her, piercing through the fog, and a slow, knowing smile spread across his face. It wasn't a smile of comfort. It wasn't the smile of someone who was friendly. It was a predatory grin, a smile that belonged to something that had been waiting for a long time. The man, no, it wasn't a man anymore, took a step forward, his long, stiff limbs jerking with an unnatural rhythm, like a marionette being controlled by strings. Each step echoed in the hallway, heavy and deliberate, as if the floorboards were groaning under his weight. Rachel's body went rigid. She felt the pull of his gaze, his presence growing stronger as he drew closer. But then she saw it, the thing behind him. A silhouette, shadowed and dark, stood in the far corner of the hallway, watching her with eyes that glowed like embers in the night. It was larger, a towering shape that seemed to stretch upward, like a tree grown too tall, its limbs reaching toward the ceiling. The thing's eyes never left her, and the air around her began to hum with a low, vibrating energy. She backed away slowly, each step echoing in the fog. She could hear the caretaker's footsteps growing louder, closer. She turned and ran. Her feet pounded the wooden floors, slipping and sliding in the mist as she raced for the nearest door. She didn't know where she was going, but she couldn't stay there. Not with that thing behind her. Not with the shadows closing in on her. As she reached the door, her fingers trembling, she pulled it open with all her strength, not stopping to look behind her. She didn't care where she was going. She just had to get away. But as she crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind her, and the world around her shifted. Suddenly the lodge was gone. The dark hallway, the shadows, the figures, they all disappeared, and the ground beneath her feet gave way. Rachel screamed as the earth swallowed her. Rachel's scream echoed through the dark void, swallowed almost instantly by the suffocating darkness that surrounded her. She fell, her body weightless for a terrifying moment, before she collided with something hard. Her breath was knocked out of her, and her vision blurred as she tried to make sense of where she was. It felt as though the world had twisted and folded in on itself, plunging her into a place where time no longer existed. Her hands scraped against rough stone, the coldness of it seeping into her skin as she pushed herself up, gasping for air. The fog, the mists, were still there, swirling around her like living tendrils, clinging to her skin, pulling at her every step. She tried to stand, but the ground beneath her shifted, making her knees buckle. She fell again, her palms scraping against jagged rocks, tearing into the skin. Her heart pounded, and she could taste the bitterness of fear on the back of her throat. Where am I? The air was thick with an otherworldly chill, colder than anything she had ever felt before. It was as if she had been pulled into the very bowels of the earth, into some forgotten abyss that existed outside of time, outside of reality. The darkness was so complete that she could barely see her own hands in front of her face. The only sound was the pounding of her own heartbeat and the soft, echoing whispers that seemed to come from all around her, rising and falling in a language she couldn't understand. But it was the whispers she feared the most. They were not like the voices she had heard in the lodge. These whispers were alive. They moved, they twisted, and they pulled at her consciousness, scraping against her mind like claws on glass. She could feel them in the deepest parts of her thoughts, threading their way through her, planting seeds of dread that grew like vines, strangling her with their presence. Get up. It was a command, not a whisper, but the voice was faint, distant, like a far-off echo reverberating through the depths of the abyss. The voice was too familiar. It had the same cold, demanding quality as the caretaker's voice, the same eerie presence. Rachel pushed herself to her feet once more, her body shaking with exhaustion, but there was no way forward, no visible path or even a glimpse of light. The darkness pressed in from all sides, thick and oppressive. The only direction she could sense was the sensation of being pulled, something deeper, darker, calling her forward. Her breath hitched as she looked down at the ground. The rocks beneath her feet had been replaced with something else, soft, slick, almost gelatinous, like the floor was made of living matter. It seemed to pulse beneath her as if it were breathing. You're too late. The voice again. It was clearer now, and this time it felt as if it were coming from inside her own head. Too late for what? She whispered to herself, though she wasn't sure she wanted an answer. She could feel the tension building in her chest, the pressure of the unknown, the sense that someone, was waiting for her, watching her every move. But who? And what did they want? Suddenly, a flicker of light. A pale, blue glow shone through the darkness, distant at first, but growing stronger with each passing second. It wasn't the soft, comforting light of a candle or lantern. No, this light had a strange, unholy quality to it, an unnatural hue that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeats. It beckoned her, like a moth drawn to the flame, despite every instinct telling her to turn and run. Rachel hesitated for only a moment before she moved toward the light, her legs unsteady but pushing her forward. She had to know what it was. She had to know what was out there in the dark, beyond her reach. With each step, the light grew brighter. And as she drew closer, the air became thicker, warmer, as if she were walking into a storm. The ground beneath her feet became less gelatinous, more solid, until she stood in a small clearing. The light came from an altar of sorts, a massive stone structure covered in ancient, moss-covered runes. The glow seemed to pulse from within the altar as though it were alive, like the heart of some great sleeping creature that had been awakened. Rachel stood in front of it, staring at the glowing stone, her body trembling with a mixture of fear and awe. The whispers were louder now, a cacophony of voices, but they had become singular, unified. They no longer spoke in fragmented fragments, but in a language that made her skin crawl. And then, from the shadows, something moved. It was not human. It was not even alive, at least not in the way she understood it. The thing that emerged from the darkness was a hulking mass of limbs, of twisted bodies, crawling toward her with a horrific speed that defied logic. It was made of shadows, its form constantly shifting, warping into grotesque shapes as it moved, its many eyes glinting like red-hot coals in the darkness. Rachel froze. Every part of her screamed to run, to escape this nightmare, but her legs wouldn't move. Her feet were rooted to the spot. The creature, no, the thing, was too close now, its presence suffocating, too powerful, too overwhelming. It stopped just in front of her, and Rachel found herself staring into its many eyes. Each one seemed to reflect her fear, her dread. And then, in the silence that followed, the creature spoke. "You've come too far," it hissed, its voice a deep, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate the very air around her. "You've come to take what isn't yours." Rachel wanted to speak, to ask what it meant, but her throat closed up. Her mouth was dry, and her breath came in shallow gasps. She didn't know what it wanted, what it was talking about. All she knew was that she couldn't stay here in this place. The thing's many arms reached out toward her, but she couldn't move. She was trapped. And then, just as it was about to touch her, the light from the altar flared brighter, blinding her with its intensity. The creature hissed, recoiling from the sudden burst of light, its limbs flailing in anger. But it was too late. The altar erupted in a flash of white-hot energy, blasting through the darkness. The light consumed everything, filling her vision until there was nothing left but the sound of the creature's cries. The explosion of light was overwhelming. Rachel's body tensed, her muscles locked in fear as the blinding energy flooded the cavernous space. It was as if every fiber of her being was being stretched and pulled, wrenched from her very existence by the intensity of the light. The creature, the thing, shrieked, its horrific cry reverberating through the air, and for a brief moment Rachel felt her very soul tremble. Then everything went silent. The light faded to a dull glow, and the overwhelming pressure in the air lifted. Rachel's limbs felt heavy, like lead, but she managed to open her eyes, her vision blurry from the intensity of the flash. The world around her had changed. She was no longer standing in that vast, cold, shifting void. No, the darkness had vanished completely, replaced by an eerie stillness. She was in a forest, yes, a forest, but it was unlike any forest she had ever seen. The trees towered high above, their bark twisted and warped, curling inward like ancient sentinels, their branches gnarled like fingers reaching for the sky. A thick mist curled around the ground, swirling in the silence like something alive. The air was damp, heavy with the scent of earth and decay, but it was different this time. The air wasn't suffocating, it was watching. The very atmosphere seemed to pulse with a rhythm of its own, as if the forest itself was alive, breathing with her every movement. She stood in a small clearing, the mist pressing in around her, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. The ground beneath her feet was soft but firm, covered with moss and fallen leaves that had a deep red hue. Her pulse was still racing, her heart thudding in her ears, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. From the distance came a sound, the faintest of rustling, a whisper through the trees. Rachel's breath caught in her throat, and she turned slowly, her eyes scanning the dark shapes of the trees. A shadow moved just at the edge of her vision, something large, something looming. Her heart skipped a beat, and then out of the silence, a voice. The same voice that had spoken to her from the abyss. "You've come far, little one, farther than any before you." The voice was ancient, like the rustling of dead leaves, like the echo of something that had existed for millennia, buried beneath the weight of time and forgotten knowledge. It was familiar yet strange, soothing yet unsettling. Rachel's throat felt dry, her legs shaky beneath her. She turned toward the voice, her eyes searching the darkness for any sign of the source. But there was nothing. Just the mist, the twisted trees, and the eerie silence that pressed in from every side. Why am I here?" Rachel whispered, her voice trembling. The voice responded, its tone both mocking and solemn. What? Oh, you know the answer, don't you? You are here because you sought something that should have remained hidden. You walked into the forest that should not be walked. You opened the door that should have stayed locked. Rachel's mind reeled. The door. She thought, trying to make sense of what it meant. The door in the lodge. The strange caretaker. The whispers that had led her here. She thought of the figure she had seen in the reflection, the one who had pulled her into this nightmare. What is this place? What happened to me? You have crossed the threshold, the voice answered, its tone now colder. You have entered the realm between the worlds, the boundary that separates the living from the dead. This is the place of forgotten things, of those who have been lost to time, those who sought what they could never possess. And now you are one of them. A chill swept through Rachel, colder than any wind. Her breath quickened, her mind racing. I don't belong here, she whispered to herself, almost as if trying to convince herself. But the voice only laughed softly, a sound that echoed through the trees like the wind. Belong? You have already belonged to this place since the moment you stepped foot in the lodge. You belong to the forest, to the creatures that dwell within it, to the ancient forces that govern it. You sought answers, and now the answers will be your undoing. Rachel's hands clenched into fists, a surge of defiance rising within her. She didn't care what this place was. She didn't care who or what it was that spoke to her. She had to survive. She had to get back. But as she moved, trying to steady herself, the ground beneath her began to shift. The moss parted, revealing dark cracks in the earth, gaping, hungry mouths that seemed to pulse with life. The trees around her groaned as if they too were alive, and the branches above began to sway, their movements erratic and unnatural. Something else was coming. She could feel it. A low, rumbling growl echoed through the mist, low and primal. The ground vibrated beneath her feet as massive forms began to emerge from the shadows of the trees. Dark shapes, monstrous, their eyes glowing like embers in the darkness. They were massive, with long, sinewy limbs, hunched backs, and twisted faces that seemed to shift as if they were made of smoke. They were watching her. The guardians of this realm, the voice purred, now strangely close. The keepers of the forgotten things. They will not let you leave. Rachel's chest tightened with panic. She could feel her heart pounding in her ears, her breath quick and shallow. The creatures, if they were creatures, moved closer, their eyes never leaving her. She could hear the rasp of their breath, thick and wet, the sound of claws scraping against the earth. Without thinking, she turned and ran. The fog thickened around her, swirling in heavy clouds that seemed to drag her down, pulling at her legs as she struggled to make her way through the dense forest. The mist was so thick now she could barely see her own hands. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, until they were a deafening roar in her ears. The ground was uneven, the roots of the trees snaking across her path like the fingers of some ancient beast trying to hold her down. Her body ached with exhaustion, but she pushed forward, her breath ragged as the trees around her twisted and groaned. Behind her, the creatures were closing in. She could hear them, their footsteps like thunder crashing through the underbrush, their growls vibrating in her bones. But she couldn't look back. She couldn't stop. She didn't know where she was going, but she had to keep moving. The trees seemed to close in around her, the path narrowing as if the forest itself was conspiring against her. She could feel it, the press of the forest on all sides, the sense of something bigger, something older, watching, waiting for her to falter. And then, as she stumbled over another root, she saw it. A light. A distant, flickering flame, shining like a beacon through the dense fog. It was small, but it was enough. Rachel didn't hesitate. She ran toward it, her legs burning, her chest aching. The light was just ahead, just a few more steps. But as she reached it, her heart sank. It wasn't a flame. It was a figure. A shadow standing in the middle of the clearing, bathed in an eerie, unnatural glow. And when it turned toward her, Rachel felt the blood drain from her face. It was the caretaker. But it wasn't him anymore. His eyes were still black. His face was gaunt, twisted, a mask of pure malice. And in his hand, he held something dark, pulsing with the same energy that had pulled her into this nightmare. You shouldn't have come, he whispered, his voice hollow, dead. Now, you belong to the forest just like the rest. And with that, the light went out. The darkness pressed in immediately, swallowing the fleeting light, leaving Rachel standing alone in the suffocating void. Her breath came in short, panicked bursts, and her body trembled with the chill that now wrapped around her like chains. She stood frozen, her heart hammering in her chest, her mind racing for a way out. The caretaker's twisted form, his face still an unrecognizable mask of malice, loomed just beyond her reach, his eyes locked onto hers. The energy that radiated from him was suffocating, cold, and suffused with an ancient malevolence. Rachel's knees buckled as a deep, primal fear clawed its way up her spine. How could she escape this? How could she escape him? He took a step toward her, his movements unnervingly slow, as if savoring her fear. The ground under her feet felt unstable, as if it were shifting beneath her weight, and the trees around her groaned, the once stable forest now becoming an ever-encroaching mass of shifting shadows. It was as though the forest itself was alive, pulling her closer to the caretaker, pushing her deeper into its grip. "You shouldn't have come here," the caretaker repeated, his voice reverberating through the fog, low and cold. The words sliced through her like ice. "This place is not meant for you. It never was." Rachel wanted to speak. She wanted to scream, to demand answers, but the words died in her throat. The power emanating from the caretaker was overwhelming. It was suffocating her, constricting her lungs, pressing on her chest like 1,000 tons of stone. Her body felt as though it were betraying her, weak, drained, and utterly powerless. "This can't be real," she thought desperately. "This is a dream. It has to be a dream." But deep down she knew it wasn't. It was far worse than any nightmare. This was the very fabric of reality bending and warping around her, an ancient and terrible force that she could not escape. The trees around her seemed to bend inward, their branches reaching toward her, their gnarled fingers stretching like the claws of some ancient beast. The fog twisted into strange shapes, whispering her name, calling her, pulling her deeper into its dark embrace. "You've already begun unraveling," the caretaker said, his voice seeping into her mind, filling it with a sense of dread and inevitability. "There is no going back now. You are here, in this place, in this time. You are as much a part of it as the trees and the roots, as the fog and the shadows. You cannot escape." Rachel's mind spun with the weight of his words. She could feel it, the sense of an invisible thread tying her to this forsaken place. It was as if the very earth beneath her feet was drawing her in, pulling her closer to something that was beyond her comprehension, something far older, far darker than anything she could have ever imagined. She stumbled backward, her legs shaking with exhaustion and fear. She wanted to run, but her body refused to obey. The air around her thickened with a palpable sense of dread. The caretaker's figure grew more pronounced in the darkness, his form a twisted silhouette against the backdrop of the ancient trees. He reached out, his hand elongated, his fingers impossibly long, stretched like branches, each one tipped with sharp claw-like nails. "You should have stayed away," he whispered, his voice a mere breath against the wind. "Now you will join us, join the lost, the forgotten, the ones who tried to leave but never could. The forest remembers." His words crawled under Rachel's skin like cold fingers, burrowing into her mind, making her feel the weight of their truth. The very air she breathed seemed to thicken with it, like the lodge, the forest, the entire place was alive, alive and waiting for her to break. Her pulse hammered in her ears as she staggered back. But the trees, they were closing in. She could feel them pressing in, pushing her back toward the caretaker, toward the ever-growing shadows. It was as though the very land itself was conspiring against her, dragging her back into its heart. The branches creaked and groaned, like ancient bones shifting beneath the weight of time. Suddenly, the fog parted slightly, revealing something she hadn't seen before, a dark, twisted path that stretched deep into the forest. The trees on either side were even more gnarled, their roots thick and twisted, weaving together like the sinewy tendons of some massive creature. The path seemed to beckon her, dark and foreboding, but Rachel knew one thing: it was the only way forward. She had no choice. The caretaker did not move. He simply watched, his eyes gleaming in the mist, the hint of a twisted smile curling at the corners of his lips. But Rachel couldn't wait for him to make his move. She couldn't let him get any closer. With a final glance toward the caretaker, Rachel broke into a desperate sprint, her feet pounding against the earth, her lungs burning. The forest closed around her like a vice, but she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. The path twisted and turned, leading her deeper into the forest, but it was the strange whispers that surrounded her now, louder than ever before. The voices were no longer distant, faint murmurs. They were inside her head, crashing through her thoughts, filling her mind with images, with memories she couldn't place. They were of the lodge, of her friends, of faces she had seen only moments before. But they were wrong. Their eyes were empty, hollow. She shook her head violently, trying to block them out, but they were growing stronger. The whispers were no longer just voices. They were images, horrible, twisted images, of people she knew, people she loved, twisting, writhing, their faces contorted into grotesque mockeries of joy. Rachel's vision blurred. Her legs began to feel like lead, the path before her narrowing, the mist around her thickening. It was as if the forest itself was warping and shifting, closing in on her, trying to suffocate her. And then she saw it. In the distance, through the haze, a figure. A woman. Wow. It was Lara, but not the Lara she remembered. Her face was pale, her hair wild and tangled, her eyes wide, empty. She was standing motionless at the edge of the path, her gaze locked onto Rachel. There was something wrong with her, something terribly, horribly wrong. She was watching Rachel, but it was like she wasn't there, like her very being had been taken, consumed by the forest. Lara's mouth moved, but the words didn't reach Rachel's ears. The whispers, they had drowned out everything. Suddenly, the ground beneath Rachel's feet gave way. The earth shifted again, and she felt herself plummeting. Down into the black. Rachel's world tilted, spun, and then, in the most terrifying way, dropped. The floor disappeared from beneath her feet, the mist swirling upward like the breath of some great, slumbering beast. Her stomach lurched as she plunged downward, her body weightless in the blackness, the air thick and suffocating around her. There was no ground, no end to the fall, just the endless, vertiginous feeling of falling. The darkness swallowed her, drowning out everything, the distant cries of the creatures in the forest, the whispers clawing at her mind, the eerie, hollow voice of the caretaker. Her limbs flailed helplessly, her body out of control as she plummeted deeper and deeper. She could feel the air compressing around her, pressing against her, pushing the breath from her lungs. Her mind raced, filled with fear and confusion. How far would she fall? How far until there was no return? Suddenly the world stopped. Her body collided with something soft but firm. A sudden impact that sent a shock through her spine. The wind was knocked out of her, and for a moment she could only gasp, her limbs splayed out, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might tear from her chest. She lay there, in a heap on the ground, eyes wide in shock, barely able to move. The blackness around her was still, and the air, strangely, wasn't quite as thick anymore. Her breath came in ragged gasps, and she could hear her heartbeat hammering in her ears. She took a slow, shuddering breath and forced herself to sit up, her hands trembling as they pressed against the cool earth beneath her. The ground beneath her felt solid. Her vision was still blurry, and the room, or cavern, she had landed in was an impenetrable shadow. But she wasn't alone. The whispers were still there, like a hissing wind that spoke of lost things, of horrors older than anything she could fathom. The darkness pressed against her from every angle, but there was something else. Something deeper. She could feel it, something waiting. The faintest flicker of light caught her eye, a tiny shimmer through the darkness. She blinked and rubbed her eyes, her chest tight with fear, but the light remained. It was distant, barely visible, but it was real. Without thinking, she pushed herself to her feet, her legs unsteady beneath her. The world still felt like it was shifting beneath her, but she had to move. She had to go toward the light. The path ahead was unclear, but it felt like the only way out of this suffocating, oppressive darkness. With a deep breath, she took a step forward. The moment her foot hit the ground, a sharp noise filled the air, a low, grinding, cracking sound. Her heart lurched. She spun around, her eyes darting through the thick mist, trying to find the source of the noise. Nothing. But then something moved. A shadow, no, a shape, shifted at the far edge of the cavern. It was large. Too large. It moved with an unnatural grace, its form barely visible, just a distortion in the darkness. It was not a figure. It was a presence, shifting, rippling like liquid darkness. Rachel's heart skipped a beat, but she couldn't stop moving. The light ahead grew brighter, more defined. It beckoned her like a star in the night sky, promising an end to the fear, to the uncertainty. The whispers became louder, closer, more urgent, as if the very air around her was alive and aware of her every movement. Her pulse quickened. Her instinct screamed at her to stop, to turn around and run. But the light was pulling her. It was her only hope. Another step. This time the ground beneath her cracked. The earth groaned, its surface splitting, sending a deep shudder through the floor. Rachel's eyes widened as a jagged crack appeared before her, splitting the earth like the jaws of a massive beast about to swallow her whole. A scream echoed through the cavern, raw and desperate, the sound twisting and distorting in the thick atmosphere. The whispering voices faded momentarily, replaced by a deep, guttural growl that vibrated through the ground, like a warning. Rachel froze. The shadowy presence shifted again, closer this time, and for the first time she could feel it. Its eyes, the weight of its gaze pressing down on her. She couldn't see it, but she could feel it, like a beast stalking its prey, inching closer, its very presence drawing the air from her lungs. The crack in the ground expanded, widening like a fissure opening up in the very fabric of reality. In the center of it, a glowing red light pulsed from deep below the surface. It seemed to breathe, throbbing with an unnatural rhythm as though it were alive, waiting for her to step closer. Rachel took another step and then another. Her breath hitched as the ground shifted beneath her again. The fissure widened, revealing what lay beneath. It wasn't just a crack in the earth, it was a doorway, a gateway. It beckoned her. And then she saw it. The red glow wasn't just light, it was something more. It was an energy, a force that hummed through the air, vibrating at a frequency that made Rachel's teeth ache. It was as if the very earth itself was alive, and it was pulling her toward it, dragging her down into its depths. Her feet moved on their own now. She was no longer in control. The gravity of the place was too strong, the pull of the glowing abyss too overwhelming. She had to go forward. She had to face whatever was waiting in the dark, in the red glow. As she stepped closer to the fissure, the shadow emerged fully, breaking free from the dark recesses of the cavern. It was tall, impossibly tall, and its form twisted and warped as it moved, its limbs elongated and jerking unnaturally, like they didn't belong to it. Its eyes, those eyes, were two bright orbs, glowing with a fiery intensity that sent a shudder of pure terror through Rachel. The thing spoke, not with words but with a feeling of inevitability. You cannot escape. Rachel's feet carried her to the edge of the fissure, her eyes locked on the glowing light below. It was as though the force of its power had taken over her mind, erasing all her fear, all her rationality. She was drawn to it like a moth to the flame, unable to stop herself, unable to fight it. As she leaned closer, the light seemed to expand and the darkness, the shadows, closed in behind her. The creature behind her let out a deafening roar. But Rachel was no longer aware of it. All she could see was the abyss below. All she could feel was the pull of the end. And then, everything snapped. The ground gave way beneath her. The light, blinding hot, consumed her whole. For a moment, Rachel felt nothing. No ground beneath her, no air, no time. It was as if the very essence of her being had been wiped away, replaced by the vast, infinite nothingness that stretched around her. The light, that fierce red glow, consumed her entire world, and in that moment she felt as though she had become part of it. No longer a body, no longer a mind, but something other, something timeless, drifting in the void. Her body was weightless, her senses utterly disconnected from the world she had once known. But the red light pulsed around her, a rhythmic beat that seemed to synchronize with the very thrum of her heart. It was a powerful, vibrating force that filled every crevice of her being, pulling her deeper into its embrace, drawing her into the heart of whatever this place was. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the sensation of freefall stopped. Rachel's feet slammed into solid ground, jolting her back to reality. The shock of impact sent a sharp pain through her legs, but there was no time to react. The ground beneath her trembled as if the very earth itself was alive and waking. She gasped, her lungs struggling to breathe in the thick, suffocating air. The world around her was a swirling maelstrom of dark shapes and colors, twisted and incomprehensible. The red light still bathed the area, casting long, unnatural shadows that seemed to stretch and writhe on their own. The atmosphere felt heavy, oppressive, as if something was pressing down on her chest, forcing her to breathe in short, shallow gasps. Rachel blinked, her eyes adjusting to the sickly glow. She could make out shapes now, vast, towering structures that seemed to reach impossibly high into the darkness above. They were like spires of black stone, jagged and twisted. their surfaces etched with glowing runes and symbols that pulsed with the same unsettling rhythm as the light. It was a city, but not a city like any she had ever seen before. This place was ancient, older than time itself, and it radiated a sense of terrible power. The very air felt as if it was alive, charged with an energy that made her skin tingle and her muscles ache with the weight of it. The ground was cracked, fissures running deep through the earth like veins in a dying creature, and beneath those cracks, there was a soft, pulsing glow, red, just like the light that surrounded her. But it wasn't just light. It was energy, raw and untamed, swirling beneath the surface of the ground, as if the very foundation of this place was built upon some ancient power, some terrible force that had been here long before she had ever arrived. Rachel stood motionless, her breath coming in short, uneven gasps, her eyes scanning the twisted landscape around her. There was no sign of the creature that had been chasing her, no sign of the shadowy figures she had seen before. But she could still feel their presence, an invisible weight in the air, a tension that made every muscle in her body ache with the need to run, to hide. But there was nowhere to run. There was no escape. Not here. Not in this place. She took a tentative step forward, her feet sinking slightly into the soft, uneven ground. As she moved, the light shifted, growing dimmer and more erratic, like it was struggling to keep its hold on the world around her. The very air around her seemed to pulse with an electric hum, a low, vibrating sound that made her teeth ache and her skin crawl. Then, from the corner of her eye, she saw movement. A figure, tall and shrouded in shadow, stood just beyond one of the towering spires. It was difficult to make out its shape, but the sense of malice radiated from it like a thick fog. The figure didn't move, at least not at first. It stood still, like a statue carved from the same black stone that made up the spires, its form almost blending into the darkness around it. Rachel's heart skipped a beat. She knew that presence. It was the same as the caretaker, but twisted, more primal, more powerful. She could feel its eyes on her, watching her every move, even though she couldn't see them. It was as if it were studying her, analyzing her, waiting for her to make a move. The whispering began again, those same voices that had haunted her since the moment she had entered this cursed place. They were louder now, more insistent, swirling in her mind like a hurricane of thoughts. But they weren't words. They were feelings, emotions, desires, fears. They weren't speaking to her. They were feeling her. You are nothing. You will never leave. You belong here now. The whispers pushed deeper, scraping at the edges of her sanity, tugging at the thread of her mind. Rachel's head throbbed with pain, her thoughts twisting and distorting under the weight of it all. She tried to fight it, tried to push it out of her mind, but it was no use. The whispers were too loud, too invasive. They were everywhere, seeping into her consciousness like a disease. She staggered forward, unable to stand still, her legs trembling beneath her. But as she moved, the ground beneath her shifted once more, cracked. She gasped as the earth opened up before her, a wide, jagged fissure yawning in the earth, swallowing everything in its path. The red glow beneath the surface flickered and pulsed as the crack widened, and for a split second Rachel thought she saw something moving beneath the surface. It wasn't just the light. Something was alive down there. Suddenly she felt a pull, soft at first like the ground beneath her was reaching for her. Then it grew stronger, faster. The earth began to shift beneath her feet, as if the very land itself was alive and hungry. The ground cracked open wider, and the figure standing near the spire, the shadow, moved. It stepped forward, its movements slow but deliberate, each step sending a ripple through the air. The shadow began to take form, the darkness pooling around it, swirling and shifting like liquid. And then it spoke. You should not have come. The voice was deep, ancient, and utterly devoid of emotion. It wasn't a warning. It was a statement. An inevitability. Rachel's heart raced. She had to run. She had to get away. But where? There was nowhere left to run. The fissure beneath her feet widened again, and the red light surged, an explosion of raw power and energy. She stumbled backward, her feet slipping on the uneven ground as she tried to find her balance. But it was too late. The shadow was upon her. The shadow loomed before her now, an impossibly tall, writhing figure formed from darkness itself. Rachel's breath hitched in her chest, the sound of her own heartbeat deafening in her ears. It was not human. It was not even something she could recognize. It was something far older, far more primal than anything she could comprehend. Its presence flooded the space, consuming every inch of the cavern and the twisted city around her. The figure's shape was vague, like shifting smoke or ink bleeding into the air. Its outline flickered and warped, as though it existed in multiple realities at once, distorting and bending, defying the laws of nature itself. The darkness around it pressed in tighter, a tangible force that seemed to bend the very space it occupied. The air thickened. The oppressive weight of the energy in this place pushed down on Rachel's chest, making it hard to breathe. It was like a storm had gathered, a force she could neither control nor understand. The whispers, the same ones that had haunted her thoughts, were now joined by something else, something deeper. A guttural, low hum vibrating through her bones. It came from the shadow. "You should not be here." The voice was a roar, a sudden eruption that nearly tore the air in half. But it wasn't a voice. It was more like a feeling, a presence that spoke to her very soul. It felt like the earth itself had spoken, like the primal force of nature was warning her to leave, to turn back. Rachel couldn't move. Her body refused to obey, frozen in place by the sheer force of the creature's presence. It wasn't fear anymore, it was something deeper, something instinctual, like the weight of ancient terror that echoed across the millennia. She felt the pull of the shadow, the draw of something far beyond her understanding. "The forest calls to you," the shadow whispered, its form writhing, shifting in ways that made Rachel's stomach churn. "It has always called. The trees, the stones, the creatures of this place, they have all waited for you." Rachel's mind spun. The forest? Waited for me? She didn't understand. The forest? She hadn't asked for any of this. She hadn't chosen to come here. She didn't know how she had arrived or why she had been drawn to the lodge. All she knew was that something had been calling her, pulling her deeper and deeper into this nightmare. But she had no answers. She only had questions. And with each one, the darkness seemed to grow tighter around her. "You were never meant to leave," the shadow continued, its voice shifting like the rustle of wind through dead leaves. "This place is your prison. This place is your fate." A cold chill ran through her veins, the words cutting deeper than the ice in her chest. Rachel shook her head, her teeth clenched as she fought the rising panic. No, I can't be trapped here. I won't be." She backed away slowly, her eyes fixed on the pulsing shadow, but the ground beneath her feet trembled again. The earth rumbled, a deep, resonating sound that made her knees buckle. The fissure in the ground widened, and the red glow intensified, sending tremors through the cavern. And then a terrible realization struck her. It wasn't the shadow that was the true danger. It was what was beneath the ground. The forest was waking. From deep beneath the fissures, from the cracks in the earth, Rachel could see it now. Something vast, something enormous, shifting in the shadows. It was not just a single entity. It was a creature, or perhaps a thing, that had been buried beneath the earth, beneath the forest, for countless ages. The very ground trembled beneath her feet, vibrating with the immense power of whatever it was that lay beneath. It was as if the forest itself were alive, its heart beating beneath the surface, pulsing with energy. The shadow shifted, its form flickering like a flame. It moved forward, its tendrils reaching out toward Rachel. The air grew colder, and she felt her heart slow, a deep, paralyzing fear gripping her body. It was as though the entire forest was closing in on her, its branches, its roots, its creatures, all reaching for her, pulling her down into the depths. The shadow spoke again, its voice now an unsettling, melodic hum, like an ancient chant vibrating through the fabric of the world itself. "Do you hear it? The heartbeat of the forest. It calls to you. It calls to all who seek its power. It has always waited. It has always wanted." The earth groaned again, louder this time, and Rachel looked down at the ground. She could see the cracks spreading, long, jagged lines that shot out like veins, growing wider and deeper with every passing second. The red light beneath her feet grew stronger, its pulsing heartbeat now unmistakable, a sound that filled the air with an unnatural rhythm. The forest was not just an entity. It was alive. Alive in a way that Rachel couldn't understand. Alive in a way that went beyond what was natural, beyond what was human. And it was awakening. The trees around her groaned, their massive trunks creaking as though they were stretching, yawning in the ancient darkness. Their twisted branches reached down toward her, their gnarled fingers brushing the air as though they were feeling her presence, sensing her blood. Rachel's breath quickened as she realized what was happening. The ground was alive. The forest was alive. and it was calling to her, pulling her into its depths. She staggered back again, her heart pounding in her chest, but there was nowhere left to run. The shadow was all around her now, its tendrils stretching out like dark fingers, its form coiling and shifting in the air. "There is no escape, child," the shadow murmured, its voice soft and cold. "The forest will consume you. You will be part of it. Forever." Rachel's body was shaking now, her mind a whirl of fear and desperation. She didn't know how to fight this, how to stop it. But something deep within her refused to give in. "I will not be a part of you," she whispered, more to herself than to the shadow. "I will not." But the forest did not listen. It never listened. The red glow beneath her feet grew brighter. The earth trembled more violently. And as the forest reached its crescendo, as the beating of the ground pulsed in time with Rachel's heart, she felt it. The forest was no longer waiting. It was here. It was alive. And it was hungry. Rachel stood frozen, her mind racing as the world around her spun out of control. The ground beneath her feet seemed to vibrate with life, sending tremors through her bones. The red light pulsed like a heartbeat, thrumming with an energy that was beyond human comprehension. The air itself seemed thick, saturated with something ancient and malevolent, something that could never be outrun. The shadow that had once been distant was now looming over her, its form more distinct, more solid, its tendrils creeping toward her like hungry vines. She could feel its cold, dark presence wrapping around her, a weight that pressed against her chest, making it harder and harder to breathe. But it wasn't just the shadow that terrified her, it was what lay beneath. The earth groaned again and Rachel's gaze snapped downward, her eyes widening in horror as the ground cracked open, revealing the depths of the abyss below. Something was stirring. The fissures that had once been small, harmless cracks in the ground were now yawning chasms, splitting wide to expose the pulsating red light beneath. The glow emanating from the cracks was now blinding, casting long shadows that danced across the cavern, as if the shadows themselves were alive, moving and contorting in unnatural ways. The air was charged, thick with the scent of wet earth and decay, and Rachel could taste the coppery tang of fear in her mouth. "It's all alive," she thought, panic seizing her chest. The forest, the earth itself, was alive, a sprawling, writhing mass of ancient power, and she was trapped within it. She had thought she was just lost, just in the wrong place at the wrong time. But now the truth was undeniable. She wasn't just lost. She had been brought here. And she wasn't just a victim. She was part of it. The shadow before her moved again, its form flickering and shifting with every second. It was no longer just a shape. It was a presence, a force, something that existed beyond the physical world. Its tendrils stretched outward, reaching for her, pulling at the very fabric of reality. It wasn't just after her. It was drawing her in. "Come," the voice hummed, deeper now, more insistent. "Join us. Join the forest. You have always belonged to it." Rachel's heart pounded in her chest as she stumbled backward, her legs weak beneath her. The words "belong to it" rang in her ears, like a warning, a promise, and a curse all at once. She had heard it before, in the whispers in the shadow's voice. The forest had waited for her, but she didn't know why. She didn't know what she was supposed to become here. The air around her shimmered, and Rachel felt a sudden pressure on her mind, a whisper that didn't come from her ears but from somewhere deep inside her skull. It was a feeling, something too old, too primal to understand, but it was undeniable. The ground beneath her began to shift. The stones, the roots, the very earth itself seemed to move, as if the forest were waking up, stretching its limbs, reaching for her. The red glow intensified, the pulsing light growing brighter, more violent, as if it were feeding on her fear, drawing energy from her very presence. "No!" she cried out, her voice shaking, though she knew it was futile. The air thickened with every breath, like a suffocating weight pressing against her chest. Her thoughts became clouded, her vision narrowing, as though the very essence of this place was pulling her into its center, into the heart of whatever dark force had taken root here. Her hands trembled as she reached forward, grasping at the jagged edges of the crack in the ground, trying to hold on to something, anything, that might stop her from falling deeper into the abyss. But the crack spread wider, and the ground beneath her feet cracked open like an enormous mouth, a chasm that threatened to swallow her whole. "I can't stay here," she thought desperately. "I can't stay here." But before she could pull herself away, the shadow surged forward, its tendrils snaking out, wrapping around her arms, her legs, pulling her toward the gaping void. The darkness was suffocating, choking the air out of her lungs, and her heart raced faster, as if her very life force was being drained. The shadow spoke again, its voice now more insistent, more demanding. "You cannot resist, child. You are part of this world now. You belong to the forest, to the forgotten, to the lost." Rachel screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the roaring force of the shadow, by the pull of the forest itself. Her arms burned, her muscles screamed as they were stretched, twisted, and pulled in unnatural directions. The forest was no longer just a place. It was a force, a living entity, and she was its prey. She could feel the ground pulling at her, reaching for her, as if the earth itself was trying to drag her into its depths. In that moment, Rachel's mind went blank. The fear, the panic, the overwhelming pressure, they all seemed to converge into a singular point, a singular realization. She had no control here. She was the hunted. The shadow loomed over her, its form shifting with every heartbeat, its tendrils twisting and coiling like serpents. The red light pulsed in time with her own racing heart, as if it were feeding off her terror, pulling her deeper into the earth. "You will join us," the shadow crooned, its voice now a whisper against her skin. "You will become part of the forest, part of the endless cycle. There is no escape." Rachel's throat closed up as she tried to scream, but the words wouldn't come. It was as though the air itself had thickened to the point where she could no longer draw breath, where the very act of trying to fight became an impossible task. And yet, as the shadow's tendrils coiled tighter around her, something inside Rachel snapped. A surge of defiance, of rage, burned through her chest. It was the last spark of herself, the last ember of her will. "I won't become a part of this," she thought. "I won't. I can't." With a force that she didn't know she had left, Rachel threw herself backward, tearing her body from the tendrils that clung to her, the pain sharp and searing. Her legs gave out beneath her, but she didn't care. She scrambled across the cracked earth, her hands digging into the ground, her fingers bleeding from the jagged rocks, the roots, and the soil that seemed to fight against her. She could hear the shadow behind her, its voice growing louder, more furious. It was chasing her, its tendrils moving faster than she could run, but Rachel didn't stop. She couldn't stop. The crack in the ground widened even further, the red glow beneath her feet brighter, more blinding. And just as the last tendril of the shadow reached out for her, Rachel dove forward, her body colliding with the hard stone of the cavern floor. She looked up, her heart racing, her lungs burning with the effort. In front of her, just a few feet away, was something that made her blood run cold. A doorway. A shimmering, faintly glowing archway, carved from stone and ancient runes, stood open before her. It was the only thing that seemed solid, the only thing that wasn't bending, twisting, or consuming her. "I have to go through it," Rachel thought, her breath coming in desperate gasps. "It's my only chance." With every ounce of strength she had left, Rachel lunged forward, her hands grasping the stone archway, pulling herself through the opening. The moment her body passed through, the world exploded. The moment Rachel passed through the archway, the world around her shattered. Everything she had known, the towering forest, the pulsing red glow, the suffocating air, was torn away, swallowed by an all-consuming blackness. For an instant there was nothing. No light, no sound, no time. The fabric of reality itself seemed to unravel, and Rachel felt her body suspended in a void, lost between worlds. It was like being caught in the space between breaths, neither here nor there, but somewhere else entirely. Then, with a sudden violent jolt, the world came rushing back. Her body slammed into something solid. Her breath was knocked from her chest, and she gasped for air, disoriented. Her eyes blinked open, but the world was hazy, her vision swirling in the aftermath of whatever had just happened. She tried to move, but her limbs felt heavy, her muscles stiff, like they had been frozen in place. Slowly, the fog lifted from her mind, and she realized she was no longer in the same place. The forest had vanished, replaced by an entirely different scene, one that made her heart race with both terror and awe. She was standing in a vast, cavernous chamber, its walls stretching high above her, disappearing into the darkness. The air was thick with dust and the scent of ancient stone. The floor was covered in layers of crumbled earth and shattered stone, as though the place had long been abandoned. But there was something else. A faint, eerie glow pulsed from the very walls themselves, like veins of light running through the stone, flickering in time with some invisible, distant rhythm. It was soft at first, but as Rachel's eyes adjusted, she could see that it wasn't just light, it was something alive. It hummed with energy, like a heartbeat reverberating through the ancient rock. She rose to her feet, her legs shaky beneath her, and staggered forward, her hands reaching out for support against the walls of the chamber. Her pulse quickened as she took in her surroundings. The stone walls were covered in strange, unfamiliar symbols, runes etched deep into the surface, their edges glowing faintly with the same eerie light. They pulsed rhythmically like they were alive, their movements synchronized with the humming energy that filled the space. A chill crawled down Rachel's spine. She had no idea where she was, but she could feel it. This place, whatever it was ancient, older than anything she had ever encountered. There was a sense of deep power here, a force that ran through the stone, through the air, through her very veins. It was intoxicating and terrifying all at once. Where am I? She thought, her mind reeling. The portal, the archway, had transported her somewhere far beyond the forest, beyond the lodge. She had thought that crossing through it would be an escape, but now she wasn't so sure. As her eyes roamed the chamber, she caught sight of something in the distance. A shape, standing in the shadows, barely visible against the flickering light. Her breath caught in her throat. It was a figure, tall and imposing, wrapped in a dark cloak, its face obscured by the hood. It stood still, unmoving, as though it had been waiting for her arrival. There was something undeniably unnerving about its presence, as if the very air around it was charged with a strange energy. Rachel's pulse quickened again. She had no idea who or what that figure was, but the way it stood there, so patient, so deliberate, made her stomach churn with unease. She instinctively took a step back, but the figure did not move. It simply waited. Her eyes flicked to the walls once more. The symbols, the runes, they weren't just patterns. They were connected. They formed a network, a web of ancient, arcane power that stretched out across the entire chamber, each symbol feeding into the next, like threads in a grand tapestry. And then, as if the realization had been waiting for her all along, it hit her. The symbols, they weren't just carvings. They were a map to something. Something hidden deep within the very heart of this place. Rachel's heart skipped a beat. She had to know. She had to find out what this place was, why she had been brought here, and what it had to do with the forest, with the shadow, with everything that had happened since she first arrived. She couldn't afford to wait, she couldn't let the figure or the place take control. Taking a deep breath, Rachel moved toward the center of the chamber, her eyes never leaving the figure in the shadows. She tried to keep her movement steady, to maintain her composure, but she couldn't shake the feeling that the ground beneath her feet was alive, that the walls were watching her, that the very stone itself was reacting to her presence. When she reached the center of the room, she felt a strange tug in the air, a pull like something magnetic drawing her toward the ground. She knelt down, pressing her palms against the dusty floor, and her fingers brushed against something cold and smooth. At first, she thought it was just another stone, another part of the broken floor. But then, as she dug her hands deeper into the dust, she realized it was something else, something man-made. A door. But not a door like any she had ever seen before. This one was intricately carved, the edges lined with glowing runes that matched the ones on the walls. It seemed to pulse with the same energy, the same rhythm, as though it were waiting for something, someone, to open it. Rachel's breath caught in her throat. She ran her fingers along the door frame, tracing the symbols, feeling the hum of power running through her fingertips. She had no idea what she was doing, but it felt right, as though something deep within her was guiding her hand. She stood up, her heart racing in her chest. She had to open it. She didn't know why, but she had no choice. With trembling hands, she reached for the door. And then something shifted. The chamber around her seemed to shift with it. The walls, once solid and immovable, now seemed to breathe. The air grew colder, the humming louder, more frantic. It was like the room itself was alive, and Rachel's presence had disturbed its delicate balance. The figure in the shadows stirred. It had been silent, watching her every movement, but now it moved, slowly, deliberately. Its footsteps echoed in the vastness of the chamber, the sound ringing in her ears like the footfalls of something ancient, something that had existed far longer than she could fathom. Rachel's pulse raced. She wasn't sure what she was doing, but something inside her pushed her forward. She couldn't turn back now. The door slowly creaked open, its surface groaning under the weight of whatever ancient power it held behind it. And then Rachel saw it, a vision of what lay beyond, a glimpse of the true heart of the forest. A place so dark, so far beyond her understanding, it made the rest of her journey seem like a dream. But she couldn't turn away now. She had already crossed the threshold, and the forest had already found her. Rachel's hand shook as it hovered above the door, her fingers trembling in the unnatural stillness of the chamber. The cold, eerie hum in the air had grown louder, vibrating in her chest, pressing in on her thoughts. The vision beyond the door was unclear, flickering like a shadow cast upon a fogged window, but she could feel its pull, its undeniable force. It was calling to her, beckoning her into a space beyond the realm of her understanding. The air around her thickened, the temperature dropping so suddenly that her breath came out in small, visible puffs. The eerie light on the walls flickered, as though something beneath the surface was stirring, something powerful and ancient that was waiting for her to open the door. Rachel's heart pounded in her chest, the rhythm frantic, almost frantic in sync with the hum of the walls. The door creaked, a low, guttural sound as the hinges protested against whatever had kept it sealed for so long. She had no idea what lay behind it, no idea what she was about to unleash, but she could feel the answers waiting there. She could feel it in her bones. With a deep breath, Rachel gripped the cold metal handle, her fingers wrapped tightly around it. Her palm was slick with sweat, her body trembling as though it could sense the weight of what was about to happen. In one swift motion, she yanked the door open. A surge of light blasted through the chamber, dazzling her vision. Her eyes squeezed shut instinctively, but when she opened them again, she saw it. The heart. The air in front of her shimmered, distorting in the way that heat waves do above a hot road. At first, it looked like a garden, lush, green, and vibrant, but then Rachel realized it was alive in a way she had never seen before. The trees here were impossibly tall, their twisted roots coiling around each other like serpents, their branches reaching high into the infinite sky above. But unlike the natural forest she had first encountered, this was something more primal, something beyond the boundaries of what was real. The trees pulsated with the same rhythm as the stone walls, their bark glimmering with the same light that filled the room. She stepped forward, her legs feeling as though they were moving through water, slow and heavy. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, she felt it, like a current running through her. It was the forest. It was the energy of the earth, the pulse of everything she had encountered so far, but it was stronger now, amplified, its roots reaching deep into the ground beneath her feet, its heart thumping in time with her own. The ground here was soft, almost spongy, and as Rachel took another step, she realized the air itself was different. It smelled sweeter, of flowers, yes, but of something else. Something darker, deeper. A scent that made her feel both entranced and sickened, as if she were standing in the middle of a dream, caught between desire and terror. As she moved further into the clearing, her eyes widened with horror. The trees around her began to move, slowly at first, their trunks shifting, their roots swaying beneath the soil. They were not just trees. They were sentient. Each of them watched her, their branches swaying like long, skeletal arms, their eyes glowing faintly from the bark. Their faces, if they could be called faces, were twisted, ancient, carved deep into the trunks. Their mouths were gaping, twisted holes, and their eyes glowed with an eerie green light, their pupils like the black of deep wells. She could hear them whispering, their voices mingling with the sound of the wind. The words were indistinct, but the feeling they carried was unmistakable. They were hungry. Rachel froze. The air felt thick, alive with a sense of dread. She realized with a growing horror that the forest around her was not just ancient. It was hungry. The very trees, the heart of this place, were not just a part of the earth. They were feeding on her. Her pulse quickened as the whispers grew louder, becoming clearer, though they weren't spoken aloud. They filled her mind, thoughts and emotions bleeding into her consciousness, pressing on her temples like a vice. Come closer. Join us. Become part of the eternal cycle. She shook her head, her breath coming in ragged gasps, but the pressure was building, inside her skull, inside her chest, inside her very being. The forest was alive, and it was calling to her, tugging at her from every direction. She wanted to run. She needed to run. But her body wasn't moving. It was as though the very ground beneath her was holding her in place, locking her to the earth. The trees were closing in now, their branches reaching down like long, gnarled hands. Their glowing eyes blinked slowly, as if they were watching her every movement. She could hear something else now, something darker, deeper. The ground trembled, the walls of the chamber shaking as if the forest were alive, and it was waking up around her. The roots beneath her feet seemed to pulse with energy, and as she looked down, she saw them shifting, slithering, moving like serpents beneath the soil. Now she thought, no, no, no. Her legs buckled beneath her, and she fell to her knees, her hands digging into the soft, damp earth. She tried to pull away, but the roots were faster, slithering up her legs, wrapping around her body. They were pulling her deeper into the earth, drawing her closer to the beating heart of this place, closer to the pulse of the forest. You cannot escape, the trees whispered in unison, their voices like the rustling of leaves, their eyes narrowing as the roots tightened around her. You are one of us now, Rachel screamed, but the sound was muffled by the earth, by the choking roots, by the overwhelming pressure of the forest's grip. She could feel the pulse of the ground, the rhythm of the earth's heart, pounding in her chest, drowning out everything else. And then something else, something far worse, began to rise. From deep beneath the earth, from the very center of the forest's heart, something ancient stirred. The ground shook violently, and a deep rumble echoed through the chamber. It was like the forest itself was breathing, expanding, reaching outward to claim everything in its path. Rachel's vision blurred, her thoughts scattered as the roots pulled tighter, drawing her down into the abyss. She couldn't fight anymore. She couldn't escape. The darkness was closing in. And then, from the deepest pit of the earth, from the very heart of the forest, a voice erupted. Welcome home. The ground beneath Rachel's body quaked, the earth trembling with an ancient, terrible power that threatened to rip her apart. She could feel the roots tightening around her limbs, their grasp unyielding, as if the forest itself was taking her as its own. Every breath was a struggle, each inhale filled with the thick, damp scent of earth and decay. The roots constricted further, digging into her skin, like cold fingers wrapping around her very soul. Welcome home. The voice echoed through the chamber, low and powerful, vibrating in the bones of the earth itself. It wasn't just a sound, it was a presence, a force that filled every corner of her being. The trees around her groaned, their massive forms swaying, their eyes narrowing as the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Rachel could hear them now, the voices of the trees, the ancient ones, speaking to her as if they had always known her. You have always belonged to us. The forest calls. The heart has chosen you. Her heart hammered in her chest, her thoughts a chaotic storm of terror and disbelief. The forest had been alive, yes, but now it was aware. It knew her. It had known her long before she had set foot in the lodge, long before the path had called her into the darkness. The roots were alive, and now they were claiming her. But Rachel wasn't ready to give in, not yet. There had to be a way out. She had to keep fighting. She had to survive. With every ounce of strength she had left, Rachel yanked her arms free, her muscles screaming in protest as she tore herself away from the tightening roots. Her body shook with the effort, but she could feel the forest's grip loosening just enough to allow her a fleeting moment of freedom. No. No, this is mine, the voice of the forest rumbled again, a deep growl that reverberated through the ground. The trees around her began to bend, their branches snapping toward her with frightening speed. The roots beneath her feet writhed like serpents, moving faster, more aggressively. Rachel's body was already bruised, the marks of the roots' grip still visible on her skin, but she didn't care. The need to escape was overpowering. She could feel the pull of the forest, but she could also feel the ember of defiance still burning within her. Her breath came in short, sharp bursts. She glanced around frantically, looking for anything that might help her break free from the forest's grasp. Her gaze fell on the glowing runes etched into the stone walls surrounding her, symbols that pulsed with an eerie energy, filling the air with a rhythm that seemed to match the beating of her heart. Without thinking, Rachel scrambled to her feet, her legs unsteady but driven by pure instinct. She didn't know what these runes were, but they were her only hope. She lunged toward the nearest symbol, her fingers scraping across the cold stone as she reached out for them. Her hands shook with desperation as she traced the ancient markings, hoping against hope that they might hold the key to her escape. The air grew heavier with each second, the forest's pulse growing louder, stronger, more insistent. The roots had begun to withdraw, but only to surround her, more tightly than before, and this time they were not letting go. There was nowhere left to run. Do you think you can escape? The voice came again like a low, mocking whisper, deep and guttural, as if the earth itself were laughing at her. You are a part of this world now. You are part of the cycle. But Rachel didn't stop. She couldn't. Her fingers moved faster, tracing the runes, her eyes locked on the faint glow as they seemed to respond to her touch. The hum in the air grew louder, more intense, vibrating beneath her skin, until she felt as though the power of the entire forest was running through her veins. With a final, desperate push, her fingers brushed against a symbol that felt different, stronger, more solid. For a moment, there was nothing. No shift, no change, just the same pulsating light. Then, without warning, the ground beneath her feet cracked. A deep rumble echoed through the chamber, and Rachel's heart skipped a beat. The fissure that had formed under her feet widened, the earth groaning as the stone walls trembled. The roots that had once been coiled around her legs released, their grip suddenly weakened. Rachel didn't hesitate. She stumbled backward, her legs unsteady, her mind reeling as the light from the runes flared brightly, blinding her for a split second. In that instant, the roots slammed back into the ground, as though the forest were trying to pull the earth itself into itself, but the fissure widened just enough for Rachel to scramble through. The last thing she saw before she fell into the void was the massive figure of the tree, its bark cracking, its glowing eyes flashing with rage. She had escaped, but at what cost? The ground gave way beneath her and she fell. She fell through the dark, through an endless chasm, the air rushing past her ears, the wind screaming with the force of it. The weightlessness was terrifying, but there was no stopping it. She had no control now. She was being dragged down into the bowels of the earth, farther and farther from the surface. Time seemed to stretch, bending and warping as she plummeted. Her heart pounded in her chest, but there was nothing she could do to slow her descent. The darkness closed in around her, but even through the blackness she could feel the faintest pulse, like a heartbeat, coming from somewhere deep within the earth. Then, as abruptly as it had started, the fall stopped. She landed hard on something solid, the impact knocking the breath from her lungs. Rachel gasped, her body shaking with the force of the fall, her hands pressing against the cold, jagged stone beneath her. She was still in the dark, but there was something else. A faint light, distant and dim, flickering like the last breath of a dying flame. She pushed herself to her feet, her legs unsteady, her body bruised and sore. She could barely see, but her instincts told her to move. The eerie pulse was still there, echoing through the ground. Whatever had drawn her in, whatever had pulled her into this place, was still waiting for her. But where was she now? Rachel took a cautious step forward, her senses alert, every muscle on edge. The walls around her seemed to close in, the stone damp and slick beneath her fingers. She had no idea where she was, but she knew this much. She was far from the surface, far from the lodge, far from everything she had known. And she was far from escaping the forest. The sound of the wind was gone now. There was only the pulse, faint but growing stronger, a low hum that vibrated through her chest. Something in the distance was calling her. Whatever it wasn't finished with her yet. She had no choice but to follow. The air around Rachel was thick with the smell of damp stone, the cold, the musty scent of something ancient and untouched by the sun. She was no longer falling, but the darkness around her was oppressive, dense and heavy, like a blanket that smothered every sense but her hearing. Her breath echoed off the jagged stone walls, the only sound in a world that felt utterly, disturbingly silent. The faint pulse, the hum that had been reverberating through the ground, grew louder now, vibrating in her bones. It was both a call and a warning, beckoning her further into the depths of whatever forsaken place the forest had thrust her into. The echoing hum felt ancient, as if it had been here long before her arrival and would remain long after her departure, if she even had the chance to leave. Rachel hesitated for a moment, her feet cold and bare against the rough stone, her body still aching from the fall. The crushing pressure of the dark was unbearable. She could barely see her hands in front of her, and her mind raced. What was this place? The heartbeat of the forest had led her here, and now it was a constant rhythm in her chest, unsettling, insistent. She had been pulled into the heart of something ancient, something alive, and her body seemed to know it, reacting with a mixture of terror and an instinctual need to survive. But there was no turning back now. With a deep, shaking breath, Rachel took another step. Her feet moved cautiously through the dark, her fingers brushing against the cool stone walls to steady herself. Each step was more uncertain than the last. She didn't know how far she had fallen or how much farther she had to go. All she could hear was the pulse, the low thrum beneath her skin, and the occasional scrape of stone against her hand. It felt like she was descending into the bowels of the earth, deeper than any human should ever go. What is this place? She thought, the question echoing in her mind. Where am I? She continued moving, the path widening as she went. There was something else now, something else in the air. The cold was growing, but it wasn't the kind of cold that could be explained by the dampness of the stone. It was the kind of cold that gnawed at your very soul. It crept in around her, clinging to her skin, sinking into her muscles. It was as if the very air here was frozen with centuries of darkness. She looked ahead, squinting into the shadows. The pulse, the heartbeat that had led her here, was still faint, but it was more focused now, more distinct, as if she were getting closer to the source. The ground beneath her began to change, no longer smooth stone but something more organic. It was slick, almost like flesh. She recoiled slightly as her foot made contact with it, but there was no time to ponder it further. What is this place made of? She thought again, her pulse quickening. She reached out to steady herself against the wall, and her fingers brushed against the texture again. This time she could feel it more distinctly, something that resembled tissue, veined, slick and warm to the touch. The sudden realization froze her. This isn't stone. Her heart skipped. This is flesh. She recoiled violently, stepping back, but the floor beneath her shifted, buckling like a living thing beneath her feet. A tremor shot through the ground and she stumbled, nearly falling. A low growl vibrated through the floor. Something was moving below her. The pulse had changed, becoming more erratic now. It was no longer steady, no longer rhythmic. It was a warning, a tremor in the earth. She could feel it now, the way the ground was moving beneath her, a soft but insistent shifting, as though the very depths of the earth were stirring with hunger. Rachel's breath caught in her throat. She backed away, panic seizing her chest, but the walls were closing in, no escape, no way back. She had already gone too deep, and the forest's heartbeat was only growing stronger, louder, more insistent. A faint light appeared ahead, a flickering, almost imperceptible glow that cut through the pitch-black surroundings. She moved toward it instinctively, compelled by the pulse of the earth beneath her. As she drew closer, the glow grew brighter, revealing an opening in the stone. The air around it hummed, vibrating with energy. She hesitated for only a second before pushing forward, her feet scrambling against the slick floor. As she passed through the opening, the temperature dropped even more, and a shiver crawled down her spine. The room she entered was vast, impossibly so, and the walls were covered in more of the pulsating veins, stretching from the floor to the ceiling like massive arteries pumping some unseen life force. The entire room felt alive, as if it were breathing in time with the forest. In the center of the chamber, a massive tree stood, its trunk twisted and gnarled, its bark cracked, exposing veins of glowing green light that ran like blood vessels through its ancient bark. The tree loomed like a god before her, its branches reaching up into the darkness, disappearing into an unseen sky. The roots, thick as mountains, spiraled out across the floor, merging with the stone walls as if they had been here for millennia, growing deep into the earth's very heart. And there, at the base of the tree, was something that made Rachel's blood run cold. A figure. It was tall, its form robed in black, its face obscured by a hood. It stood motionless as if waiting. The figure's presence radiated an overwhelming sense of authority, power, and something else, a deep, incomprehensible hunger. The moment Rachel's eyes fell upon it, the figure's head tilted slightly toward her. A low murmur escaped from beneath its hood. "You should never have come." The words felt like a physical blow vibrating through her body, making her feel small and insignificant. She froze, her breath caught in her throat. The heartbeat of the forest was now a deafening roar in her ears, and the air felt heavy with the weight of something ancient and unfathomable. The trees, no, the forest itself, seemed to breathe around her, shifting in time with the figure's presence. Rachel could feel the forest watching her, its eyes upon her, its consciousness pressing in on her from all directions. She wanted to speak, to fight back, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, the forest's pulse grew louder, a steady thrum that vibrated in her bones. She was trapped. This was it. She had crossed too far into the heart of the forest to turn back now. The figure took a step forward, the shadows around it deepening. Rachel's body tensed, every instinct screaming for her to flee, but she couldn't move. The figure reached out slowly, its hand extending toward her, its fingers long and spindly, the air around them warping with an unnatural cold. And then, in that moment, Rachel realized something. The forest wasn't just alive. It was aware. She had been led here for a reason. She wasn't just lost, she had been chosen. The forest had been waiting for her. And now she was standing in the heart of it with nothing left to hold on to. The figure's hand hung in the air, unmoving, but its presence was a suffocating weight. The room itself seemed to pulse with it, the walls tightening, the roots shuddering beneath the stone floor, all of it emanating from that figure. Rachel's pulse thundered in her ears, drowning out everything else, as if her heart was trying to escape the very air that clung to her skin. The forest had chosen her. The thought hit her like a physical blow, and she stumbled back, her legs trembling with an instinctual panic. Her breath was ragged, her chest tight. The shadows in the room grew thicker around the figure, curling like smoke, tendrils that reached toward her, pulling at the very fabric of her being. It wasn't just the forest that was alive, it was aware. It knew her. And yet, it felt as if the forest itself was watching her, studying her, with a kind of twisted curiosity. The figure's head tilted again, the shadows deepening beneath its hood. Despite its stillness, the sense of its presence grew larger, more oppressive. The words it had spoken, low and resonant, reverberated in her chest like a drumbeat. They weren't a threat. They weren't a command. They were a truth, undeniable and ancient. You should never have come. Rachel's throat was dry. Her mouth was parched. She wanted to speak, to ask why. But her voice felt thick, caught somewhere deep in her chest, like a scream that wouldn't come. She opened her mouth, but only a weak rasp escaped. Her mind raced for answers, trying to piece together what had led her here. She had stumbled into this cursed forest, this forsaken place, thinking she was just lost. But she wasn't just lost. She was part of it. She could feel it now, the roots of the forest reaching deep into her veins, the pulse of the earth threading through her body, connecting her to something beyond her understanding. This was no accident. She was meant to be here. The thought was terrifying, but more than that, it felt wrong. She was supposed to be a victim, lost, searching for answers, searching for a way out. But here, in this chamber, beneath the looming presence of the ancient figure and the watchful eyes of the forest, she realized the truth. She wasn't just a visitor. She had been brought here. She had been chosen by something much older, much darker than she could comprehend. The figure stepped forward, its movement slow, deliberate. Each step it took seemed to cause the ground to tremble, the air around it growing thicker, colder. The shadows reached out, thickening around Rachel's feet like a creeping fog, but she couldn't move. Her legs felt as if they had been nailed to the stone floor. The air itself pressed in on her, crushing her chest, making it impossible to breathe. The figure's hand, long and skeletal, reached out to her. Its fingers were unnaturally elongated, the skin as black as the shadows it commanded. The forest around her groaned as if in response to its touch. A low murmur rumbled through the earth, like an ancient chant, an incantation spoken in a language lost to time. It resonated in her chest, vibrating deep within her bones, and for the first time since she'd arrived, she felt the weight of the forest's power. It wanted something from her. The realization hit her like a jolt of lightning. The figure's hand hovered before her, its palm facing upward, but the motion wasn't an invitation. It was a demand. The ground beneath her seemed to ripple, the roots shifting, pulling closer. Rachel's breath quickened, and her heart raced in her chest. She could feel the pull of the figure's hand, the magnetic force drawing her toward it, a pull she couldn't resist. The pulse of the forest quickened, matching the frantic rhythm of her heartbeat. The dark figure didn't speak, but its intention was clear. She was not meant to resist. She was meant to give in. She was meant to become part of it. Her hands clenched at her sides, and for a moment she felt something inside her snap. The fear, the dread, the suffocating weight of everything pressing down on her, it all came to a head. She had to fight. She had to fight. With all the strength she could muster, Rachel took a step back. Her legs felt like they might give way, but she refused to let the pull drag her in. The figure's fingers twitched, and the shadows around her twisted in response, thickening, wrapping around her like a blanket of darkness. But Rachel wasn't backing down. "You think you can escape?" The figure's voice came again, low and full of disdain, a whisper that echoed through her bones. "The forest is not a place you leave. The forest is a place you belong." Her blood ran cold at the words. She could feel them in the air, in the very walls that surrounded her, as if the forest itself was pressing in on her, telling her that there was no way out, that she had already become part of it. But then, something inside her stirred. A thought, a memory. The forest wasn't alive just because it was alive. It was alive because it had fed on the lost, the broken, those who wandered into its embrace, never to return. It had fed on her fear, on her confusion, on her willingness to follow its whispers. But there was something else within her, something that she had forgotten, buried beneath all the fear and dread. Her will, her defiance. Rachel's hands clenched into fists, her body trembling with an energy she didn't know she had. The forest could feed, yes, but it had not taken her. Not yet. And she would not let it. I am not part of this forest, she thought. I am not its prey. The moment the thought crossed her mind, a surge of energy rippled through her, as though the very air around her had shifted. The pulse in the ground changed. It was no longer a steady rhythm. It was erratic, wild, like the heartbeat of something frantic, something losing control. The figure took a step forward, its hand still reaching for her, but now, for the first time, Rachel felt something else. Something from deep within her, rising to meet it. A force that wasn't of the forest. A force that belonged to her. She shoved her palm outward toward the figure. The air around her seemed to vibrate, crackling with energy. The shadows that had once been her prison recoiled, snapping back, as if repelled by the force she was now channeling. The figure's hand stopped, its fingers frozen mid-air, its form faltering as if the force in the room was too much to withstand. The forest groaned. The ground trembled. The pulse beneath her feet stopped. Rachel's breath came in sharp gasps as the forest fell silent, as if it were waiting for something. Waiting for her. She couldn't back down now. She had come too far. And for the first time since entering this cursed place, she wasn't running. She was fighting back. The air hung heavy, charged with an energy so thick that Rachel could almost taste it. The pulse beneath her feet had stopped, but the silence that followed was deafening. The shadows around her were still waiting. The figure before her remained motionless, its hand frozen midair as though it too was caught in the same web of anticipation. Rachel's breath came in jagged bursts, her chest heaving with the effort of controlling the energy surging within her. The power, whatever it was, had erupted from her like a wave, something raw, something ancient. For the first time since she'd entered this forest, she felt something that didn't belong to the darkness surrounding her. She felt herself, her own will, her own strength, rippling through the air like the beat of a drum. She could feel the ground beneath her, the stone under her fingertips, pulsing with a life of its own, but now it was different. It wasn't the oppressive hum of the forest, it was a response to her, a challenge to whatever this place was, to whatever this figure was. For a long moment, everything was still. And then, with a sound like the groan of a dying tree, the figure moved. Its hand lowered, but there was no grace to its movement, no calculated precision. It was as if the shadows themselves recoiled, as though something inside the figure had been rattled. The air shimmered around it, warping as the darkness seemed to thicken and twist in unnatural ways. The faintest flicker of light came from beneath the hood, like glowing embers in the dark, but even that was fleeting, swallowed by the shadows. Was afraid. Rachel didn't know how she knew that, but she could feel it. She could feel the figure's uncertainty, its hesitation in the face of her defiance. It was as though the forest, the heart of the forest, had expected her to crumble under its weight, had expected her to bow before its dark dominion. But she hadn't. Not yet. The ground trembled again, a deep, resonating quake that seemed to come from the very heart of the earth. The air thickened with a low rumble, the walls of the chamber shuddering as the very stone seemed to sigh. The roots that had once been still now began to stir once more, creeping out from the cracks in the floor like living things, curling and winding around Rachel's feet, but this time she could feel them hesitate. They were unsure, as if the energy she had unleashed was something they didn't know how to handle. This place is alive, Rachel realized. But I am alive too. The realization hit her hard. It wasn't just her body that the forest was feeding on. It was her spirit, her essence, the thing that made her human. And now, in the face of all this dark power, she could feel it. Her own essence pushing back against the suffocating weight of the forest. The figure's voice cut through the silence, this time not in a whisper, but in a low, guttural tone, one that vibrated in the air, sending a shiver down her spine. You are part of it, whether you wish it or not. The forest owns you now. The words were cold, final, as though it were speaking some ancient truth that could not be undone. But Rachel wasn't ready to accept it. She wasn't ready to give in. The pulse beneath her feet started again, this time faster, more frantic. The rhythm of it vibrated in the air like a heartbeat quickening with excitement. The shadows around her thickened, gathering like a storm, dark clouds that swirled in the center of the room, stretching across the chamber, pulling tighter and tighter until the entire space felt suffocating, claustrophobic. Rachel staggered back, but the roots beneath her feet twisted, wrapping around her ankles, dragging her forward. She cried out, struggling, but it was useless. The figure loomed over her, towering like a dark god, its presence overwhelming, suffocating. And then a voice, softer but familiar, broke through the dark. Rachel. Her name. The voice was different from the deep rumble of the figure. It was almost comforting. It came from behind her, from the direction of the chamber's opening. Rachel's eyes snapped toward it, her pulse spiking with a sudden, desperate hope. And then she saw it. A flicker of light, weak like a candle in the storm, shone in the distance. She couldn't see it clearly, but it was enough. Enough for her to know that something, or someone, was on the other side of this suffocating darkness. Something was here to help her. Something that wasn't part of the forest. The figure's hand reached out again, but this time, Rachel didn't fight it. She let the roots drag her forward, let them pull her closer to the figure, her feet scraping against the cold, slick floor. But in that moment, something inside her shifted. The forest had taken so much from her already. It had claimed her fear, her confusion, her doubt. It had tried to twist her into something that belonged to it, something that was part of its cycle. But Rachel wasn't part of the cycle. She wasn't part of this place. She was human. She had been brought here, yes. She had been trapped, lost. But she had a will. A will that had already been tested by the terror of the forest, by the haunting call of the trees, by the suffocating shadows that lurked in every corner of this forsaken place. And that will, her will, was stronger than anything the forest could offer. Her chest heaved as she sucked in a deep breath, the pulse of the earth beneath her feet quickening, matching her own heartbeat. She wasn't going to be swallowed up by the darkness. She wasn't going to become a part of it. I am more than this, she thought, her voice in her mind growing louder, more determined. I am stronger. And just as the figure's fingers began to close around her, just as it reached for her with cold, skeletal hands, Rachel pushed. The energy exploded from her like the snap of a thunderbolt, a pulse of light so bright and powerful that the entire chamber seemed to recoil. The roots that had been pulling her back twisted violently, snapping like broken branches, and for a moment, the world around her was filled with nothing but light and sound, like the very earth was being torn apart. The figure recoiled, its form distorting as the light swarmed around it, disorienting, overwhelming. The walls of the chamber groaned, the shadows dissipating as the pulse of energy rippled outward, shattering the hold the forest had on her. The figure's hood fell back, revealing its face, but it wasn't a face at all. It was a mass of swirling shadows, an ever-shifting blur of darkness that seemed to twist and writhe, as if the very essence of the forest was contained within it. And then the light that had erupted from Rachel faltered. The figure, though shaken, was still there. It was not gone. The battle wasn't over. But Rachel could feel it. She was no longer helpless. She had the power to fight. The forest had underestimated her. And now the forest was going to learn. The calm that followed the destruction of the figure was fleeting, like the eye of a storm that promises only more chaos once it has passed. Rachel stood amidst the rubble of what had once been a powerful, malevolent force, her breath still ragged from the battle. Her body ached from the energy she had unleashed, from the intense surge of light that had broken through the forest's shadows. But now, in the silence that stretched out around her, she could feel the weight of something far heavier than exhaustion settling in. The forest was still there. It was alive, pulsing beneath her feet, and its heartbeat thrummed through her chest, resonating deep within her very soul. It had been subdued, temporarily at least, but it had not been destroyed. The power of the forest was infinite, its reach extending beyond her understanding. And now, after the battle, after the surge of light that had shattered its grasp, Rachel was left to face a new reality. She was connected to it, not as a victim, not as a prisoner, but as its keeper. The truth settled in slowly, creeping like cold fingers along her spine. She had won, yes, but the victory had come with a price. She had become a part of the forest in a way she had never intended, and the weight of that connection now pulled at her in ways she couldn't yet fully comprehend. Her eyes flickered to the ground beneath her, and for the first time she noticed the roots, the ancient, twisting tendrils, were no longer attacking her. They lay still now, coiled around the stone, and yet there was an unmistakable feeling of awareness radiating from them. They were watching her, as if they could feel her presence in a way that transcended their physical form. She could sense them just as she could feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. "I didn't ask for this," Rachel whispered under her breath, the words feeling strangely hollow in the quiet chamber. She hadn't asked for any of this. She had only come here seeking answers, seeking to find her way out of the forest. But now she had become a part of something far older, far darker than anything she had imagined. Her gaze lifted to the vast, hollow space around her, the walls of the chamber stretching into the darkness above. The tree, the heart of the forest, was no longer a towering figure of darkness, its massive roots now dormant at her feet. Its once vibrant glow had dimmed, but there was still an undeniable pulse, a steady thrum of life radiating from it, as though it were waiting for her. Rachel could feel its call. It was subtle at first, just a tug, a whisper at the edges of her mind. But it grew stronger, more insistent, and she realized then that the forest was not finished with her. The battle had been only the beginning. She had gained power, yes, but now she would be tested again. There were forces in this forest that no human could ever hope to understand, ancient entities that lay hidden beneath the soil, beneath the roots, in the very marrow of the earth itself. She took a slow step forward, her feet dragging, feeling the weight of the forest pressing on her shoulders. There was no escaping it now, no running away. The forest had chosen her, and whether she was ready or not, she would have to learn to wield the power that had been thrust upon her. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the chamber. Rachel's head snapped up and she froze. The air around her seemed to shift again, a tremor running through the walls of the chamber, shaking the very foundation beneath her feet. A low, distant rumble reverberated through the ground, sending a shiver down her spine. No, not now, not yet. But the ground was moving, shifting beneath her feet, and the darkness around her thickened once again. The walls, once carved from stone, began to crumble, falling away into the black void. The roots that had once been still now began to twist and spiral, reaching out, crawling up the walls of the chamber, seeking her like 1,000 silent eyes. Rachel's heart raced as she looked around, her senses heightened. There was a presence in the air, something ancient, something that watched her, something far more powerful than she could understand. She wasn't alone in this place, not by a long shot. The true depths of the forest were far darker than she had imagined, and now she was a part of it. Keeper. The roots began to writhe faster, pulling the ground apart, their tendrils spiraling in and out of the cracks like serpents seeking their prey. Rachel felt the pulse of the earth beneath her feet grow stronger, more erratic. The forest was responding to her, testing her. It wanted to see if she was worthy of the power she had claimed. A distant sound reached her ears, a whisper, a faint scratching sound that came from the depths of the chamber, from the farthest, darkest corners of the room. Rachel's heart pounded in her chest as the whisper grew louder, the scratching growing into a low, guttural noise that seemed to echo through her very bones. "Rachel?" The voice was soft, a whisper in the dark, but it wasn't the figure from before. No. This voice was deeper, older, and filled with an unsettling familiarity that sent a chill through her. It felt alive, like the very roots were speaking to her. She turned sharply, her eyes darting to the darkened corner of the chamber, where the shadows grew thicker, where the air became cold and heavy. The temperature dropped again, the icy tendrils of dread creeping up her spine. The voice came again, this time louder, clearer. "You are mine now, Keeper. You will listen. You will obey." Rachel's breath caught in her throat. The shadows before her seemed to coalesce, taking shape, but not in any recognizable form. It was as if the darkness itself was becoming tangible, taking on substance, twisting into something she couldn't quite grasp. And then, through the darkness, two faint, glowing eyes appeared, gleaming like twin embers in a dying fire. "You belong to the forest." The voice was not just in her ears, it was in her mind, in her very thoughts, wrapping around her like a chain, tightening with every word. "You will learn. You will serve. The forest is not just a place. It is a mind, a will, a being. And you, Rachel, are now part of it. The figure in the shadows stepped closer, its form growing more solid with each passing moment. It was not a man. It was not a woman. It was not even a creature. It was something else, something far older, something born from the very heart of the earth itself. Rachel could feel her knees weaken beneath her, but she refused to give in. She had come this far. She would not be controlled. Not now. Not ever. With every ounce of strength, she drew herself up, standing tall. Her pulse raced, but her heart was determined. The forest had chosen her, yes, but it would not break her. "No," she whispered. "I am not yours. I will not obey." For a moment, everything froze. The shadows recoiled, the roots paused in their writhing, and even the heartbeat of the forest seemed to slow. And then the figure in the darkness let out a deep, rumbling laugh. "So be it, Keeper," it said, its voice filled with a cruel, knowing amusement. "We shall see how long you last." And with that, the forest's pulse grew even stronger, echoing in her chest as though preparing to challenge her, to test her resolve, to push her to the very edge of her existence. Rachel stood firm. She had already won once, and now she would fight for her freedom, no matter the cost. Rachel's heart pounded in her chest, the weight of the forest's presence bearing down on her like a heavy cloak. The voice in the darkness laughed again, deep and resonant, vibrating through the very walls of the chamber. It was as though the entire forest had come alive, not just the trees and the roots, but the very soil, the very air itself, swirling around her, pulling at her, urging her to succumb. Her mind was a battleground, caught between the truth that the forest had claimed her and the desperate need to hold on to who she was. She had already fought and defeated one of its manifestations, but this, the creature in the shadows, the ancient being born of the earth itself, was far more powerful, more cunning. She could feel its tendrils curling around her thoughts, testing the limits of her resolve, probing for cracks in her defenses. "You will never leave," the voice boomed again, its words echoing like a thunderclap, shaking the very foundation of the chamber. The glowing eyes in the dark flickered, pulsing in time with the rhythmic thrum of the forest's heartbeat. "You belong to the forest now, Keeper. You have no escape." Rachel's breath was shallow, her chest tightening with the weight of the voice's words. She clenched her fists, digging her nails into her palms, willing herself not to break. She could feel the forest, the vast, sprawling entity that stretched beyond her, beyond the chamber, beyond the trees and the roots. It was everywhere. It was alive. It was ancient. It was patient. But even as the darkness closed in, Rachel refused to let go of herself. She would not let it take her. Her body still burned with the power she had unleashed earlier, the raw, untapped force that had sent the figure recoiling. She could still feel it, pulsing beneath her skin, ready to be called upon once more. And this time it would not be a light, a mere flash. It would be a storm, a fire, a reckoning. She raised her head, staring into the void where the eyes glowed like twin embers. There was power there, yes, but it wasn't the only power in the room. The forest was alive, but so was she, and she would not be cowed by its dark whispers. "I am not your prisoner," Rachel said, her voice stronger now, cutting through the shadows like a blade. "I will not be your keeper. I will find my own way. I will make my own path." The forest roared in response, a deafening crash of sound that rattled the chamber, sending tremors through the ground. The roots around her began to stir once more, pulling at her feet, wrapping around her legs, trying to drag her down into the earth. The shadows stretched, twisting, trying to swallow her whole. The very air seemed to press in on her, heavy with the weight of centuries of darkness. But Rachel stood her ground. The glow of the eyes grew brighter, the laughter now a sinister, hollow sound that echoed around her. "You cannot escape the forest, Keeper. You cannot fight what is inevitable." The voice was mocking now, dripping with contempt. "You are already a part of it. You belong to it. And soon you will accept that truth. You will serve." "No," Rachel said, her voice trembling but fierce. She could feel the power building within her, the light that had once erupted from her hands now simmering beneath her skin. The energy of the forest was alive within her, but she wasn't a vessel to be filled. She was more than that. She clenched her fists, closing her eyes for a moment, centering herself. She could feel the pulse of the forest again, feel its heartbeat in the ground beneath her feet. But now she felt something else too, a hum, a vibration, a deep resonance that echoed from within her own chest. It was her heartbeat. It was her will. "I am not yours," she said again, her voice a low growl, unwavering. I will never serve you. I will never be part of your endless cycle. The laughter faltered, the figure in the shadows recoiling slightly. For the first time, there was hesitation in its voice, a flicker of something ancient and unsettling. You are more stubborn than I thought, Keeper. But do not be so sure. You are too weak to fight me. Too weak to fight the forest's will. I am not weak, Rachel spat, her eyes flashing open. The light inside her flared brighter now, filling the chamber with an almost blinding intensity. And you are wrong. The ground beneath her began to crack, fissures forming in the stone as the energy within her surged. The roots that had once tried to ensnare her now recoiled, as though repelled by the force she was unleashing. The chamber began to shake as if the very walls were coming to life, as though the forest itself was struggling to maintain control. Rachel took a step forward, the force inside her building. I am not your servant. I am not your tool. I am the forest, and I choose to stand against you. The chamber groaned under the strain, the walls cracking as the shadows recoiled, retreating from the intensity of her light. The dark figure in the corner faltered again, its glowing eyes dimming as the pulse of the earth slowed, as though it were losing its power. For a moment, everything hung in balance. The forest's heart beat steadily beneath her feet, but it was weaker now. It was no longer the unshakable force it had been. It had been challenged. You cannot destroy me, Keeper, the figure rasped, its voice barely more than a hiss now. I am the forest's heart. And you. But Rachel wasn't listening anymore. The power within her reached a crescendo, a brilliant wave of light that filled the chamber. She could feel the roots, the pulse, the heartbeat of the forest, but now it was different. The forest was no longer a force to be feared. She had become its equal. She had become the keeper of its balance, not its prisoner. With one final surge of will, she cast out the energy that had been simmering inside her. It was a torrent of light, a flash that illuminated the entire chamber. The shadows shattered, the dark figure disintegrating into nothingness as the energy washed over it. The forest's pulse faltered, then stopped entirely. The ground beneath her cracked open, sending a tremor through the chamber, but Rachel stood firm, her eyes burning with determination. The forest's darkness receded, and with it, the terrible presence that had haunted her. For the first time since her arrival, the air felt still, peaceful even. The oppressive weight that had filled the chamber was gone, replaced by an odd quiet. Rachel's breath came in slow, steady gasps as the light around her dimmed. The forest was still there, but now it felt different. Felt calm. The pulse beneath her feet was softer, more distant. And the roots, once fierce and controlling, had now fallen still, their movements tentative, hesitant. She had fought. She had won. But the forest was alive, and in a way she always would be. The forest had fallen silent, but Rachel knew it was only a fragile quiet. It was the kind of silence that existed between storms, where the world holds its breath, waiting for the winds to shift. She stood amidst the ruins of the chamber, her heart still racing, her pulse pounding in her ears. The light that had erupted from her hands now faded, leaving only the faintest glow as its aftertaste. The shadows had receded, but the scars they left behind lingered, etched in the stone, in the earth beneath her feet, in the air itself. Rachel looked around the chamber, the once oppressive walls now cracked and splintered, like the skin of a creature that had been wounded too many times. The roots that had once writhed like serpents now lay motionless, their twisted forms lifeless against the cold stone. It was over, at least for now. But Rachel knew that the forest was still there, watching her, feeling her every thought, every breath. The pulse beneath her feet, once steady and omnipresent, now felt distant, thinner, as if the heart of the forest had been dimmed, weakened by the battle. But it had not been destroyed. It could not be destroyed. Not by her. Not by anyone. The chamber was empty now, save for the shattered remnants of what had once been a powerful and ancient force. Rachel wasn't sure what had happened, but she could feel that the energy in the room had shifted. The balance had changed. The forest's will had been fractured, yes, but it had not been broken. And in the stillness, she realized something. She had not won. Not in the way she had imagined. She had become it. The thought made her blood run cold. The forest was in her now, in her veins, in her bones. It had latched onto her, seeped into the very core of her being. She could feel it, a constant presence like a hum at the back of her mind. A whisper she couldn't escape. The forest had given her power, yes, but it had also claimed a part of her, a piece of her soul that she could never get back. Rachel's fingers trembled as she wiped the sweat from her brow. She could still feel it in the air, the weight of it pressing against her chest, as if the forest itself was trying to crawl under her skin. She wanted to scream, to rip it out of her, but the truth was undeniable. The forest was her. She had become the keeper, whether she wanted it or not. But just as the weight of this realization began to settle in, she heard it, a faint rustling, a movement in the distance. Her head snapped up, eyes narrowing as she strained to listen. The stillness was broken by a soft murmur, a voice carried on the wind. A voice she recognized. Rachel. Her name whispered softly but unmistakably. She whirled around, searching the chamber for the source of the sound. The shadows had not fully retreated, and in the dim light she could make out shapes moving at the edge of her vision, just out of reach. A flicker of movement, then gone. Rachel. The voice came again, more insistent now, rising like a chant. She stepped forward, cautiously, each step making the ground tremble beneath her feet. Her eyes darted from shadow to shadow, scanning for any sign of movement. The air grew colder, and the once warm glow that had filled the chamber now seemed to dull, as if it were retreating from something. And then, from the deepest shadows, emerged a figure. It was tall, shrouded in tattered cloaks of dark cloth that clung to its thin frame like a second skin. Its face was hidden beneath a deep hood, its features obscured by the shifting darkness. But Rachel could feel it, feel the presence of the figure even before it spoke. The figure stepped closer, its movements slow and deliberate. The moment it crossed the threshold of the light, the shadows seemed to shift around it, almost protectively, as if the darkness itself was welcoming the figure back into its fold. Rachel tensed, the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. Her instincts screamed at her to run, to escape this new threat before it could get any closer. But she couldn't move. Her body felt like lead, rooted to the spot, as though something was holding her in place. "I've been waiting for you, Rachel." The figure's voice was low, smooth, almost soothing, like a song that played just on the edge of recognition. Rachel's throat went dry. "Who are you?" Her voice trembled, but she couldn't bring herself to look away. The figure didn't answer immediately. Instead, it lifted one hand, pale and thin, and swept it through the air, as though it were parting the shadows themselves. And when the darkness shifted, Rachel gasped. Behind the figure, a door had appeared, a door carved from the very stone of the chamber. It was large, ancient, its edges covered in intricate carvings, but the carvings weren't the usual symbols she had seen before. These were different. They seemed to pulse with an energy of their own, glowing faintly with an eerie light. "I am not your enemy," the figure finally spoke, its voice barely above a whisper now, but Rachel could feel every word sinking into her skin. "I am a guide. I am the one who has watched over this place long before you arrived. I am the one who waits for the keeper." Rachel took a step back, heart pounding, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. "The keeper?" The figure nodded slowly, its head tilted as if it could see through her, its gaze boring into her very soul. "Yes, you have become the keeper of the forest, Rachel, the guardian of its heart. But the role you have taken is not without its burdens." The words sent a shiver down Rachel's spine. She hadn't chosen this path. She hadn't asked for it. And yet, here she stood, at the edge of something far larger than herself, a part of something much older than her understanding. "You will find," the figure continued, its voice gentle but filled with a quiet urgency, "that the forest is not always kind. It tests those who carry its power. It will push you to your limits. It will break you if you let it." Rachel swallowed hard, her mind reeling. What did this mean? What was she supposed to do? She had already fought the forest, already faced its power. But now, standing before this mysterious figure, the weight of her new reality was becoming clearer. She wasn't just a victim. She wasn't just a lost soul in the woods anymore. She was responsible. "What do I do now?" she asked, her voice barely audible. The figure's eyes, glowing faintly beneath the hood, met hers. "You walk the path of the keeper. The forest will give you power, but it will demand your soul in return. And when the time comes, it will ask you to make a choice." Rachel felt the weight of the words settle over her like a blanket of ice. Her heart pounded in her chest as she glanced toward the door behind the figure, its eerie glow pulsing in time with the beat of the earth. There was no going back now. She had crossed the threshold, and now she would have to face the consequences. The figure before Rachel did not move. Its presence was like a dark shadow cast upon the chamber, and even though it stood still, it radiated an energy so intense that Rachel could feel it pull at her, like gravity. The forest had always felt alive, but now it felt like a living, breathing entity, and the figure, this guide, this watcher, seemed to be an extension of that ancient life, a force that had witnessed the rise and fall of countless souls, each one drawn into the same web of fate. Rachel's breath was shallow, her pulse quickening as she took a hesitant step toward the door behind the figure. The carvings on its surface seemed to shimmer in the dim light, shifting, twisting like liquid, like something alive, just as the forest itself had been. She was not ready for this. She had barely begun to understand what she had become. The keeper, the guardian of the forest's heart, it was a role that had been thrust upon her, without warning, without choice. And yet, here she stood, on the brink of something far larger than herself, far darker and deeper than she could have ever imagined. The figure's voice broke through her swirling thoughts, its tone even quieter now, softer, but carrying an undeniable weight. The power you now possess is both a gift and a curse, it said. The forest has claimed you as its own, but it will not give its power freely. The heart of the forest has a will of its own, and the keeper is bound to it, body, mind, and spirit. The price of this power is more than you can comprehend, Rachel. The words felt like an iron weight settling in her chest, pressing down on her lungs, choking her breath. She wanted to run, to flee, but she knew deep down that it was too late. There was no escaping it. The power of the forest, its ancient heart, was now entwined with her own. The life of the forest was her life, its suffering, its joy, its existence, all hers. And with that power there was responsibility. The figure reached forward with its skeletal hand, and for a moment Rachel thought it might touch her, mark her, again. But instead, it gestured toward the door behind it, the light that bled through the cracks between the ancient wood casting long shadows across the floor. Go, it said, its voice now a low murmur. The path before you is one of many, but you must choose carefully. The forest will test you. It will force you to confront its darkest corners, and you will face things that even the keeper before you feared. But know this, if you fail, the cost will be greater than you can bear. Rachel's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean by fail? What will happen to me if I fail? The figure's head tilted slightly as if considering her question, its glowing eyes flickering beneath the dark hood. If you fail, it replied slowly, the forest will claim all of you, not just your body but your soul. You will become part of the earth itself, a mere echo in the shadows, trapped in its endless cycle of life and death. Forever. Rachel's blood ran cold. Her breath hitched in her throat as she took another step back, her mind racing with the weight of those words. Forever. She had always thought of the forest as just a place, something ancient, something alive, but now it felt like a prison, a tomb. It wasn't just a force of nature, it was a consciousness, a being. And now it was bound to her, entwined with her, and if she failed, she would be swallowed by it completely. She felt the pressure of its power on her chest, the unrelenting pulse beneath her feet that had once felt like a heartbeat in tune with her own. Now it felt like a countdown, each thrum pulling her closer to the inevitable. You will be tested, Rachel, the figure said, its voice dipping into an eerie calm. The forest will not give its secrets willingly. It will make you question everything you are, everything you have ever known. And when the time comes, you must decide whether to embrace the role of keeper or to fight it. Rachel didn't know what to say. How could she? How could anyone? The weight of it all was suffocating. Her mind reeled, her vision blurring with the weight of the impossible choices that loomed before her. The forest had promised power, yes, but what kind of power came with such a price? The figure's voice broke through the storm of her thoughts, as soft and still as the night. The forest is not kind. It does not spare the weak, and even the keeper must face its darkest truths. With those words, the figure stepped aside, revealing the door in full. The carvings that adorned it now seemed to glow brighter, pulsating with a steady rhythm, almost like a heartbeat. No, like many heartbeats, synchronized with hers, as if the forest itself were calling her into its depths. Rachel stood frozen, her heart hammering in her chest. She could hear her breath, the frantic sound of it rushing in and out, and yet, for a moment, the world was eerily still. Go, the figure urged, its voice a whisper that cut through the silence. its form half dissolving into the shadows. The path you walk now is yours to choose. But remember, the forest does not forget. And neither should you. Without another word, the figure vanished completely, leaving Rachel standing alone before the door. The shadows in the chamber pressed in closer, folding around her like a heavy cloak, but now she could feel them differently. They weren't just dark. They were watching her. A low, distant sound reached her ears, a soft whisper on the wind, a sound she could not quite understand, but it felt like the forest's breath, like its sigh of waiting. The door stood before her, waiting. Rachel stepped forward, her feet moving on their own accord, each step a reluctant acceptance of what was to come. She reached out with trembling fingers, feeling the coldness of the stone door beneath her fingertips. The carvings shifted again, swirling in patterns she could not decipher, but they felt strangely familiar now, as if she had seen them before, as if they had always been a part of her. With a slow, deliberate motion, Rachel pushed the door open. And as it creaked open, the forest's power surged around her. The air was thick with the scent of earth and decay, the whisper of wind rustling through the trees that stretched beyond the threshold. The sky above was dark, but the faintest glow, like the pulse of the forest itself, illuminated the path ahead. And in that moment, Rachel knew. She had crossed the threshold. There was no turning back. As Rachel stepped through the doorway, she felt a surge of cold air rush past her, sharp and biting. The forest beyond was no longer the one she had known. The familiar trees, the distant calls of birds, the rustling leaves. No, this place was different, darker. The trees towered higher, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal fingers clawing at the sky, blocking the faint light that filtered through the canopy above. The air was thick with the scent of moss and rot, and the oppressive silence seemed to swallow her whole. She glanced over her shoulder, but the door had vanished. One moment it had been there, its ancient wood etched with those glowing symbols, and the next, it had disappeared as if it had never existed. She was alone in the heart of the forest now, truly alone. The path ahead was unclear, winding through dense thickets of brambles and tall, twisted trees whose bark seemed to shimmer in the pale light. Her footsteps were muffled on the soft, damp earth, but the sounds of the forest were unnervingly still. No animals, no birds, no insects. Only the whisper of wind through the branches and the occasional creak of trees as if they were groaning under the weight of some ancient burden. Rachel's breath came in shallow gasps. She was terrified, her heart pounding in her chest as she tried to make sense of what was happening. The power of the forest still hummed beneath her skin, a steady pulse that resonated with every beat of her heart. But now she felt it differently. It was no longer a comforting presence. It was an oppressive force, a weight pushing down on her, testing her resolve. The path wound through the trees, narrowing as it led deeper into the woods. The light from above grew dimmer with every step, the canopy thickening until it was almost pitch black. She could no longer see the sky, only the flickering shadows of the branches above, moving in eerie synchrony as though they were alive, watching her. And then she heard it. A low, guttural sound, a rasping, wheezing breath that echoed through the silence. Rachel froze. The sound came from ahead, deep within the forest, beyond the reach of the weak light that clung to the path. She strained her ears, trying to pinpoint the source, but the sound was muffled, distant, yet unmistakable. It was a breath, a deep breath. Her pulse quickened, her legs trembling beneath her. The forest was alive, yes. She had felt it when she first arrived, the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the hum of energy in the air. But now it was something else. The trees seemed to lean in toward her, their dark branches curving like hungry arms, the air thick with something that made her skin crawl. It wasn't just the forest anymore. Something was watching her. Something was waiting. Hello. Her voice sounded thin and brittle in the quiet, a fragile sound that seemed to dissolve as soon as it left her lips. She swallowed hard, her breath catching in her throat. Who's there? The rasping sound came again, closer this time. Her eyes darted around the trees, searching the shadows, but all she could see were the shapes of the gnarled trunks and the creeping vines that crawled along the ground like snakes. Suddenly, from the darkness, a figure stepped forward. It was tall, far taller than any human, its form twisted and misshapen, the edges of its body blending into the shadows around it. Its skin was pale and sickly, stretched tight over bones that seemed to groan under the weight of its existence. Its face was hidden beneath a tattered hood, but its eyes, glowed with an unsettling, unholy light, flickering like embers in a dying fire. Rachel took an instinctive step back, her breath quickening as the figure moved closer, its presence suffocating the air around her. It didn't speak at first. It only watched her, its gaze piercing through her as though it could see into the very heart of her soul. Her heart hammered in her chest, and for a moment she almost thought she would collapse under the weight of the fear that was gripping her. But then the figure spoke, its voice a rasping, wheezing sound that echoed like the crackling of dry leaves. "You have come. Keeper," it whispered, the word keeper dragging through the air like an ancient curse. "The forest has chosen you, but you are not ready. Not yet." Rachel's mouth went dry. "Who are you?" she managed to ask, her voice shaking with both fear and defiance. The figure tilted its head slightly, the movement unnatural, as if its neck were too stiff. "I am the one who guards the path," it said, its voice low, a sound that sent chills crawling up her spine. "I am the watcher, the keeper of what lies beyond. The forest has many faces, many depths. And you, Rachel, have only just begun to understand its true nature." Rachel could feel the weight of the words pressing down on her, the realization slowly sinking in. She had fought, she had claimed her power, but she had only begun to scrape the surface of what the forest truly was. It was alive, yes, but it was more than alive. It was ancient, powerful, and dangerous, and it was testing her. "What do you want from me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, the fear threatening to overtake her once more. The figure stepped forward again, its movements slow and deliberate, its eyes never leaving hers. "I want nothing from you, Keeper. The forest has already taken what it needs. But you," its voice grew darker, colder, "you have a choice. The path you walk is not a straight line. It is full of branches and turns, of shadows and light. And in the end, you will be faced with a decision, a choice that will determine whether you live or die, whether you become the true keeper, or whether you will be consumed by the forest you now serve." Rachel felt her stomach drop at the words. She had no idea what the figure meant by that, but the weight of its warning was clear. She wasn't just on some journey of self-discovery. She was walking a thin line, one step away from falling into the depths of the forest's insatiable hunger. "How can I stop it?" Rachel asked, the words spilling from her lips in a desperate rush. "How can I choose?" The figure's eyes burned brighter, the light within them flickering like the embers of a dying fire. "The choice is not mine to make," it said softly. "It is yours, Keeper. You will either embrace the forest's darkness, or you will seek its light. But know this, each path will cost you something. There is no victory without sacrifice." Rachel's mind spun. Sacrifice. The word echoed in her mind, filling her with dread. What was the cost? What would she have to give up in order to survive this? To win? Before she could ask another question, the figure stepped back into the shadows, its form dissolving into the darkness as though it had never been there at all. "Follow the path," the figure's voice lingered, its words fading as it disappeared. "But be careful, Keeper. You may find that the forest is not what it seems." Rachel stood alone once more, the weight of the figure's words settling heavily on her. The path before her seemed endless, winding deeper into the dark heart of the forest. The shadows stretched before her like a living thing, beckoning her forward, urging her to walk into the unknown. She had come here to seek answers. But now she realized the answers she sought might destroy her. The forest had many faces, and Rachel was about to see them all. Rachel stood motionless, the weight of the figure's cryptic words still echoing in her mind. She didn't know how long she had been standing there, but the forest around her had grown even darker, the shadows growing thicker, like living entities that clung to the edges of her vision. The air had turned heavy with moisture, the scent of wet earth and decaying leaves thick in her nostrils. Every sound seemed muffled, as though the forest had drawn a veil around itself, hiding its secrets deep in its heart. The forest is not what it seems. The figure's warning repeated in her mind like an incantation, one she couldn't escape. Her hand clenched at her side, the pulse of the forest still humming beneath her skin. It felt like a heartbeat, but it was not her own. It was the forest's, pulsing with an intensity that mirrored her own anxiety, her own fear. But fear alone wouldn't save her. She had no choice now but to press forward, to take the path laid before her. She had entered this world of shadows, of whispers and secrets, and there was no turning back. The door was closed. The door had never existed. The path before her was narrow, overgrown with thorns and vines that seemed to reach out to snag at her clothes, her skin. The trees on either side leaned in closer, their twisted branches interlocking overhead, forming a canopy that blocked out the light entirely. It was as if the forest itself were holding its breath, waiting for her to make the next move. Rachel pushed forward, her steps slow but deliberate. Each footfall felt heavier than the last, the weight of the forest pressing down on her, testing her resolve. She felt the power inside her, but now it was an unsteady force, one that pulsed in time with her heart but felt foreign to her. It was the forest's power, not hers. She had only claimed it, but could she control it? Could she use it? She wasn't sure. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant snap of a twig, but Rachel felt something moving just beyond her reach. The shadows flitted around the edges of her vision, but whenever she tried to focus on them, they disappeared into the thickening gloom. There was something watching her, but she couldn't tell where it was coming from. The forest is alive, she thought, trying to steady her breath. It was a living, breathing entity, not a place of nature, but a conscious force, a will of its own. And she had become its keeper. It was in that moment, when the forest seemed to pulse and breathe beneath her, that she realized something crucial. The forest was testing her. It wasn't just waiting for her to fail, it was pushing her, prodding her forward into something much darker, much deeper than she could have imagined. Suddenly, the air shifted, and a gust of wind swept through the trees, carrying with it a strange, distant sound. It was faint at first, but as it grew closer, Rachel could make it out. Whispers. Low, indistinct murmurs, carried on the wind, as though the trees themselves were speaking to one another in a language she couldn't understand. The sound wasn't comforting. It was unsettling. The voices grew louder, but still distant, coming from all around her. Rachel's heart began to race again as she instinctively pressed her back to the nearest tree, her breath coming in shallow gasps. She could feel the shadows pressing in, the wind swirling around her, as if the very forest were alive with intent. The voices grew louder, now distorted, overlapping, calling her name. Rachel, Rachel, come closer. She jerked her head toward the source of the voices, but the path before her was empty, the shadows too thick to see. The sound seemed to come from all around her, a constant hum, like 100 voices in a whispering chorus. Rachel, come closer. The whisper was unbearable, its words laced with a slow, terrible urgency. Rachel took a step back, her hands trembling as she tried to block out the sound. She tried to focus, to think clearly, but the whispers were everywhere now, in her head, in her skin, in the air she breathed. The voices weren't just calling her, they were compelling her. Her thoughts spun in a haze. She had to fight it. She had to resist. But the forest was strong, stronger than she had ever imagined. The whispers were becoming more frantic, louder, as if the trees were speaking directly to her now. You must obey, the voice in the wind hissed, a cold, cruel whisper that echoed in her ears. You are the keeper, Rachel. You cannot run. You cannot escape. The forest owns you. You belong to it. Rachel squeezed her eyes shut, shaking her head, trying to block out the words. She wouldn't let it control her. She wouldn't. But the whispers continued, relentless, clawing at her sanity. Her feet began to move forward, despite her will, despite her desire to stop. She didn't want to go any further. She didn't want to hear the voices. But something inside her was pulling her along the path, as though the forest itself had taken hold of her body, pushing her toward the unknown. She stumbled forward, her legs moving faster now, her body moving of its own accord. The voices were now a constant presence, overwhelming her senses, drowning her in their cold, dark commands. Closer, they urged. Come closer to the heart of the forest. Embrace the power. You were chosen, Rachel. You cannot fight it. The path ahead opened up into a clearing, the trees parting just enough to reveal a massive stone altar at its center. The stone was ancient, worn by time and weather, but it radiated an unsettling aura of power. The air around it was thick with energy, vibrating, humming, as if the very earth beneath it was alive. And there, standing beside the altar, was another figure. Taller than the one she had encountered before, its form indistinct, its features shadowed. It was cloaked in a black mist, its presence filling the clearing with an almost suffocating weight. Rachel tried to stop, but her feet kept moving. Her body refused to listen, moving toward the altar, toward the figure. The whispers had grown deafening, a constant, urgent buzz in her mind. The figure reached out a hand, its fingers long and thin, and for a moment Rachel thought she saw something in its eyes. There was no face to speak of, just a darkness, a void that swallowed everything around it. And yet, she could feel the figure watching her, studying her, like a predator eyeing its prey. "You've come," the figure's voice was soft but booming, resonating deep inside her chest. "At last, Keeper. You have come to claim what is yours." Rachel's body stopped moving, frozen before the altar. She wanted to scream, to run, but she couldn't. The forest had its hold on her, its grip too tight, too unyielding. The figure raised its hand, and the shadows around them thickened, swirling like smoke, growing darker and deeper. A low rumble echoed from the ground, the sound of something vast, ancient, awakening. "The forest awaits you," the figure whispered, its voice now a rasping, inhuman sound. "The heart of the forest is within your reach. But the price?" The figure paused, its voice dropping to a chilling whisper. "The price is everything." Rachel's vision blurred as the shadows pressed in closer, the ground beneath her feet beginning to tremble. The whispers were deafening now, filling her mind with images of darkness, of sacrifice, of loss. The forest was calling her, pushing her toward the altar, demanding that she make a choice between power and destruction, between life and death. She felt herself teetering on the edge. The choice was hers, but how could she choose? The clearing was suffocating, the weight of the air pressing down on Rachel like an invisible hand around her chest. Her breath came in short, shallow gasps as she stood frozen before the altar. The figure before her was nothing more than an outline of darkness now, a silhouette of malevolent energy that seemed to draw the very shadows around it, twisting them into something alive, something hungry. Its presence was as old as the forest itself, a primordial force that had endured since time began. Rachel wanted to run. Her instincts screamed at her to flee, to escape the pressure of the darkness closing in on her. But her body wouldn't obey. It was as though her legs were made of stone, anchored to the earth, tethered by something far more powerful than her will. The whispers had returned, their voices swirling around her like the wind, tugging at her thoughts, drowning her in their relentless murmurs. "You've come, Keeper." The figure's voice was like a hollow echo in the vast, empty space around them. There was no warmth in it, no comfort, only a chilling certainty as though it already knew the outcome. "You've come to claim what you are owed." Rachel felt a shiver crawl down her spine. Claim what I'm owed? Her mind raced. What was she owed? What had she come here for? Was this the end of her journey, or was it just another beginning? The altar before her was made of stone, ancient, jagged, and worn by centuries of neglect. Its surface was slick with a dark substance, like oil or blood, seeping from the cracks in the stone and pooling at the edges. The air around it seemed to vibrate with an unseen energy, a dark force that thrummed deep within the earth. A voice, cold and distant, echoed from the figure. "The heart of the forest calls to you, Rachel. Its power is yours to claim. But you must choose. Choose." Rachel whispered, though her voice barely reached her own ears. The word lingered in the air like a curse. "What do you mean, choose?" The figure's shadowed form moved, or perhaps it didn't move at all. Rachel couldn't tell. It was as if the figure was made of smoke, existing both everywhere and nowhere at once. But the voice that came next was more insistent, like a deep, echoing drumbeat. "You have come to the heart of the forest. To claim the power of the Keeper, you must make the ultimate choice. Will you take the forest's gift, the power that will forever bind you to it? Or will you refuse and leave this place as you came, empty, insignificant?" Rachel's chest tightened. The power of the Keeper? The power of the forest? She had felt the force of it, pulsing beneath her skin, surging like an electrical current through her veins. She had fought to survive, but now she was being asked to embrace it, to become part of it. But at what cost? Her mind was clouded. The whispers in the air seemed to twist, becoming more insistent, more aggressive, urging her to claim what was hers. The choice was right before her. The altar seemed to pulse with an energy that resonated with her very soul. The power was there. All she had to do was take it. "You belong to the forest now," the voice continued. "It has chosen you. It will never release you no matter what you do. Embrace it. You are the Keeper." Rachel staggered backward as if slapped by the words. The truth of it hung in the air like a poisoned fog. No, Her voice was a whisper of defiance, shaking but resolute. "I don't belong to the forest. I belong to myself." The figure let out a low, mocking laugh, the sound reverberating in the air like a rumble of thunder. The very trees around them seemed to groan in response, their twisted limbs creaking as if they were waking from a long slumber. "Do you truly believe that, Rachel?" the voice taunted, growing darker. "You think you can fight the forest? You think you can walk away from the heart of its power? We'll always pull you back. You cannot escape." Rachel gritted her teeth, forcing her legs to move, forcing herself to turn away from the altar. Her body screamed for rest, but she would not yield. She could feel the pull of the forest, the energy that had wrapped around her like a vine, tightening with every step she took. It was there, in the back of her mind, whispering, urging her to accept its offer. But deep down she knew the truth. The forest was not a gift, it was a chain. The figure seemed to sense her resistance. "You are weak, Keeper. You have no idea what you are up against. You are not strong enough to refuse what the forest offers. You will always belong to it." Rachel turned back to face the altar. The energy was intensifying now, the shadows swirling around the stone like smoke, thickening the air. The whispers were louder, their voices frenzied, demanding. Her heart pounded in her chest as she felt the weight of the choice before her. She could feel it, that power, like an irresistible force calling to her. Her hand trembled at her side, but she fought it down. "No," she whispered again, more forcefully this time. "I will not be a prisoner." But even as the words left her lips, she felt the ground tremble beneath her feet. The altar groaned in response, as though the forest itself was angry, resisting her defiance. The figure seemed to grow darker, its form becoming more distinct, more solid. The glowing eyes within its shadowed face burned brighter, and Rachel could feel the weight of its gaze as if it were pressing into her very soul. "You cannot run," the figure growled, its voice now more of a hiss than a whisper. "The forest will have you, Keeper. You will be its servant. Forever." Rachel's mind raced. She could feel the energy inside her, the same power that had once surged within her hands, pulsing beneath her skin, as if the forest itself had made a pact with her. But she knew now that it wasn't just power, it was control. The forest wanted control over her, over everything. She could feel the weight of it like an iron chain around her chest. The shadows were closing in, the whispers growing louder, like a storm swirling around her, and with every passing second she felt herself being pulled toward the altar, toward the heart of the forest. "The choice is yours, Rachel," the figure whispered, its voice now low and sweet, like a song of temptation. "The power is yours to take. All you have to do is reach out." Her hand hovered over the altar. She could almost feel the power vibrating in the air, calling to her. The forest's energy was palpable, like an electric current running through the very ground she stood on. She could feel it pressing in on her, its cold fingers tugging at her, pulling her into the dark heart of its world. But as she hesitated, a different thought flickered in her mind. A memory of the campfire, of the warmth of the firelight, of the feeling of safety, of home. The forest had offered her power, but at what cost? What kind of keeper would she be if she succumbed to this darkness? Her fingers trembled, but she did not touch the altar. She stepped back, forcing herself to take another step away. The forest was strong. She knew that, but she was stronger. The figure's eyes narrowed, its shadowy form towering over her. "You cannot escape, Keeper," it hissed, its voice filled with venom. "You have already made your choice, and it will be your undoing." Rachel didn't listen. She turned and ran, the whispers of the forest growing fainter with every step. The shadows seemed to stretch out, trying to grab her, to pull her back, but she would not be stopped. Not now. The forest was not a place for those who would bend to its will. It was a place for those who would fight. And Rachel was ready to fight. Rachel's feet pounded against the ground as she sprinted through the dense underbrush, her heart racing in her chest. The forest around her seemed to shift, its shadows twisting and stretching in unnatural ways, reaching toward her as if they had a life of their own. The air felt thick and oppressive, as though the very atmosphere was conspiring against her. Every breath she took seemed heavier than the last, her lungs struggling to draw in enough air as the forest's grip tightened around her. She could feel the pulse of the forest, like a beating heart beneath her feet, thrumming with energy. It was angry. She could feel its rage building, swelling like a storm ready to burst. The whispering voices that had once been mere murmurs were now a cacophony of frantic sounds, shrill and dissonant, clawing at her mind. They were everywhere. They followed her with every step, their words rising like a tide, crashing over her thoughts. "You cannot run from us, Keeper," they hissed, their voices filled with venom and hunger. "The forest will never let you go. You belong to us now." She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to push forward despite the terror that gripped her. The path ahead was winding, the trees pressing in tighter and tighter as she ran, their gnarled branches reaching out like twisted fingers trying to snatch her from the earth. But Rachel didn't slow down. She couldn't afford to. She could hear the rustle of movement in the trees, the shifting of leaves, the creak of branches groaning under the weight of something heavy. It was as if the entire forest was coming alive, waking from a long slumber, and it was angry, furious. The ground beneath her feet trembled, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from deep within the earth itself. The air grew colder, and the distant howl of wind began to howl in unison with the ominous rumble. Suddenly, the path in front of her split, two ways stretching out like dark veins through the woods. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and Rachel could feel the pressure of their voices in her chest. They wanted her to turn. They wanted her to make a choice, their choice. "Left, Keeper," the voices urged. "Take the left path. You'll find what you seek there." But there was something in the way the words twisted, something dark and malicious in their suggestion. Rachel hesitated, her mind whirling. The whispers came again, a chorus of enticing, venomous words that urged her to take the left. But something inside her, something primal, knew it was a trap. She couldn't trust the forest. She couldn't trust the whispers. With a deep breath, she made her decision. She turned toward the right. The instant she did, the ground beneath her feet shook violently. A massive crack split the earth, deep enough that Rachel could see the darkness yawning beneath her. The forest seemed to exhale, its breath a cold gust of wind that whipped past her, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of decay, of something rotten buried deep within the earth. She didn't look back. She couldn't afford to. But the forest wasn't done with her. As she ran, the trees around her seemed to move, their branches twisting and shifting as though they were following her every move. Their shadows grew longer, stretching toward her like arms reaching out to drag her into the darkness. The whispers were no longer just voices. They were shapes now, figures that flickered at the edges of her vision, moving in the corners of her eyes, just out of reach, but always there, always watching. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead of her, tall and spectral, its form shifting in and out of the shadows like a ghost. Its features were indistinct, its face obscured by a dark veil, but Rachel could feel its eyes on her, its presence like a weight pressing down on her chest. It spoke without moving its lips, its voice a deep, guttural whisper that seemed to come from all around her. "You cannot escape, Keeper. You cannot outrun what you are bound to." Rachel's heart slammed into her ribs as she stumbled to a halt. The figure loomed before her, blocking the path forward. She could feel its power, a raw, ancient force that thrummed in the air like static electricity, buzzing around her skin. The forest had sent this creature, a manifestation of its fury, its desire to reclaim her. "The forest has claimed you, Rachel," the figure continued, its voice dripping with malice. "You can never be free of it. You will never outrun it. You will never escape." Rachel stood her ground, fear clawing at her insides, but she refused to let it control her. She had faced the forest's dark heart. She had rejected its power. She wouldn't let it defeat her now. The figure's shadow seemed to expand, stretching out over the ground like a storm cloud, its tendrils reaching toward her. The air around her grew thick, suffocating as the whispers surged forward, louder, more urgent. "You belong to us, Rachel," the figure growled. "You will become part of us, or you will die in this forest, forgotten, lost forever." Rachel could feel the weight of its words pressing into her chest, squeezing the air from her lungs. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. The forest was everywhere now, in every shadow, every creak of the trees, every rustle of the leaves. It was in her mind, in her blood. It was her. And yet, as the darkness closed in, Rachel found herself taking a deep, shuddering breath, steadying herself against the terror that threatened to overwhelm her. She refused to let the forest win. She raised her chin, her eyes narrowing as she stared down the figure before her. "I won't become your servant," she said, her voice hoarse but steady. "I won't let you control me." The figure's form flickered for a moment, as if it were uncertain, before its shadowy tendrils surged toward her, faster than she could react. But just as they were about to reach her, a blast of wind tore through the clearing, sharp and cold, pushing the shadows back. The whispers faltered, their voices screeching in protest before falling silent. The figure staggered back, its form flickering like a flame in the wind. For a moment, it was nothing more than a wisp of smoke, barely visible in the heavy air. "You think you can defy us?" it rasped, its voice filled with rage. "You will regret this, Keeper. The forest does not forgive." But Rachel didn't wait to hear more. She turned and ran, her legs pumping faster now, her heart a drumbeat in her chest. She could feel the forest closing in, but she wouldn't stop. Not now. Not when she had come so far. The path ahead was dark, but there was a glimmer of light up ahead, a flicker of hope in the overwhelming blackness. Rachel didn't know what lay ahead, but she knew one thing: she couldn't go back. The forest had chosen her, but she refused to let it claim her. Not yet. The path ahead blurred in Rachel's vision as she ran, her breath ragged in the damp, suffocating air. The whispers seemed to follow her every step, a chorus of voices, some faint, some shrill, urging her to turn back, to accept the forest's claim on her. But she refused. She had made her decision, and she would not let fear bend her to the will of this dark place. The wind howled through the trees, but Rachel could still hear the thudding of her own heart, a relentless rhythm that was growing faster with each passing second. The forest around her had become a maze of shifting shadows and twisted roots, each turn bringing her deeper into its heart. She could feel it now, that gnawing presence, the awareness of something watching, something ancient, something waiting. She stumbled over a root, her knees scraping against the jagged rocks hidden beneath the layers of fallen leaves. Her hands shot out to catch herself, but the force of her momentum sent her crashing into the dirt. She gritted her teeth, the sting of pain shooting through her, but there was no time to rest, no time to give in. With a grunt, she pushed herself to her feet, her legs shaking with exhaustion, but she forced herself to keep moving. The forest didn't care about her exhaustion, her fear, or her pain. The forest would not stop, and neither could she. She had to find a way out. But the deeper she went, the harder it became to keep track of her surroundings. The shadows seemed to bleed into each other, swirling and shifting with an eerie fluidity that disoriented her. The trees, once towering and distinct, now felt like a single entity, a vast living organism that encircled her, its branches twisting and interlocking, its roots creeping like veins beneath the earth. "You cannot escape, Keeper." The voice was low and commanding, a harsh whisper that rang in her ears. It wasn't just the figure anymore. It was the forest itself, speaking through the leaves, through the rustling branches, through the very ground beneath her feet. She could feel its presence, its hunger, its overwhelming desire to claim her, to pull her into the depths of its endless expanse. Her pace slowed as the terrain became more treacherous. The ground was soft and uneven, the underbrush thick with tangled vines that clawed at her clothes, at her skin. Every step felt like a battle, against the forest, against the whispers, against the crushing weight of her own fear. But Rachel fought on, forcing her body forward, one step at a time. And then, as if the forest had decided she had wandered far enough, the path ahead opened into a clearing. But this was no ordinary clearing. It was a place of dark beauty, a place where the very fabric of the forest seemed to warp and twist, creating something otherworldly. The trees here were unlike anything she had seen before. Their trunks were twisted, their bark blackened as if burned by some unseen fire, their branches stretching high into the sky, their leaves a deep, unnatural shade of red. The air was thick with the scent of decay, but there was something else, something that felt wrong in a way Rachel couldn't quite explain. The clearing was silent, the usual rustling of leaves and animal calls eerily absent. It was as though the entire forest held its breath. In the center of the clearing was a stone structure, half buried under layers of ivy and moss. At first glance, it appeared to be an ancient ruin, its surface weathered by centuries of neglect. But as Rachel stepped closer, she saw something that made her pause, an inscription, faint and worn, carved into the stone at its base. "The hollow waits." The words seemed to pulse in the air around her, their meaning both vague and ominous. She could feel the weight of them, the heaviness of the warning embedded in the stone. The hollow. She had heard whispers about it, ancient legends told around campfires, old stories that no one dared to speak aloud. It was a place, a part of the forest that no one who had entered had ever returned from. It was a trap, a dark heart of the forest, where the lost were taken and never seen again. Rachel's stomach twisted with dread. She didn't know why, but she felt compelled to move toward the stone structure, as if something invisible was pulling her forward, guiding her steps. The air grew colder as she approached, the shadows growing darker, thicker. The clearing was no longer silent. The wind had begun to rise again, swirling around her, carrying with it the faintest whispers. "Come closer, Keeper." The voice was soft, almost tender, but there was something horrifying in its tone. The words weren't meant to comfort her. They were meant to lure her in, to claim her. Her feet moved against her will, her mind screaming to stop, but the pull of the hollow was too strong. As she stepped closer, the stone seemed to shift, the ground trembling beneath her feet. The ivy and moss parted, revealing a narrow entrance, dark and foreboding, leading deep into the earth. "This is where it all ends," the voice whispered again, now filled with malice like a promise. "The hollow awaits." With a final, desperate breath, Rachel forced herself to stop. She couldn't go any further. The hollow was a place of power, but it was also a place of death. It was the forest's heart, the place where all its darkness came to rest. She had already rejected the forest once, but this was different. She was standing on the edge of its deepest, most dangerous secret, and she had to decide whether to face it or turn away. But could she turn away? Her hands trembled as she reached for the stone, tracing the faint markings on its surface. The hollow had been waiting for centuries, waiting for someone to claim its power, to step into its depths. And now that someone was her. She could feel it now, the power, the overwhelming force that pulsed beneath the ground. It was the same energy she had felt before, but now it was darker, more insidious, more insistent. The forest was offering her the ultimate test, a choice, to step into the hollow and claim its power, to become the keeper truly, or to turn back, to walk away and risk losing everything. Rachel stood at the threshold, her breath shallow, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on her. The forest was watching. The forest was waiting. And Rachel knew in that moment that her journey had only just begun. Rachel's fingers hovered over the cold surface of the stone, the strange markings etched deep into its weathered surface pulsing beneath her touch like a heartbeat. Her chest constricted with an overwhelming sense of dread, and yet there was something else, a strange magnetic pull drawing her closer. She could feel the weight of centuries pressing down on her, the forest's age-old hunger stretching out to envelop her. The whispers had become a chorus now, no longer subtle but forceful, their voices swirling around her, carrying with them the heavy scent of decay and damp earth. It was as if the forest itself had grown more alive, more present, surrounding her with an energy so potent, so suffocating, that it threatened to swallow her whole. "Come, Keeper." The voice was clear now, distinct and dripping with both malice and allure. It was the voice of the forest, the voice of something ancient, and Rachel felt it crawling into her bones, wrapping itself around her heart like a vine, squeezing tighter with every breath she took. "You have come so far, Rachel. Do you not want to know the truth?" The words were like poison, sweet and bitter at once. They coaxed her, urged her forward, like a lover's whisper in the dead of night. She could almost taste the power, feel it thrumming through the very air around her. The hollow, the heart of the forest, was waiting for her to step into its embrace. It was the final step, the last choice she would ever make. But was it a choice? Or was she simply succumbing to the forest's will? She couldn't remember a time when the whispers hadn't been in her mind, when the weight of the forest hadn't been pressing on her shoulders, suffocating her every thought. Her fingers clenched around the stone as her pulse quickened, the pressure mounting. "You are meant for this, Rachel," the voice continued, growing more insistent, more powerful. "You are the keeper. The forest has chosen you. You cannot deny your destiny." Her heart stuttered in her chest as she forced herself to take a step back, to regain control of her thoughts. The whispers were louder now, a cacophony of voices, each one indistinguishable from the others, rising in volume as they merged together. "You cannot escape, Keeper." The ground beneath her feet trembled. The trees around the clearing creaked and groaned as though they were waking from a deep slumber, their roots shifting and twisting beneath the earth, reaching for her. The shadows lengthened, curling toward her like dark, hungry tendrils, closing in from all sides. "You will never be free." The cold fingers of panic gripped Rachel's heart. She could feel it then, the forest's anger, its desperate desire to claim her, to drag her into the depths of the hollow, to swallow her whole. The stone before her seemed to grow larger, its surface shifting, dark veins pulsing with a sickly light that flickered like dying embers. The air was thick with an ancient, suffocating power, and Rachel's breath came in ragged gasps as she realized that the forest was not asking for her submission, it was demanding it. "This is your last chance, Keeper," the voice hissed, sharp and cold. "Step forward and claim the power of the forest. Become what you were always meant to be." But Rachel hesitated. Her mind screamed at her to turn away, to flee. The hollow was not just a place, it was a prison. The power it offered was not freedom, it was enslavement. She had felt it from the moment she had set foot in the forest, the chains wrapping around her, pulling her deeper with each passing moment. She could feel the hollow's energy pulsing beneath her feet, surging up through the earth, reaching for her, wrapping around her legs, her arms, her heart. It wanted her. It wanted everything. She had always known that the forest wasn't just alive, it was a predator, one that preyed on the weak, on those who sought power without understanding the cost. And she had come too far to fall for its trap. No. The word escaped her lips before she even realized she had spoken it. It was a word filled with more strength than she felt in that moment, a desperate cry to cling to something other than the darkness that was closing in around her. "I won't let you have me." She took a step back, then another, her feet moving on their own, propelled by a force she didn't fully understand. The stone beneath her seemed to pulse with an almost palpable rage, and the wind began to howl, the branches of the twisted trees groaning as if in protest. But Rachel couldn't stop now. She had already turned away from the altar, from the hollow's deadly embrace. She would not give in. The air grew cold around her as she took another step, her legs moving faster now, as if the very forest itself were pulling her backward, trying to drag her toward the hollow. The whispers had grown frantic, their voices now distorted, tearing at her sanity as they screamed for her to return. "You cannot escape, Keeper." The ground beneath her trembled again, and this time the earth split open, a deep fissure opening up at her feet, the cracks running deep into the ground. The hollow's power surged, a torrent of dark energy that threatened to swallow her whole. The whispers became a roar, deafening in its intensity, and Rachel stumbled, nearly falling into the chasm that had appeared before her. But she fought it. She fought. She spun around, throwing herself toward the edge of the clearing, away from the stone, away from the hollow, as the forest writhed behind her, furious at her defiance. The trees seemed to twist and contort, their branches reaching out like claws, trying to grasp at her, to pull her back into the heart of their dark kingdom. Rachel pushed herself harder, her breath ragged, her heart hammering in her chest. The forest wasn't just angry, it was fury incarnate, its rage shaking the very air around her. The earth beneath her feet buckled, as though the forest were trying to tear itself apart to reclaim what had slipped through its grasp. But Rachel didn't stop. She couldn't stop. She couldn't let the forest win. With one final desperate effort, she burst through the line of trees, stumbling into the thick underbrush beyond the clearing. The forest seemed to hesitate for a moment, as if surprised by her defiance, before it erupted into an explosion of energy behind her. A deafening roar, the wind howling through the branches like a wild beast, tearing at the very fabric of the forest. Rachel didn't look back. She couldn't. She knew that if she did, she would be lost. But as she pushed forward, her legs trembling with exhaustion, she felt something shift inside her. For the first time, the forest felt distant. The whispers, the voices, the hunger, it was still there, but now it was fading like a storm moving off into the distance. She wasn't free yet. Not completely. But for the first time since she had stepped into this cursed place, Rachel felt the smallest flicker of hope. She could fight this. She could win. The air was thick with tension as Rachel stumbled through the underbrush, her legs heavy and trembling with exhaustion. The sound of the forest's fury still echoed in the distance, the roar of branches twisting and creaking, the howling wind that carried the weight of ancient wrath. The earth beneath her feet seemed to pulse, alive with the very energy that had sought to claim her, and though she had escaped its immediate grasp, she knew she was not free. Not yet. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she pushed herself onward, her body aching with every step. Her hands scraped against the rough bark of the trees as she leaned against them for support, willing herself to keep moving, even as her strength threatened to fail her. But the whispers didn't stop. They followed her, a persistent, maddening chorus in her mind. Faint at first, they grew louder with each passing moment, clawing at her thoughts like 1,000 invisible hands reaching into her skull. You cannot outrun us, Keeper. You belong to the forest, Rachel. The hollow will have you. The words, cold and insistent, twisted around her, burrowing into her consciousness. They were never-ending, a constant hum in the back of her mind, and despite the exhaustion creeping into her bones, they had a hold on her. She had made her choice. She had rejected the forest's power. But the forest would not simply let her go. It wanted to break her, to make her regret defying it, to make her crave what it had to offer. The path ahead was uncertain, the trees growing thicker and more oppressive as she pressed forward. The dense foliage seemed to close in on her, the shadows deepening with every step she took. But Rachel didn't stop. She couldn't afford to stop. A branch snapped beneath her foot, and she let out a sharp gasp, stumbling forward. She caught herself against a nearby tree, her heart thudding in her chest. The sudden motion was jarring, and for a brief moment she thought she saw something, a figure in the shadows just beyond her reach. But when she looked again, it was gone. She wasn't sure if it had been real. Her mind was fraying, the lines between reality and the forest's illusions beginning to blur. Was she seeing things? Or was the forest playing tricks on her, pulling at her mind, making her question everything she thought she knew? The ground beneath her shifted again, and she froze. For a moment, she wasn't sure what was happening, whether the forest itself was shifting, or if it was her perception playing tricks. But then a low rumble shook the earth, and the trees groaned in response, their roots twisting and creaking as if they were being pulled from the ground. It was as if the forest were alive. No, it wasn't just alive. It was aware. The hollow had awakened something in her, something that was now alive within her veins. The power of the forest, its dark energy, was coursing through her, like a poison that she couldn't expel, no matter how hard she fought. She could feel it in her chest, in her head, pulsing with every beat of her heart. It was a part of her now. Rachel closed her eyes, her fingers clutching at her temples as if she could block out the ever-growing pressure in her skull. But the whispers only grew louder. You cannot run from your fate. The forest will reclaim what is rightfully its. The wind picked up again, and with it came the sound of something else, a distant, mournful cry. It was unlike anything Rachel had ever heard before, a sound that seemed to reach down to the deepest parts of her soul, pulling at her, dragging her toward it. "What is that?" she whispered aloud, her voice trembling. The cry grew louder, closer. And then, as if to answer her question, the ground beneath her feet shifted once more, and a sudden flash of light illuminated the trees ahead. It was brief but sharp, like a jagged bolt of lightning, and it revealed the shape of a figure standing at the edge of the forest, just within the glow of the faint light. For a moment, Rachel's heart skipped a beat, a cold chill creeping up her spine. She didn't recognize the figure, but there was something about the way it stood, silent, unmoving, that filled her with dread. "Who are you?" Rachel called out, her voice hoarse, barely above a whisper. The figure did not respond. Instead, it took a step forward, and as it did, the ground trembled again, this time with a power far more intense than before. The earth cracked beneath its feet, and the trees seemed to recoil, their branches swaying in unnatural motions. Rachel took a cautious step back, her pulse quickening. The figure was coming closer, its form becoming clearer with each passing second. It was tall, almost unnaturally so, its silhouette shrouded in shadow. Its face was obscured by a hood, and its hands were outstretched as if calling to her. The sound of its footsteps was muffled, as though it walked not on the earth but through it, a being of the forest, a spirit of some kind. Rachel's breath caught in her throat as she realized that this was no mere wanderer, it was something far more powerful. It was a spirit of the forest, and it had come for her. The figure's voice broke the silence, soft and cold. "You cannot escape what you are, Keeper." Rachel's heart hammered in her chest as the words washed over her. They weren't just a threat. They were a fact. The spirit knew her, knew who she was. It knew what she had rejected, and it knew the cost of that rejection. "You have made a mistake," the spirit continued, its voice carrying the weight of centuries. "The forest does not let go. It does not forget. And you, Rachel, will learn that lesson the hard way." The air around Rachel grew colder, the temperature dropping rapidly as the spirit drew closer. She could feel the frost creeping along her skin, the chill settling into her bones. Her breath came out in visible puffs, and her legs shook beneath her, the cold seeping into her very marrow. "The forest's claim is eternal," the spirit murmured almost tenderly. "The hollow's power is yours to keep or to be consumed by, and you cannot hide from what you are. You cannot outrun the forest." Rachel's mind raced, her thoughts spinning like a whirlwind. She couldn't fight this. Not directly. The spirit was a part of the forest, a manifestation of its power. To fight it would be to fight the very forest itself, a force older than anything she could comprehend. "What do you want from me?" Rachel managed, her voice trembling but steady. The spirit tilted its head, its form swaying like smoke in the wind. "I want you to accept your place." A flash of understanding hit Rachel. It wasn't just her life that had been claimed. The forest had taken something else, something far more precious: her freedom. The spirit reached out a long, bony hand, its fingers grazing Rachel's arm like a whisper of ice. "You cannot walk away from the forest, keeper. You belong to it now. And soon, you will be just like the rest of us." And with that, the spirit faded back into the shadows, leaving Rachel standing alone in the cold, surrounded by the ever-present whispers of the forest. The hollow was waiting, and she couldn't escape. Not now. Not ever. The night seemed to stretch on endlessly, the weight of the forest pressing down on Rachel like a suffocating shroud. She stood in the same spot where the spirit had vanished, her limbs frozen, her heart heavy with the cold realization of her fate. The whispers had faded, but the silence was almost worse. It was the quiet that gnawed at her, the absence of sound that left her feeling hollow, exposed, and vulnerable. Her breath fogged the air, dissipating into the dark, but the chill she felt was not just from the cold, it was from something deeper, something that she could no longer ignore. The spirit had spoken the truth. She had rejected the forest, but the forest would never release her. Not now. Not after everything. The hollow's power had taken root within her, and it was not going to let her forget. No matter how far she ran, no matter how fast she moved, the forest's reach would be there, stretching its roots deep into her soul. Her eyes flickered to the darkness around her. The trees were no longer the ancient, towering beings they had once seemed. Now they were looming sentinels, twisted in their age, their bark gnarled like the skin of some ancient beast. Their branches moved with the wind, creaking and groaning, but it wasn't the wind that stirred them, it was something else. Something more alive, more dangerous. Rachel felt the weight of their gaze on her, as if the trees themselves were watching her, waiting for her to make a move, to slip up. They knew, she realized. They all knew. The forest had been watching her since the moment she set foot in it, every step she took, every breath she drew. "You cannot escape, keeper." The words came from the shadows, sharp and unmistakable. Rachel whipped around, her pulse quickening. But there was nothing. No figure. No spirit. The voice, though, that was real. The voice was inside her, all around her, vibrating in her skull. It came from the trees, from the earth beneath her feet, from the very air she breathed. It was everywhere. "You belong to us now," the voice continued, colder than the wind, sharper than any blade. "We have marked you, and you will return." Rachel clenched her fists, fighting against the pull of those words, fighting against the power that coursed through her veins. But it was so strong, so undeniable. She could feel it. The forest was calling to her, its tendrils reaching deep within her, feeding off her very essence. Every heartbeat, every breath she took, only fed the hunger that the forest had awakened in her. "No," Rachel muttered through clenched teeth. "I will not go back." But the forest was relentless. Suddenly the ground beneath her shifted. The earth trembled again, not from some distant rumble, but as if something beneath it was waking, something ancient and alive. The trees began to bend, their branches twisting as though they were reaching toward her. The air grew thick, dense with an unnatural weight. The shadows around her deepened, and the path ahead seemed to stretch into infinity, a dark maw that beckoned her closer. It was then that she felt it, a cold, sharp pain piercing her chest. It wasn't physical, but something deeper, inside her, something pulling at her heartstrings as if the forest were trying to drag her back, to claim her once and for all. The whispers rose again, filling her mind, each word like a needle stabbing into her skull. "You cannot fight us. You cannot escape what you are. You will return." A sudden vision flashed in her mind, a terrifying glimpse of the hollow. It was vast, ancient, and alive, its heart a throbbing, pulsing mass of darkness and power. She saw herself standing at the center of it, her body bent in submission, her will broken. She saw herself becoming a part of the forest, its power coursing through her, its hunger filling her soul. The vision vanished as quickly as it had come, leaving Rachel gasping, her eyes wide with terror. She stumbled backward, shaking her head as if to clear the image from her mind. It wasn't real. It couldn't be. She wasn't going to let that happen. She wasn't going to let herself be consumed. But then she heard it. The faintest rustling. A whisper of movement, barely perceptible against the backdrop of the ever-growing storm of the forest. Rachel turned sharply, her pulse spiking, her heart pounding in her throat. There, standing just beyond the trees, was a figure. A shadow at first, barely distinguishable from the surrounding dark. But as Rachel stared, it slowly came into focus and her blood ran cold. It was a man. No, not quite. His shape was humanoid, but his face was obscured by shadows like something was constantly shifting over it. His eyes glowed faintly, a sickly greenish hue that seemed to pierce through the darkness. His clothes were tattered, torn, but there was something otherworldly about him, something ancient. Rachel's breath hitched. This wasn't just any spirit. This was a creature of the forest. A thing that had once been human, twisted by the same power that had almost consumed her. A keeper. "You cannot outrun your fate," the creature said, its voice rasping like dry leaves in the wind. "The hollow will have you. There is no escape from what is coming." Rachel backed away, her pulse racing. "No," she whispered. "I will not go with you." But the creature didn't move. It didn't need to. The air around Rachel thickened, the whispers rising again, louder than ever. The trees began to move, their branches creaking as they twisted and bent, surrounding her like a cage. The earth beneath her feet trembled as roots surged upward, breaking through the ground like hands reaching for her, pulling her closer to the hollow's heart. "You are ours." The words were no longer whispers. They were commands. The forest was taking control, and Rachel could feel herself slipping, the world around her spinning. Her legs were no longer her own. They moved toward the creature, toward the growing shadows, as if some invisible force were guiding her. "No," Rachel cried, her voice a hoarse whisper. "I will not be your puppet." But it was too late. The pull of the forest had grown too strong. She could feel it, wrapping around her mind, tightening around her chest, stealing her breath. It was like drowning, like being buried alive in the deepest depths of the earth, surrounded by the crushing weight of the forest's power. The hollow's call had become her own. She fought against it with every ounce of strength she had left, but her body was no longer hers to command. The creature stepped forward, its eyes glowing brighter, and as it reached out to touch her, Rachel felt her consciousness begin to fade. She fought to stay awake, to hold on to herself, but the shadows were closing in, the whispers becoming deafening, and the power of the hollow was too overwhelming. "You will return," the creature murmured, its voice a soft promise. And then everything went black. When Rachel opened her eyes again, she felt a strange weight pressing down on her chest. It wasn't a physical weight, but something far deeper, something that clung to her spirit, suffocating her will to fight. She couldn't move, couldn't speak. The world around her was a blur of shadows and darkness, and the coldness was all-encompassing, as if she were buried beneath layers of frozen earth. The whispers had stopped. For a moment, everything was silent. But that silence was deceptive, for the darkness was alive. She could feel it shifting around her, closing in like a living thing, its tendrils snaking through the air, through her thoughts. The air was thick with something unnameable, something ancient, its presence heavy and suffocating, pressing in from all sides. "You are here, Keeper," a voice said, but it was not the creature that had captured her. This voice was deeper, more resonant, like a slow heartbeat in the dark. It was the voice of the hollow itself. The moment the voice spoke, Rachel's body jerked upright and she gasped for air. The ground beneath her was cold, like stone, and she realized with a jolt that she was no longer in the forest. She was somewhere else, a place far darker, far more oppressive than she had ever imagined. The trees were gone. The sky was nowhere to be seen. She was surrounded by a vast, empty darkness, and yet she was not alone. The shadows moved around her like a swarm of living creatures, shifting, twisting in and out of existence. The air was thick with the scent of rot and decay, and a strange, pulsing rhythm echoed through the emptiness, as if the very earth beneath her feet was alive. Rachel looked around, her heart racing in her chest. She was standing on a stone floor, smooth and cold, with veins of black running through it like cracks in a dying heart. The walls around her rose high into the air, but there was no ceiling, only endless dark like the cavernous depths of the earth itself. "Where am I?" Rachel whispered, her voice a tremulous echo in the void. "You are in the heart of the hollow," the voice answered, its tone filled with a dark, ancient wisdom. "The place where the forest power is strongest, where all things are bound together." Rachel stumbled forward, her legs unsteady as though the very ground beneath her was moving. The darkness around her seemed to ripple, shifting like liquid shadows. She tried to move, but her limbs felt heavy, as though she were being pulled in every direction by some unseen force. The whispers had returned, soft and insistent, swirling around her like smoke, filling her mind with thoughts she couldn't control. "You have come far, Keeper. Farther than any before you." The voice continued, the words resonating deep within her chest. "But now there is no turning back." Her heart pounded as she forced herself to stand tall, shaking off the crushing pressure that seemed to press in on her every side. The darkness felt like a living thing, breathing in time with her own ragged breaths, suffocating her, pulling at her very soul. "What do you want from me?" Rachel cried, her voice raw, desperate. "Why are you doing this?" A low, rumbling sound filled the air, like distant thunder, but there was no storm. It was as though the hollow itself was speaking, its voice like a growl reverberating in the very bones of the earth. "You are the Keeper, Rachel. You are the one who will hold the balance. You have always been destined for this." Rachel shook her head, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. "No, I don't want this. I never asked for this." The voice was silent for a long moment, and when it spoke again, its tone had changed. It was softer, more patient, as if explaining a truth Rachel couldn't yet comprehend. "You cannot change your destiny. You are already bound to the hollow just as the forest is bound to you. You are a part of it now, Keeper. You always have been." Rachel clenched her fists, feeling the pressure of the hollow's power surging within her. Her mind was spinning, the weight of her thoughts becoming too much to bear. The hollow's truth echoed in her ears, like a drumbeat, a steady pulse that seemed to match her heartbeat. She was bound to this place, to this dark force. No matter how much she fought, no matter how much she resisted, she couldn't escape it. "I'm not like you," Rachel spat, her voice filled with defiance. "I won't let you control me." A sound that could only be described as a chuckle reverberated through the air, cold and mocking. "Control? No, Keeper. You misunderstand. You have always been part of us. You have always been the forest child. You are not its victim, you are its vessel." Rachel's heart stuttered in her chest. Vessel. She could feel the truth of those words deep in her bones, like an undeniable pulse. The hollow had been inside her all along, waiting for the right moment to take root. The power that she had rejected so desperately, that had haunted her every step, had always been a part of her. She had simply been too blind to see it. "No," she cried again, her voice trembling with the weight of the revelation. "I won't accept it." The ground beneath her shifted violently, and suddenly, the stone floor began to crack, dark veins of shadow stretching out like roots spreading through the earth. The walls of the hollow seemed to pulse with a life of their own, and the very air around her hummed with energy, as if the entire place were alive, watching her, waiting for her to make her choice. "You have no choice, Keeper." The voice was all around her now, coming from the walls, from the floor, from the very air she breathed. Rachel's head spun, her mind caught between the desire to resist and the overwhelming pull of the hollow's power. It was consuming her, seeping into her soul, into her very essence. "The hollow is your home. The forest is your family. And in the end you will see the truth. You belong here, Rachel. You always have." Her heart thundered in her chest as the darkness closed in, the whispers becoming a roar. The pressure was unbearable now, a force so strong it felt as though the hollow was pulling her apart, piece by piece, breaking her down until there was nothing left but the forest's will. And in that moment, Rachel realized something. The forest wasn't just trying to take her. The forest wasn't just trying to consume her. It was trying to make her its own. But was she strong enough to resist? Could she truly fight the power of the hollow, or was she already too far gone to ever escape its grasp? The weight of the hollow's power was overwhelming, pressing down on Rachel like an invisible hand around her throat. It was as if the very fabric of her being was being drawn toward the center of the darkness, into the endless abyss where the forest's heart beat. She could feel the pulse of that heart now, steady, rhythmic, almost hypnotic. It resonated through her chest, through her veins, filling her with something cold and dark, something ancient that was not entirely her own. The darkness around her was alive, breathing, swirling like a tempest of shadows. The walls pulsed, their black veins growing thicker, more pronounced with every passing second. The stone beneath her feet was no longer solid, no longer familiar. It had become soft, like flesh, shifting beneath her weight as though the very ground was alive and reaching for her. Rachel's body trembled, not from cold but from the sheer pressure of the hollow's presence. Her breath was shallow, quick, and she could feel her heart racing in her chest as the forest's energy sought to bind her. It wanted her, not just as a part of the forest, but as a vessel, as the embodiment of its power, a living conduit through which its will would flow. "You belong to the forest, Rachel," the voice echoed again, its tone cold, inexorable. "You have always belonged to it. You are its keeper. And now you will embrace your role." The voice was everywhere, inside her mind, surrounding her, vibrating through the very air. She could no longer tell where the voice ended and her thoughts began. It was a blur, a flood of knowing, the feeling of inevitability, of an ancient force that had always been there, waiting. But Rachel refused. She couldn't accept it. She wouldn't let herself be consumed. "I'm not like you," Rachel whispered, her voice breaking with the weight of the words. She clenched her fists, the cold stone beneath her fingers sending shockwaves of pain through her bones. "I'm me. I'm Rachel. Not some vessel for the forest." The ground rumbled beneath her, the earth groaning as though in response to her defiance. The darkness around her thickened, swirling faster now, pulling at her limbs, tugging at her soul. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, as if the forest itself were angry, frustrated with her resistance. "You do not understand." The voice deepened, resonated, its power pulling Rachel closer to the heart of the hollow. "You are not separate from us. You are a part of this world. And whether you accept it or not, you will join us. It is your destiny." The stone under her feet cracked, spreading outward like a spider's web, the black veins running deeper into the earth. Rachel's pulse quickened. Her body felt like it was being pulled apart, not just physically but emotionally, mentally. Everything was being torn in two. She felt the force of the hollow's power wrapping around her, trying to rewrite who she was, trying to strip away her identity and make her one with the darkness. "I won't let you," Rachel screamed, her voice raw and desperate. She stumbled forward, her arms flailing as she tried to push away from the growing mass of shadows, the crushing weight of the forest's power. But it was too strong. The ground beneath her feet cracked open, sending tendrils of darkness spiraling upward, wrapping around her legs, her arms. The energy in the air was like a living thing, shifting, pulling, trying to drag her deeper into the hollow's heart. She felt it trying to seep inside her, trying to break down her walls, to fill her with the forest's essence. "You are nothing without us, Keeper." The voice was no longer speaking in words. It was in her mind, in her blood, in her heart. The very air was vibrating with it. "You are part of the forest. The forest is part of you. There is no escape from what you are." Rachel gasped, her eyes wide with terror, her body trembling violently as the pull of the hollow grew stronger. She could feel it. The forest was inside her. It was as if it had always been there, a slow, patient current running through her veins, waiting for the right moment to rise, to consume her. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms as if the physical pain would somehow anchor her to herself, to her humanity. She needed to fight. She needed to hold on. "No," Rachel gasped, her voice trembling but determined. "I won't be your keeper. I won't become a part of this." The darkness around her seemed to pulse, the shadows writhing like a living beast, enraged by her defiance. The whispers turned to screams, a cacophony of voices that ripped through her mind, tearing at her thoughts, drowning out everything else. And then, suddenly, it all stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. The world around Rachel seemed to freeze in place. The weight of the hollow's presence was still there, but now it was waiting. Rachel's breath was shallow, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the darkness still lingering, but it wasn't pulling her anymore. It was waiting for her to make her next move. "You are weak," The voice spoke again, softer now, almost like a whisper. You cannot resist what is in you. You cannot fight your own nature. Rachel felt her knees buckle beneath her. She collapsed to the ground, her body trembling from the exhaustion of fighting the force that had consumed her. She wasn't sure how much longer she could hold on. Her body felt like it was made of glass, ready to shatter at any moment. The hollow's power was inside her, rooted in her very soul, in her blood. Why don't you accept it, Rachel? The voice said again, softer, more coaxing. You belong here. You are this. You are one with the forest. But as the words settled over her like a blanket of ice, something inside Rachel shifted. Something snapped. No, she whispered again, more firmly this time, as if the very act of speaking the words gave her strength. She pushed herself up from the cold stone, her hands shaking but her resolve hardening. I'm not you, she said, her voice shaking but louder this time. I'm not a part of your hollow. I will not become this. For the first time since she had stepped into the forest, Rachel felt the weight of the hollow's power begin to waver. She could feel the shift, a subtle but undeniable change in the air. It wasn't the hollow growing weaker, it was her. The pull of the darkness was still there, but it was now facing something stronger. Rachel was no longer just resisting. She was fighting back. You are mine, the voice hissed. You will come to understand. You cannot fight it forever. But Rachel stood taller, her breath steadying. She wasn't done yet. This battle was far from over. The pulse of the hollow's power was still there, but now Rachel could feel it weakening, just a fraction. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Enough to give her the hope she desperately needed. Her body was trembling, her mind still reeling from the overwhelming force that had tried to consume her, but for the first time she didn't feel entirely lost. The darkness that had once seemed so invincible now felt more distant. Rachel's breath was shallow, her heart racing, but she forced herself to focus. She couldn't let herself be swept up in fear again. The whispers were still in the air, taunting her, urging her to accept her fate, but she could no longer hear them with the same terror in her heart. She had rejected the hollow once, and now she had to reject it again, and again if necessary. It was a battle that would stretch her mind, her soul, her very being to the breaking point. You cannot run from yourself, Keeper, the voice called out once more, its tone deep and cold. It was like an ancient river, flowing through time, carrying centuries of knowledge and power. You cannot fight what has already been written. Rachel's gaze swept across the dark expanse of the hollow. The stone walls pulsed around her, the veins of black energy shifting as though the place itself was alive, waiting for her to give in. The pressure on her chest was unbearable, but now she understood something fundamental. This wasn't just about resisting the forest. It was about fighting for her own soul, her identity, her autonomy. And no matter how deep the forest's tendrils reached into her, Rachel was determined to preserve who she was. The ground beneath her feet trembled again. This time it wasn't an invitation. It was a threat. The forest was warning her that it wouldn't let her go without a price. But Rachel didn't flinch. You think I belong to you? She shouted, her voice stronger than it had ever been. You think you can take me, break me, and mold me into something I'm not? The air around her thickened, the shadows twisting in on themselves. The hollow's power responded to her challenge, pulsing violently as though in anger. The ground cracked beneath her again, spreading outward in jagged lines, but Rachel held her ground, refusing to back down. You are already mine, the voice retorted, its tone cruel, resigned. You always have been. You will come to understand that. This is your purpose. It is your fate. Rachel's hands were shaking, but she clenched them into fists, digging her nails into her palms as if she could physically hold on to her defiance. She could feel the hollow, feel its dark presence threatening to take her, to drown her in its depths, but she would not let it. You don't get to decide what I am, she cried, her voice ringing out with new strength. I am Rachel. I am me. The ground began to shake again, but this time, Rachel didn't step back. Instead, she took a deep breath, focusing everything she had left into her next words. I will not be your keeper. I will not be the hollow's vessel. The words echoed around her, bouncing off the stone walls, growing louder, more powerful with each breath. I will fight. I will always fight. For the first time since she had entered this cursed place, Rachel felt a surge of warmth in her chest. It wasn't physical warmth, but something deeper, something that came from within her soul. A spark of defiance. A flicker of light against the encroaching darkness. It was the fire of her will, and that fire would burn. The hollow's power recoiled for just a moment, as though the very act of Rachel resisting had caused it to hesitate. She felt the pressure around her chest lighten just slightly, the weight of the darkness lifting, if only for a second. It wasn't much, but it was enough to give her hope. But the hollow wasn't done with her yet. The walls of the cavern shuddered violently, and suddenly, the shadows around her surged forward like a tide. They rushed toward her with the speed of a storm, thick and insistent, as if the forest itself had grown impatient with her resistance. The shadows twisted, forming into shapes, figures twisted and monstrous, their eyes glowing with the same sickly green that Rachel had seen in the creature before. The forest was calling its minions. The hollow was ready to claim her. Rachel's heart hammered in her chest, and for a moment, fear crawled up her spine like an icy hand. She had come so far. She had fought with everything she had, and now this? More shadows, more creatures, more darkness? But no. Rachel's eyes blazed with fire. She would not let it end here. "I am stronger than you," she screamed, her voice rising above the storm of shadows that surged toward her. She stretched her hands out in front of her, fingers trembling but resolute. "I am not just a part of you. I am me." The shadows hesitated. The air seemed to hum with her defiance, vibrating around her as though the very fabric of the hollow were beginning to tear. Rachel took a deep breath, and with a cry that came from the very depths of her soul, she thrust her hands forward. She didn't know what she was doing, didn't know how or why, but she felt the power inside her surge. A power that was her own, something that wasn't the forest, something different. "No more," she cried. A blinding light erupted from her hands, brighter than the shadows, brighter than anything the hollow had ever known. The light was warm, golden, and it ripped through the darkness like a sword through cloth. The creatures that had been charging toward her faltered, their twisted forms recoiling from the light, screaming as if the very essence of their being was being burned away. The hollow's voice screamed in fury, but this time it was weaker. The air around Rachel crackled with power, but it was no longer the hollow's power, it was hers. The darkness began to recede, the shadows pulling back, writhing in pain as they were pushed back by the blinding light that now surrounded Rachel. The walls of the cavern seemed to shake with the force of her defiance, their black veins pulsing erratically, as though the hollow was losing its grip on her. "You will not control me," Rachel shouted one last time, her voice ringing with absolute conviction. The light flared brighter, the darkness retreating further. The creatures screamed, their forms breaking apart as the light shattered them, one by one. The walls groaned, the hollow's grip on her weakening, faltering. For a moment there was nothing but the blinding light, and then, nothing. When Rachel opened her eyes again, she was alone. The cavern was still, quiet. The shadows had retreated completely, vanishing like smoke in the wind. The power that had once threatened to consume her had dissipated, and in its place was a deep, almost peaceful silence. Rachel took a shaky breath, her chest heaving. She looked around, her heart still racing. The forest had not won. She had won. But she knew this victory would be short-lived. The hollow would return. And when it did, Rachel would be ready. Rachel stood still in the vast, empty cavern, the silence pressing against her like a physical weight. Her breathing was ragged, each inhale and exhale a painful reminder of how close she had come to losing everything. The light she had summoned still shimmered around her, its golden glow softening, but she could feel its warmth fading. The hollow was gone, but she knew it wasn't truly over. Not yet. Not by a long shot. The stone floor beneath her felt cold again, as if the warmth had never existed. The walls, once pulsing with dark veins of power, were now still, silent. They looked like the walls of any ordinary cave now, dead rock, faded and gray. Rachel's fingers trembled as she brushed them against the smooth stone. She had done it. She had fought. She had broken free. But the victory came with a price. She was alone. Alone in the heart of the hollow. "What now?" she whispered to herself, her voice hoarse. The question hung in the air, unanswered. What now? The hollow had been waiting for her, and it had used everything in its arsenal to break her. But Rachel wasn't just some prey for it to feast upon. She wasn't the keeper the forest had wanted her to be. She had fought for herself, for her identity, and she had won. But that wasn't enough. She knew the hollow wasn't gone. Not truly. Not in the way she'd hoped. It had only retreated. For now. Rachel turned slowly, scanning the cavern once more. There had to be something here. Some clue, some way out, some kind of escape. She couldn't just stay here. The hollow had her now. And if she was going to survive, she had to figure out how to escape its grasp for good. Her eyes caught the faintest glimmer in the corner of the cavern. A shimmering, pale blue light, like the glint of something far away. Her heart skipped a beat. Curious, she moved toward it, each step echoing in the stillness. The light grew brighter the closer she got, and soon Rachel could see that it was coming from a small opening in the rock. It was a narrow crack in the stone, just big enough for her to crawl through. And beyond that crack, something called to her. She could feel it. A whisper. A pull. Is it a way out? She wondered. She hesitated, glancing behind her. The hollowed-out cavern had once been suffocating, the weight of the forest pressing down from every angle. But now it seemed almost peaceful. Peaceful, and yet, in her heart, Rachel knew the danger wasn't over. With a deep breath, she squeezed through the narrow opening, her body scraping against the jagged rock. The crack was tight, and at first she wondered if she could fit. But the pull from the other side was stronger, guiding her, urging her to continue. And after what felt like an eternity of crawling, she emerged into an entirely different space. The light here was different, darker, colder, yet still strangely comforting. The space before her was vast, stretching out into an endless expanse of trees and fog. She was in the forest again. But this was not the forest she had come to know. The trees here were even taller, more twisted, their bark dark and slick, almost like oil, reflecting the weak moonlight filtering through the thick mist. The ground beneath her was soft, like wet moss, sucking at her feet with each step. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something rotting. The fog wrapped around her, muting the world and giving everything an eerie, dreamlike quality. Rachel's heart began to race again. She had stepped out of the cavern only to find herself in another, darker part of the forest. And yet, despite the unsettling beauty of the place, something was wrong. There was something off about it, like it was waiting for her, as if it were all part of the forest's design. The trees towered above her like looming sentinels, their branches creaking as they shifted in the breeze. But there was no breeze, no wind. The leaves stirred, but they didn't fall. The forest was holding its breath, waiting. Rachel took a few tentative steps forward, her senses on high alert. Every sound in the forest seemed to come from a distance, like she was hearing it through layers of fog and silence. Then a movement caught her eye. Something shifted in the fog. A figure, barely visible in the mist, moving just at the edge of her vision. At first, she thought it was her mind playing tricks on her, but as the figure stepped forward, she could make out the shape of a person. A figure draped in tattered clothing, its face hidden by a dark hood. Another keeper? Rachel wondered, the thought both chilling and familiar. But the figure was too still, too silent. The figure didn't move toward her. It just stood there watching her. Rachel took another step forward, but the figure didn't react. It seemed to be waiting for her to come closer. She stopped in her tracks. What? The hollow was everywhere. Its presence had seeped into every corner of this forest. It was in the ground, the trees, the very air. This was not just any place in the forest. This was something deeper, something far more dangerous. The figure stepped out of the mist, revealing more of its form. Its face was shrouded in shadow, but Rachel could see the hollow, ragged edges of its form, the decay that clung to it. "You should not have come here." The voice was not a whisper, but a hollow echo. Rachel's heart raced. The voice came from the figure, but there was no sound, only a vibration in the air, a coldness that seemed to seep into her bones. "The hollow has claimed you," it continued, the words heavy with something older, deeper. "You cannot run. You cannot hide. It is inside you." "Inside me?" The words reverberated in her mind. Rachel's breath quickened. This was the heart of the hollow, but it wasn't just a place. The forest was not just a physical thing. It was alive, it was conscious, and it was here to claim her. Every step, every corner she turned, the hollow's presence pressed down on her. She could feel it pulsing in her veins. Her body was a vessel, whether she liked it or not. The figure stepped forward, its feet making no sound on the moss-covered ground. "You will become one with it." Rachel didn't know how much longer she could fight. It had taken everything to break free before. And yet, the hollow was always there, always waiting. The world around her was closing in, pressing down on her, and the figure's presence was too powerful, too overwhelming. But Rachel wouldn't give up. Not yet. Not ever. Her breath caught as she gathered every ounce of will left in her. The fight was not over. The hollow was not finished with her, but she would never stop resisting. She wasn't just a keeper. She was Rachel. And the hollow would never claim her. Rachel's chest heaved as she stood there, facing the figure in the fog. Her heart was a drumbeat in her ears, a relentless reminder of the fear gnawing at the edges of her resolve. Every inch of her body screamed to run, to flee from the oppressive weight of the hollow, but something in her, something deep, refused to back down. The figure before her was impossibly still, a dark silhouette against the ever-encroaching fog. Its face was obscured by shadow, but Rachel could feel its eyes on her, cold, knowing, and filled with an ancient sorrow. A sorrow that seemed to pulse from the very core of the forest itself. The hollow was not just a force. It was a living entity, a consciousness that sought to consume, to merge, to bind. And in that moment, Rachel realized that the figure in front of her was no mere specter. It was a keeper. But it was something else too. Something broken. It stepped closer, its movements fluid and unnatural, like it was part of the very air, part of the mist that swirled around them. The moss beneath its feet seemed to tremble as it moved, as though the earth itself feared the figure. You cannot fight what has always been inside you. The voice was neither human nor spirit. It was the voice of the forest itself, deep and resonant, vibrating in Rachel's bones. The hollow has claimed you, Rachel. It is you. It lives within your soul, and it will consume you piece by piece, until nothing remains but the forest's will. Rachel swallowed hard, her throat dry. Her hands were shaking at her sides, but she clenched her fists, steadying herself. I won't let you control me. Her voice was hoarse but determined. She had said it before. She would say it again. You will let us control you, keeper, the figure whispered, its voice like wind through dead leaves. You will bow to the forest's will as all those before you have. The hollow feeds on defiance. It will break you just as it broke us. The words hit Rachel like a physical blow. The keeper's eyes, those hollow, empty sockets, seemed to see through her, past her resistance, past the fire that burned in her chest. It was as though the figure could feel the battle within her, the tension between the human spirit and the forest's call. You think you are the first to defy the hollow? It said, a grim chuckle in its tone. You are nothing but the latest in a long line of failures. We were all once like you. Rachel's pulse quickened. The figure's words struck deep. Failures? She wasn't sure what that meant, but it resonated with a truth she couldn't deny. How many others had come before her? How many had fought the same battle and lost? The keeper took another step closer, its form becoming clearer in the mist. Its body was a twisted version of humanity, its flesh withered and decayed, the bones beneath visible through tattered clothing. But its eyes, those hollow voids, glowed faintly with the same sickly green that she had seen in the hollow's creatures, the same that burned in the depths of the forest's heart. You will join us, Rachel. The words were slow, almost hypnotic. You will become one with the hollow. Your spirit will be consumed, your body twisted into something else. There is no escape. There never was. Rachel's stomach twisted with nausea, but she gritted her teeth, forcing herself to take a step forward. I won't be you. The keeper's laugh was soft, almost sorrowful. You are already me. The air around Rachel thickened, the pressure building in her chest like the weight of the world. The ground beneath her feet trembled again, but this time it wasn't just the earth. It was the hollow's power reaching for her, trying to pull her into its fold. Rachel closed her eyes, her mind spinning with the force of the forest's power. She could feel it, tugging at her thoughts, at her memories, at her soul. The hollow's presence was everywhere. It had always been. She couldn't escape it. But she wasn't alone. She had never been alone. And she wasn't going to give in. Rachel clenched her fists harder, the pain in her palms a reminder that she was still her. The hollow might want her to become something else, to erase who she was, but the fire inside her, the defiance, the humanity that still clung to her soul, was stronger than it had ever been. She could feel it, deep within her, pulsing like her own heartbeat. She wasn't just Rachel. She was more. With every ounce of strength she had left, Rachel reached inside herself. She didn't know how she was doing it, but she could feel the warmth of her defiance, like a light that began to grow, slowly at first, flickering weakly against the suffocating darkness. But it grew. It grew brighter with each breath, each beat of her heart. And then suddenly the light exploded from her, a blast of pure, blinding energy. The figure recoiled, its ragged form jerking backward, as if the very light of Rachel's will was too much for it to bear. The hollow's power shrieked and howled in the distance, its presence thrashing, but Rachel held firm. No, the word was simple, but it was filled with power. For a moment, the figure faltered, its hollow eyes widening as the light pushed against it. The mist parted, the air crackling with the force of Rachel's resistance. The keeper's form seemed to flicker, as if it were dissolving, pulled apart by the light that burned within Rachel. "You cannot defeat the hollow," the keeper rasped, its voice fading, becoming weaker. "It is inside you, Rachel. You are already a part of it. You will always be." But Rachel didn't hear the rest of its words. The light around her was too bright now, too powerful. She could feel the hollow's hold on her starting to snap, the threads of its power fraying. It was like she was pushing through the very fabric of the forest, unraveling it one thread at a time. The keeper's form was disappearing before her eyes, melting away like smoke in the light. The air was thick with the scent of burning wood, the sharp tang of something ancient being torn apart. Rachel stood taller, her body trembling with the effort, but her mind was clear. She was fighting for herself, for her soul. And as long as she could still feel that spark of defiance, she would never stop. "I won't let you win," she whispered, her voice quiet but filled with a strength she didn't even know she had. And then, with a final, furious blast of light, the keeper's form vanished completely, consumed by the power Rachel had awakened. The forest fell silent. For a moment, there was nothing but the stillness. The fog around her dissipated, the oppressive weight of the hollow lifting from the air. Rachel stood alone, breathing heavily, her heart still racing in her chest. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. And then she heard it. A low, distant rumble, like thunder far off in the horizon. The hollow wasn't gone. It was still out there. But for now, Rachel had won. And she would keep fighting. Rachel stood in the aftermath of her victory, but the silence that surrounded her was not comforting. It was oppressive, suffocating. The mist that had clung to the trees, thick and roiling, began to dissipate, revealing more of the forest, yet it didn't feel like relief. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay, like the forest itself was waiting, holding its breath. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Something was coming. Rachel's heart still pounded in her chest, but she could feel her strength fading. The light that had burned so brightly within her was dimming, a spark slowly snuffed out by the crushing weight of the forest's power. It wasn't gone, but it was fading, retreating into the recesses of her mind where she couldn't quite grasp it. The hollow had pulled back, but for how long? The fog had cleared, but Rachel knew that wasn't the end. No, the forest was only stirring. It had seen her fight. It had seen her resist, but it was not finished with her yet. The forest never lets go. Rachel took a deep breath, but the cool air felt like ice in her lungs. She was still standing in that eerily quiet clearing, the mist now reduced to nothing more than faint whispers drifting through the trees. The wind had picked up, stirring the long, wet grass at her feet and shaking the branches above her in a way that made the forest seem more alive, more aware of her presence. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw it, a flicker of motion, quick, fleeting. Her pulse spiked and she turned, but there was nothing there. Only the stillness. A branch above her creaked, and the trees seemed to shift in a way that didn't feel natural. Rachel's breath caught in her throat as she realized what was happening. The forest was watching. She wasn't alone anymore. Not in the way she had thought. The hollow had never left. It had only been waiting. It had always been there, waiting for her to let down her guard. And now it would claim her, once and for all. A low rumble, distant and deep, sounded above her, echoing from far beyond the tree line. At first she thought it was thunder, but then she realized there was no storm, no clouds in the sky. The sound was coming from the forest itself, as though the land was groaning beneath the weight of something ancient and terrible. Rachel's instinct screamed at her to run, to flee, but she couldn't. She wouldn't. The forest had already stolen so much from her, but it would not take her again. Not without a fight. As if in response to her resolve, the trees around her seemed to grow taller, the shadows deepening beneath their thick branches. The ground quaked again, this time more violently. The air grew thicker, charged with the energy of the forest, and Rachel felt her own strength being pulled from her like a tether slowly unraveling. It was not just the hollow's power she felt now, it was the forest itself, the very heartbeat of the land pulling at her. The forest knew her as much as it had always known her, but something was different this time. She could feel it in the air, in the pulse beneath her feet. This wasn't just an attack of shadows and whispers. This was something else, something deeper. Then, in the distance, the sky above the trees began to shift. The faintest glimmer of red bled across the horizon, a sliver of blood that bled through the dark clouds like an omen. A moon, a blood-red moon, began to rise slowly above the tree-line. Rachel felt it the moment it broke free of the clouds. The power of it, ancient and dark, surged through the very earth beneath her. The blood moon. Her eyes widened in horror as she realized the significance of what was happening. The blood moon was a rare, powerful phenomenon in the forest. It was said to mark a time when the hollow's grip over the land was at its strongest, when the forest itself awoke to claim those who dared challenge it. It was the time when the hollow could fully merge with the world and with those it had claimed. And now it was here. Rachel felt the ground shift beneath her feet once again, but this time it wasn't just the earth moving, it was alive. The ground began to ripple, as though the very soil was writhing beneath her, like a serpent coiling in the dirt. The trees creaked and groaned, their bark shifting in unnatural patterns. The forest wasn't just alive, it was waking up, and it was coming for her. The wind picked up, carrying with it the faintest scent of burning wood, of something rotting in the depths of the earth. Rachel's body tensed as her senses screamed at her to move, to get away from the epicenter of the hollow's power. But she was too late. From the depths of the forest, tendrils of dark, shadowy smoke began to rise, weaving together into long, snaking shapes that undulated through the trees. They moved like sentient creatures, alive with purpose, and Rachel knew they were coming for her. The blood moon's light grew brighter, casting a sickly red glow over the forest. The shadows seemed to stretch out longer, reaching farther, pulling at her like tendrils, dragging her toward the forest's heart. The hollow had never been this strong before. Rachel took a step back, but the ground beneath her buckled. The air was thick with the oppressive weight of the hollow's power, pressing in on her from every direction. The very forest around her seemed to shift, change, and distort in ways she could not comprehend. The trees began to lean toward her, their limbs twisting as though they were alive, reaching out with long, gnarled branches. "It's time, Rachel." The voice echoed from all directions. It was the hollow, no longer a distant force, but something close, something personal. Rachel could feel its tendrils crawling through the very air, wrapping around her, seeping into her mind, into her soul. "You are the keeper. You always have been." Rachel's blood ran cold, but her resolve did not falter. The hollow might think it had her cornered, but she wasn't finished. Not yet. The blood moon hung in the sky, casting its unnatural glow over the forest, and Rachel could feel it. The power it granted, the hold it gave the hollow. She couldn't escape it. Not by running, not by hiding. She was part of the forest, a part of the hollow, whether she wanted to be or not. But she would not give in. The very earth seemed to rise up beneath her, the roots of the trees splitting the ground open, and from the cracks dark shapes began to emerge, creatures of shadow, twisted and formless, their eyes glowing with the sickly green of the hollow's power. Rachel could see them now, shapes emerging from the mist, growing taller, more solid with each passing second. Figures, humanoid but monstrous, their limbs stretching unnaturally, their faces hidden in darkness, except for those glowing eyes. Eyes that burned with the hollow's fury. Her breathing quickened, but she raised her head. She was not finished. Not by a long shot. The hollow was strong, but she had defied it before. She could do it again. Her hands shook, but she lifted them, her fingers curling into fists. The last flicker of light within her, the last ember of resistance, flared brightly. "I won't be yours," she whispered, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her chest. "I won't belong to you. Not now. Not ever." The blood-red light of the blood moon bathed the entire forest in its eerie glow as the creatures from the hollow began to move toward her. And Rachel, with all her defiance, prepared to fight once again. Rachel's pulse was steady in her chest now, despite the overwhelming darkness that pressed in from all sides. The blood moon's glow cast long, twisting shadows through the trees, painting the forest in a ghastly red hue. It was as though the forest had been transformed into a nightmare, every corner hiding something worse than the last. The creatures, the shadows, all of it, was converging on her. The forest was alive, was breathing. Rachel could feel it in the ground beneath her feet, the trees that seemed to groan in the wind, the low whisper of the hollow seeping into the air around her. The power had reached its peak. The hollow, empowered by the blood moon, was at its strongest, and this time there would be no retreat, no hesitating. The creatures that had emerged from the mist stood like sentinels around her, their glowing eyes piercing through the red haze. They were massive, humanoid in shape but twisted, their forms unnaturally long and bent. Their limbs stretched impossibly, hands clawed with black, jagged nails that scraped the earth. And their faces, they were a patchwork of things half remembered, hollow, eyeless sockets, patches of skin torn away to reveal the raw bone beneath, a mass of decaying flesh that barely resembled human features. "You cannot run, Keeper," a voice echoed, though it didn't come from any one of the creatures. It was the forest itself speaking through them. "You cannot escape your purpose. The hollow has claimed you. It will take you to its heart, and there you will remain." Rachel's chest tightened, her breath shallow. Her gaze flickered around her, but no matter where she looked, the creatures circled, their eyes glowing ever brighter as the forest seemed to close in on her. She was standing in the center of this twisted clearing, the walls of the forest narrowing like the jaws of a beast preparing to snap shut. But Rachel knew one thing above all else. She could not allow it. The hollow had tried to consume her once before, had made her feel as though it could mold her, break her, make her a part of its eternal, terrible design. But that was a lie. She was not like them. She was not like the keepers before her. She was Rachel. And no matter what the hollow had planned, she would never stop fighting. As the creatures stepped closer, their eyes narrowing with malice, Rachel took a slow, deliberate breath. Her fingers twitched, and despite the overwhelming power of the hollow pressing in on her, she could feel something stirring within her, a small, flickering light buried deep in her heart. The spark that had sustained her this far. The fire that would never go out. "I won't be your keeper," she whispered, her voice steady and defiant. She wasn't sure if the creatures could hear her, or if the hollow itself could sense her thoughts, but she didn't care. "You can't make me one of you. I am me." At first, nothing happened. The forest around her continued to move, the shadows twisting like dark tendrils. The creatures stared at her with their glowing eyes, their long fingers twitching as they moved closer. The air felt thick with the hollow's presence, and Rachel could feel it, could feel the weight of the forest's grip on her mind, trying to unravel her resolve. But she wasn't going to fall. Not now. With a sharp inhale, Rachel raised her arms to the sky. The blood moon loomed above her like a terrible eye, its red light almost blinding. She focused all of her energy into the core of her being, into the spark that refused to be extinguished, and she called upon it. The hollow was within her, but so was she. She was not its puppet. She was not its plaything. She had never been. Her hands crackled with light, soft at first, but then stronger, brighter, until it poured from her like a beam of sunlight breaking through the darkness. The forest recoiled as the power of the light surged outward, pushing against the shadows like a wave crashing on a rocky shore. The creatures screamed, their forms flickering as if the light was burning them, causing them to distort and collapse under its weight. "No." The hollow's voice boomed from everywhere, all around her. "You cannot defy me." But Rachel wasn't listening anymore. She was past that. The light in her hands swirled, brighter and more intense, and she focused it, aiming it directly at the creatures that surrounded her. "I am not yours," she said, her voice carrying with the power of the light, louder than the hollow's whispers. The creatures writhed and howled in agony as the light poured into them, but they didn't disappear. No, they didn't die. They fled, retreating into the shadows from which they came. One by one, they vanished, their forms melting into the dark like smoke. But Rachel knew they were not gone. They were only retreating. The hollow was changing its tactics. The air around Rachel thickened again, but this time, it wasn't just the oppressive weight of the hollow. It was alive, pulsing with a deep, ancient rhythm. The ground beneath her feet seemed to quake in time with the heartbeat of the forest, like a giant being that was waking up, shaking off centuries of slumber. In the distance, the sound of the wind began to rise, becoming a fierce howl that reverberated through the trees. The forest itself was shifting, like it was awakening from a long, deep slumber. The earth groaned, and then, something impossibly large emerged from the shadows. Rachel's eyes widened as the creature stepped forward, its form shifting and rippling as it approached. It was colossal, its body made of the very earth itself, a mass of roots and vines that twisted around a massive, gnarled trunk. The creature's face, if it could even be called that, was a mass of swirling shadows and decayed branches, with hollow eyes that burned with the same sickly green light that had haunted her since the moment she had stepped into this cursed forest. It was the heart of the hollow, and it had come for her. Rachel staggered back, the ground trembling under the creature's weight. The air was thick with the stench of rot and decay, and the very atmosphere seemed to crackle with raw, untamed power. The heart of the hollow was the forest's last line of defense, its ultimate weapon, and it was coming for her. "You will be one with the hollow," it growled, its voice a low rumble that shook the earth. "The blood moon has risen. Your fate is sealed." Rachel's heart pounded in her chest. She had never felt fear like this before. The heart of the hollow was an entity beyond anything she had ever seen, an embodiment of the forest's ancient, unfathomable will. It was power incarnate, something far older than any keeper. But Rachel wasn't finished. "I will never be yours," she hissed, her voice shaking with fury and defiance. Her hands crackled with light again, brighter than before, and she thrust them forward, unleashing everything she had into the heart's direction. The force of the blast knocked her back, the light blinding and searing, but the creature didn't flinch. It didn't retreat. The forest around her seemed to respond in kind, the branches of the trees reaching toward her, their limbs contorting into grotesque shapes, but Rachel pushed on. She was fighting with everything she had. She wouldn't, let the hollow consume her. But the heart of the hollow wasn't just attacking her. It was attacking everything. The wind howled again, louder now, the earth shaking beneath her feet. The trees seemed to bend and twist, as though the entire forest was rising up against her. The hollow was not just fighting for her, it was fighting for the forest itself. The battle had escalated. Rachel's heart was racing, the pulse in her chest nearly drowning out the sounds of the world around her. The heart of the hollow was looming before her, a creature of unimaginable size and ancient, twisted power. It was an amalgamation of the forest itself, roots, vines, and shadows blending into a monstrous form, with glowing green eyes that pierced through the thick, red haze of the blood moon's light. Its presence was overwhelming, suffocating. Every inch of the forest around her seemed to pulse with its energy, as if the land itself was alive, moving, breathing with it. The heart of the hollow loomed over her, its massive form casting an even darker shadow over the forest. Rachel could feel the weight of its power pressing down on her, crushing her spirit. The air had grown thick, saturated with the stench of decay and rot, the unmistakable smell of an ancient, dying force. The very earth beneath her feet seemed to groan under its power, as though the ground itself was resisting the hollow's will. It spoke again, its voice deep and reverberating, as if the words were not coming from its mouth but from the very air around them, bending space and time with its magnitude. "You cannot escape, Keeper." Rachel swallowed hard. Her breath was shallow, her hands trembling despite her best efforts to steady them. The hollow was not a force that could be reasoned with. It was an ancient entity older than the stars themselves, and it had watched, waited, and fed for centuries, growing stronger with every passing year. But she wasn't about to give up. Not now. "I am not your keeper." Rachel's voice was low but firm, the words coming out through gritted teeth. She could feel the light inside her, the small spark of defiance, still burning, still fighting against the suffocating weight of the hollow's influence. "You are," the heart rumbled, its voice vibrating the very ground beneath her. "You will be." Rachel's stomach churned as a deep, primal terror clawed its way up her spine. The hollow was speaking the truth in a way. Her blood was tied to the forest, to the hollow. It had always been there, lurking beneath the surface of her memories, her thoughts, twisting her into something it could control. But that didn't mean she had to accept it. The air grew colder. The blood moon hung in the sky like a festering wound, bleeding a sickly crimson light across the land. The forest around her was shifting, every tree and vine bending toward her, as though the very land was reaching for her, trying to draw her into its deadly embrace. The branches twisted into clawed hands, the shadows lengthened, and the earth cracked open, exposing deep, gaping wounds. From these cracks, dark, twisted creatures emerged, things that were half human, half tree, with hollow eyes and elongated limbs. Rachel stepped back, her breath ragged. The creatures moved slowly but with purpose, their limbs jerking as they took their first steps toward her. They were part of the hollow. They were the first keepers, the ones who had been consumed and twisted by the forest, their souls buried deep beneath the earth, their bodies used as puppets for the hollow's will. And now they were coming for her. "You cannot fight the hollow," the heart's voice whispered, filling her mind with cold, suffocating thoughts. "You cannot fight what has always been, what always will be." Rachel could feel the tendrils of its power reaching deep into her, clawing at her mind, trying to twist her thoughts into submission. She could feel the memories of her past, the dark whispers of the forest, the weight of everything the hollow had put her through. All of it was flooding her mind, suffocating her thoughts. The forest was trying to swallow her. She clenched her fists, determined not to let the hollow win. Not again. "I am Rachel," she said, her voice stronger now, louder. "I am not your keeper. I am not yours." And with those words, she reached down deep within herself, pulling up the spark that had always been there, the fire of defiance that had never been extinguished, no matter how hard the forest tried to snuff it out. The creatures around her paused, their movements faltering as a burst of light erupted from her chest, sending a shockwave through the forest. The vines recoiled, the trees groaned in protest, and the creatures shrieked as the light pierced through the darkness. The forest trembled, and for a brief, fleeting moment, Rachel felt the power of the hollow falter. "No," the heart bellowed. "You cannot resist. The forest is your home, your birthright." Rachel's breath came faster now, her mind racing. She was fighting not just for her life but for her very soul. The hollow had tried to mold her into one of its own, to break her into submission. It had sought to use her as a vessel, as a tool. But she was more than that. She had always been more than that. And now, as the light in her hands surged brighter, she realized something. The hollow wasn't just a force of evil. It was hunger. It consumed. It twisted. It fed on the souls of those who came into its domain. But Rachel had something the hollow didn't. She had the power of choice. "I choose," she said aloud, the words a declaration, an affirmation of everything she was. "I choose who I am. Not you. Not the forest. Me." With a final, desperate cry, she pushed every ounce of her will into the light that was pouring from her hands. The light exploded outward, a radiant burst of energy that shattered the forest around her. The trees screamed as they cracked and splintered under the force. The ground buckled, the roots and vines pulled back as the light surged through the hollow's heart, twisting it, distorting it. The creatures howled in agony, their forms disintegrating under the brightness. The heart of the hollow faltered, its massive form crumbling, the power that had once bound the forest now unraveling under the sheer force of Rachel's defiance. The blood moon above them seemed to flicker, its red light dimming, as if the very force of the hollow's power was being drained. The creatures collapsed into the earth, their forms turning to dust as the hollow's grip on them loosened. And then the silence returned. The forest, once alive with the energy of the hollow, was now still. The trees no longer groaned, the mist no longer swirled. The ground was calm, no longer trembling beneath her feet. Rachel stood there, gasping for breath, her arms still extended in front of her. The light that had once burned so brightly was now fading, but she felt it within her, something new, something stronger than the hollow. She had won. The hollow had been defeated. But Rachel knew this victory came at a cost. She had fought the forest, the hollow, the ancient evil that had lived within it. And she had won. But she wasn't sure if the forest was truly gone. She wasn't sure if the hollow was truly dead. The fight for the forest's soul was over, for now. But Rachel understood one thing. The hollow was ancient. It would never truly die. And neither would the fight to keep it at bay.